Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 17th of August, where I am coming from. I hope you are well. I hope you had a great weekend. And from wherever you are coming from, if you are still in the weekend, I hope you are enjoying your weekend and it is treating you well. I hope you've used your freedom wisely as we go back into another working week. Fun for everyone. Hobo Joe in the house. Thanks for doing the roll call. Yo, 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 Voltateur. Sure, how you going on YouTube today? Hey, not over in the Twitch files world. It's good to have you. We know who we are. There we go. Finally. Hey, only been saying this for years now. There it is. We know. That's what I wanted to hear. Ninja Nurse in the house. Good to have you. It's very good to have you. So, I hear you ask the question, what's happening today? Pen tester, doing the roll call. It's good to have you. Yeah, doing the roll call. And yeah, what are we doing today? Now, Count Binface, that whole thing happened, and we didn't get a chance to cover it last week on Friday because I guess the results weren't really in. They don't do the whole live thing, apparently. Live count. They just come out with the official result at the end. So we're going to cover Count Binface versus Nigel Farage. And like, just if you weren't aware, Binface lost. Count Binface didn't get through. I was thinking that he was going to win it. He's going to take out Clacton. The people of Clacton were going to vote in their count, but no, they went the boring option and went with Nigel Farage. So we'll check in with that today. We're also going to have a look at some stuff suggested from Hobo Joe in relation to U.S. morale at an all-time low when it comes to the Iran war situation. So we'll have a look at some of the instances that have been coming out there. I was actually really surprised at what you showed us before, Hobo Joe. If you haven't had a chance to look at this, go into Discord and have a look at what Hobo Joe had put up recently. I think it's in video suggestions, potentially. Pretty crazy stuff. Binface and as Gas Mask, as well as... did I read that right, Bansol Bandit? Hopefully I did. Oh, Spandog's in the house too. Morning. Dilemmas has entered the chat. How are we going? Count Binface may have lost the election, but did really well. Yes. Yeah, so I heard. Actually quite well. Boo. We were Team Binface. Yeah, bring it on. The UK has let the world down again. Yeah, and it's a bit like that, isn't it? Definitely. Binface lost. Got more votes than Labour did last time they ran in that seat. LOL. Take that, Labour. So good. Savage. US soldiers are only unaliving themselves. What's the drama there exactly? Yeah, but like there is actually something else that I thought was actually quite interesting. Like in terms of what they're writing on planes and stuff like that, which was interesting that Hobo Joe has uncovered. So yeah, apparently it hit the media this morning or late yesterday. It would make sense that this has been going on within the US aircraft carrier. So we're going to check out some of that drama as it has unfolded. US morale down. Who would have thought fighting wars in other people's parts of the world without sufficient justification would do that to morale? Who would have thought? We're also going to check out surveillance tactics by Maccas. So if you're watching this, you're not from Australia. Actually, what do they call Voltateur McDonald's in New Zealand? Do you guys do Maccas as well? Or is there something else that goes on over there? McDonald's has been surveilling you. If you didn't know, it's Maccas. Okay, fair enough. Definitely stole that from the Australians, just like every Mac cunts. Lack food, no tampons. What is there to complain about for soldiers? Ansel Bennett on fire as usual. Critique away. Yeah, so we're going to be looking at, this is a really interesting piece, can I just say. Jag has delivered the goods here and sent a piece warning us about surveillance capitalism. And someone's done an investigation of what their Maccas data looks like and all of the stuff that Maccas does to surveil you, which is pretty crazy. It's not beyond the realm of belief. I think we all intuitively know what they're doing, but when you quantify it and you read out what they do, it's pretty crazy. So we'll have a look at that, and we'll do some things and such and other things. Every app is a tracking app. Are we surprised? Negative. We're not surprised. But again, when it slaps you in the face, you're just like, damn. Oh no, Maccas knows I'm a fat guy now. With no Face ID, no Big Mac. National security at its highest. I'm one of those autists that reads the terms and conditions. Wow, how do you have time to live if you actually read terms and conditions? Do you actually have any more hours in your day? All right, so shall we get into the day's affairs, shall we? If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Ravy in the house. Ayo, how you going? Hope you're well. Yeah, do the whole likey thingy thing. Do that on YouTube if you haven't already. Like the stream. All right, let's get a coverage of what happened with Binface over the weekend. We'll go to Binface and actually hear what he has to say about things, as opposed to just the media. But let's get a mainstream take on this one, shall we? And see what really happened. But yeah, Farage won, but not as much as they thought he was going to win, which I think is rather interesting, if you ask me.
Good morning from the electorate of Nigel Farage. He actually lives not too far from here. The vote was, it wasn't a surprise that Nigel Farage won this and won convincingly. He got about 62% of the vote, which is
62, won convincingly against someone who looks like a bin. That's so good.
Is a 16% improvement from his 2024 result at the general election. But I guess the headline here really is the fact that the satirical candidate, Count Binface, who's the alter ego of the comedian John Harvey, got 26% of the vote. Now, obviously, there was a huge protest vote in there, and the fact that the major parties didn't...
Is that obvious? Is that what it is? Or do people actually believe in Count Binface? Can you just say it's a protest vote? You know how people always people that just vote for One Nation or Hanson votes, it's just a protest vote. It's like, do they? Are they protesting? Don't they believe in Queen Pauline? Isn't the same with the bin? Is Binface our version of One Nation somehow? It's just a protest vote? Or do they actually believe in the bin? I don't know, man. People want honesty. Yeah, I think people believed in the bin. They believe in what he has to say. Your vertical stream gets 4 times as many views, I noticed. Yeah, it gets it for 5 minutes and then they all just bugger off. But yeah, they come in surges. I don't know what the algorithm does. It comes in and then just takes off again. So yeah, vertical. If you're on Vertical World, actually, if you're watching this on YouTube and you're in the vertical chat and you want the horizontal chat and you're trapped in vertical land, here's the link for the horizontal chat. UK political system is rubbish. Hey, I see what you did there, Toffee Dog. Hey, I see what you did there. I'll take the compliment back then. I'm just saying, it surges and then it's just and then it just drops off. Hello, Amy de Buisson. I'm going to go with just Amy. How you going? Welcome to the stream chat. If you're new here, let us know. Same with you, Toffee Dog.
Candidate in this election helped Count Binface, who is a serial candidate but often just an afterthought. So a really significant result for Count Binface. And the fact that...
What did he get? 26, did he say?
And the fact that the major parties didn't run a candidate in this election helped Count Binface, who is a serial candidate but often just an afterthought. So a really significant result for Count Binface. And the fact that 1 in 4 eligible voters in this constituency would prefer to vote
I love your vid. Thank you. Welcome. Binface lost? It's not fair. Yeah, I know. I thought he had a good chance. I honestly thought he had a great chance. You should watch some of the stuff that comes out of, like, look at this guy here. Can you guys see this dude here with the hat, like the massive hat? We're going to watch him later. Like, actually, who said that before? I think UK politics is a little bit rubbish, actually. Like, they're all just having a laugh. All having a laugh.
for a man dressed as a bin than the incumbent MP, some would say that's rather telling. Now, in terms of the overall numbers, Nigel Farage got about 1,000 more votes than the last election, but the turnout was way down. Now, by-elections often see lower turnouts, but a 14% drop in turnout, again, that might suggest that enthusiasm for this by-election was low. But Nigel Farage in this area, he's undoubtedly popular. It's one of the most conservative, Brexity, for lack of a better phrase, areas in the country, and they were certainly, well, many voters were certainly eager to return him to the parliament.
A surreal election, to say the least. Their lives.
Look at these guys trying to be serious. A surreal election there, to say the least. I'm struggling to find adequate superlatives to describe this performance. It's a bin, right? Yes, it's a bin. It's definitely a bin. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's enough. I can't watch the mainstream. They take this too seriously, and they're actually trying to analyze it. Shut up. Just enjoy the bin. Come on. All right, let's watch this. I don't know what's going on here. But this is him, I guess, accepting defeat. It was a bit mad, though. Throws thesaurus in Bin's head. A man who knows true fashion. He got heckled by someone. The poor Bin, eh? This guy wasn't happy. Let's have a
Calm
look.
down. Yeah, no, I'm very calm, sir.
Calm down.
You should stop perverting democracy.
Democracy.
So against
manifest.
Nigel Farage, compared to Andy Burnham, I am 1,000 times more popular.
Binface, your son is here. Son of Binface.
Guys, you got 18 votes, Nick. Give it a rest.
Count Binface, can you just...
Let's all meet for part 2 of the Clacton by-election. Coming soon. Well, he said there was a...
What? Well, like, have you got Binface's victory speech on the list? I've just got this. This is the only thing that I could find of him, like, accepting victory. Or, like, not accepting victory. We invented the English language also. It's a bit Brexity. As if he didn't give his son a little kissy. Yeah, what's going on there?
Threat against him by the police.
All sport.
But so I will let you lovely journalists pull on that thread, just like his interesting financial situation. Let's see what happens.
Save our nation, remigration.
Dude, look at all this. Like, there's just all these people just rocking up just to yell over his shoulder. This is wild stuff, man. This is democracy. You want to talk about democracy manifests? Here it is. Oh, this is the Clacton victory speech. Oh, fuck. Leave this stuff alone. Let's go straight to the victory speech. In the stream chat. Got it. Legend. Thank you very much. Straight to victory speech, please.
Hello, humans. Well, a new dawn has broken, has it not? Literally, because it's past 6:30 in the morning here in Clacton-on-Sea. And I can officially say that I am the winning candidate of the candidates who bothered to turn up for the results. That's right, 9,455 actual votes. Just 8 weeks ago in Makerfield, I got 95. That means I've got against Nigel Farage 10,000% more votes than I got against Andy Burnham. What does that tell you? Well, it tells you that Nigel, who said that he didn't want to be humiliated...
Facts. So good. Facts, bro. And they don't care about your feelings either, do they? Take that, Nigel.
maybe has been. As for me, I'm over the moon, I'm over your moon, I'm over my moons, and what comes next, well, we shall see. But you know what? We know this for a fact. Over 1 in 4 people in this constituency would rather have Count Binface as their MP than the leader of Reform UK. And I'm just getting started. So where do we go now? Well, the first thing you have to consider is I promised to be a local champion for Clacton people, and I thought the best thing I could do was to turn up and get my verdict from Clacton's people and to stand with the other candidates who all behaved themselves impeccably until after the result. But yes, that was my view. And of course, the next question is what happens after this? Well, we will find out. Stay tuned for part 2 of the Clacton by-election, coming soon to a leisure centre near you as soon as that parliamentary inquiry reports. Bring it on.
So what's he saying, that like once they actually do the investigation into him being dodgy and accepting money from some weird undescribed third party, undisclosed third party, that like there'll be another by-election. And it's only a matter of time till Count Binface takes Clacton. Interesting.
Can't hear from these guys.
Well, you know, I always like to be to meet the great and the good of the political world. Again, I ask you to draw your comparison. Theresa May, I met her at an election. Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson, Andy Burnham, they all came to the count. I asked Essex Police, was there any credible threat of disruption here? And I can tell you they said unequivocally no. It was safe to go ahead. So I leave you guys to draw your own conclusions. I am gratified that after this election, I have been able to sort of put the seal on it by coming to get the verdict of the good people of Clacton. I think that's the nice way to do it.
So like, what's he doing? I think after they do an election and they call like the winner or what the results are, like you can go along as a political candidate to hear the verdict and people can ask you questions. And so is that why he's making fun of the fact that there's no security breach? Because Farage didn't want to rock up because he's worried about his own safety and like nobody really cares. There's no type of security issue. Is the bin jumping over the moon before the plate runs away with the spoon? Or am I getting mixed up here? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've heard that nursery rhyme. Depends on which moon. Binface has several. He's scared of the milkshakes. He's lactose intolerant. Yeah, fair enough. Throwing milkshakes at people. It's the worst.
I promised to be a local champion for Clacton, and I thought to hear the verdict of the Clactonites was the least I could do. And why? Because I've had over 9,000 votes, guys. Now, in Makerfield, 8 weeks ago, I got 95 votes. So against Nigel Farage, compared to Andy Burnham, I am 1,000 times more popular. Does that have anything to do with why he isn't here tonight, on a night when they said they thought they'd get over 80%? Again, I'll leave that to you. All I will say to you is what happened...
What a G-up, eh? Take that, Farage. In fairness, I wouldn't have expected Farage to stick around, to be the fall guy in a bit of a media circus. A media circus of his design. Hate Farage, by the way. Fair enough. But like, he caused this by-election, didn't he? Over 9,000. Say it again. Say it with me now.
Next, let's all meet for part 2 of the Clacton by-election. Coming soon to a leisure centre near you.
Count Binface, can I ask you a question?
Hang on. Sorry?
Is it time you admitted your son?
Sorry, say again.
Are you the establishment candidate now, like Farage says?
No.
Binface, your son is here. Son of Binface.
What's
Guys,
the go
you
with
got
the
18
son
votes.
thing? Is somebody else running a candidate called Binface's son? Like trying to leech off the clout of Binface? Is that what's going on here? Is that what this guy with the ridiculous hat is doing? Is like this an English politics thing? Do you have to wear a big hat in English politics to be taken seriously? Maybe this is some type of tradition, English tradition. Over 9,000? That's impossible. It seems to be.
Nick, give it a rest.
Count Binface, can you just say shoot?
About the
It's just a gag, okay. But like, why is he behind the barrier? Like, this is supposed to be, I think, from what I can tell, these are people that stood for the election, kind of thing. and they're being talked to by the media.
They just said, I asked them, was that because I was worried about myself and my bid links, and I said, is there a problem? And they said to me, or they could say to me, there was no threat to me. That's what they said to me.
Can you say, shouldn't have you actually said that you weren't a
Okay, like this is the guy that's pretty upset with Binface. Is anyone upset about this? Does anyone think that this is a slight to democracy? Western civilization is crumbling, and it's because of people like Count Binface who are making a mockery of our sacred democratic institutions. Blah, 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 blah. Like, this guy seems pretty pissed off about Count Binface, to be honest.
Can you say, shouldn't have you actually said that you weren't a proper candidate, and aren't you making a mockery of the Clacton people because you have no proper policies that will help them?
No, I disagree with that, and that's why I ran for election. That's what everyone says.
What are the policies that will help the Clacton people, Mr. Binface?
I think
He's a joke. He's a joke, right?
Yes, it's a great old joke.
Yeah, I know.
Only
But
If you guys want to talk to me,
joke,
let's go away from these guys. And we'll
no,
have a
but what
chat.
I would like to say is that I've registered Essex people as a nuisance.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Let's be honest. I am a bit in two minds. Like, it's painful that this is where we're at in the 21st century, but like, it is kind of hilarious. It's good to know that like the system itself, bourgeois democracy, is pretty much meaningless. It means nothing. The current politicians are a mockery to democracy, yes. Yes, yo, what's up? Sorry I'm late. I was catching up on the one-dime wokeism stuff you covered last week. It's very interesting. You should check out the article. It's really good. I actually put the article, I think, in the chat. I was so impressed with it. He's actually getting airtime over there and here. How is that possible? Because people are disenfranchised, I guess. People don't believe in this ideal of democracy anymore, as provided by our representative politicians who have lost just any faith that the public might have had in them. If you are a local who cares about local buses or sewage or whatever, you have been sidelined in a way. Yeah, but like, is that the case as well? Like, this guy's going for a federal level political ticket here. And like, there's, they have local councils and stuff that look after local buses and sewage and everything. It just like makes a mockery of their particular electorate, right? That someone like Count Binface could challenge someone as notable as Farage. I think that's, and now the world's watching it. That's the shameful part. Man who wears bin on head shouldn't you have told people it's a joke? So good. It's an interesting essay. It covers some misgivings on wokeism I've had for a while. Oh, you've read the whole thing? Holy shit, I haven't gone there yet. It's like, I don't know, it's like a 2-hour read. The article you were impressed with that quoted me, yeah. It doesn't make a mockery of the politicians. It makes a mockery of the system that allows it to happen in the first place. Yes, it is bourgeois democracy. It's time for some people's democracy. Hey, you hear me? Hey, you get it? Anyone with me on this one? No.
It's not a joke, John Harvey.
It's not a joke.
What you're doing is mocking the Clacton people.
I'm allowed to do what I want to do.
I give you freedom to do that.
Obviously, calm down.
Yeah, no, I'm very calm, sir. You should stop perverting democracy.
I'm allowed to do what I want. Well, he kind of is. It would seem the system does allow for this to happen. This guy can't hack it. Eh? He's sore, bro. Emancipate the proletariat, eh? Hey, throwing the P word around. You are an enigma, Toffee Dog 201. Very interesting. Didn't see that one coming. Yes. Well, look, emancipate the proletariat is one thing, but like at least giving people a version of their own democracy as opposed to the system that we have at the moment, which is not really, is it? It's not really a democratic system. As such, it is a political structure that allows vested interests to take hold of that. And we have like what, show trials every now and again. Reporters actually asking him questions. There's a problem right there. And chasing him down. Fair point. Hey, but I'm all for the emancipation of the proletariat, though. Don't get me wrong, Toffee Dog. Don't get me wrong. Are you new here? I don't think I've seen this name before. Very interesting. Poor Binface. Leave him alone. All right, let's go to this. One more, just for me. Yes, you are. Okay, fair enough. Well, welcome. Keep dropping words like proletariat. You'll be just fine. Just fine. All right, one more. Just for me. Binface hits back at Farage. This is the Sky News piece, and this is the guy that interviewed him after that. I think it was the Andy Burnham election, and that's how he came onto my radar. Probably been around for longer. Just browsing around for something interesting. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, welcome.
Kumari, yes, Count Binface, who I interviewed at Makerfield a few weeks back. You got 95 votes at Makerfield. I think you're going to get more here, but I don't think you're going to win.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that, John. Firstly, yes, it's lovely to see you again. We meet again at last. Last time, you didn't even know who I was. Have you worked it out this time? There's 34 names on the ballot. Have you figured out who I am?
Yeah, I have now, yes.
Excellent. Well, then we're on a good start. There we go.
Good start, yes.
And you mentioned Makerfield. I got 0.2% in that election. And let's just say, speculate that I managed to keep my deposit, which would be a nice start, 5%. I make that a 2,500% swing to Binface in 2 months. I think that's the greatest swing in British political history, but you probably know better than me.
I'm not sure about that. Anyway, why did you stand here in Clacton?
That's where the election was, John.
Right, but why? I mean, is it a publicity? Yes, I can see that. Is it a publicity stunt, or did you really hope to win?
No, that's a bit mean. No, it's about taking part in celebrating British democracy, like in our
there you go. Hey, it's about taking part in celebrating democracy. Like, this is the democracy that we have. And that guy asked him before, he was chasing him around with the microphone. He's like, "Why are you doing this? You're making a joke of this." Like, I do what I want. Hey, the system allows this stuff. Let us enjoy it while we have it. You know what the theories are, hey? As we get further and further along in the 21st century, as we move forward and towards more authoritarian measures, we will have less political freedoms. They're already taking them away. You know, they're setting up the surveillance state. We're going to have less political freedom. They're going to discourage us to exercise our political will. You might as well get involved while you still can. You might as well vote for a bin, because soon we'll be told we don't need it. We've already been told by the brothers of tech that, hey, democracy and freedom, they no longer correlate with one another. If anything, democracy is probably getting in the way of your freedoms, because it's an inhibiting factor. It slows everything down. They need to move at rapid pace to uphold your freedoms and keep you safe at night, so they can watch you better and surveil the world's populations. And so you have all those freedoms, but democracy will get in the way of that. Safety and surveillance. So let him enjoy it while he can. And you should do the same. Put on a costume. Run for your local office. If you ain't prepared to sell yourself to eat, then you'd better have something of value to sell instead if you want to eat. Freedom at its finest, yes. The freedom to choose what they want to sell to you. The freedom to work so you can buy that stuff. It is market society.
In Makerfield, isn't it wonderful that if you wanted to, you could stand in election? Any of these lovely photographers, anybody in Britain can stand for election, no matter what you believe or what you look like. It's brilliant. So I want to do that with my fully costed manifesto, and I'm on the up. I mean, who was I to think in Makerfield that I would suddenly become His Majesty's official opposition? But here we are.
You mentioned the manifesto. I read your manifesto. It looks a bit more serious than the last time. Tell us what are the highlights of your manifesto here?
Yes, oh, well, thank you for reading it, John. That's fantastic. That makes a change.
Well, I had to after you ticked me off for not knowing enough about you.
Well, I think I was a fair ticking off, to be honest, don't you? But, I make a series of fully costed important policies, from capping bus fares at £1.
What's the go with the chick here? Is like she from the same planet that he's from? Because she doesn't have a bin for a head. Is it only Count Binfaces that are allowed to have these type of heads? Is she like some type of alien race as well? Or is she like his human posse and hang around? Maybe it's his human girlfriend just hanging out for the election after party. They're going to score some blow afterwards. Go nuts. Ooh, big scary communist dictator. No. We will take the tech bro dictator instead. Yes, actually. But a fear for the commies. Because we don't want commies. I'll take that tech brother of tech any day. Anyone catch the Candace and Wilson debate? No, but I've just seen a lot of people talking about it. It was like 3 hours or something like that. Not happening. Is the bin just the crown? These are the big questions. My guess is the bin is a warrior outfit. Ah, yes. I was waiting for Andrew to accuse Candace of licking sniz. God, I hope that's code for something.
99 and 99 flakes at 99p, to retaining my pledge to build at least one affordable house, but tallying that with Clacton-specific measures such as improving Walton Pier and making sure that MPs who resign mid-Parliament without changing parties are barred from the resulting by-election, which would save the taxpayer a lot of money. Plus, of course, energy companies, oil and gas companies, to pay for solar panels for every...
Hi, is she with him or is she one of the other 30 candidates? I don't know. I was asking that question, actually, Jumbo. And, like, it's more than... Yeah, actually, is it 30 candidates? I don't know. I think she's with him. I'm gonna go with that. That's why she's standing here for the interview.
A policy from Jack, age 10. How about it?
You're getting quite serious, though, some of these policies, aren't you?
Well, why not? I mean, I think nationalising Adele is as serious as it gets, because...
Have you spoken to her?
Well, I'm hoping she might reach out to Sky News. I mean, why not? I mean, the Exchequer needs a hit. And I think to back Adele before she releases her new album would be huge. But, of course, look at this here.
34 in total. Damn, that's crazy. And he got 9,000 votes. What's funny about that debate is the MAGA crowd claimed victory because there is no evidence about Izzy. Meanwhile, the claim was Tyler didn't do it. Just lets us know who's getting paid, really. Wow.
You just said at the beginning of this interview that Nigel Farage is claiming victory, but
he is.
Well, in that case, it's going to be a two-legged match, like the Carabao Cup or the Cold War. Because we're going to be back again in a few weeks, aren't we? Well, so we'll see what happens then.
He says if they forced another by-election, the establishment, as he says...
You mean me?
Yeah, well, he calls you the establishment candidate. He's said in the last half hour or so, at some party he's having with his supporters, that he's beaten the establishment candidate. I assume he means you.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because one of the candidates was a sitting MP, formerly an MEP, architect of Brexit, one of the most significant British politicians of the last 20 years, and reputedly a member of the East India Gentlemen's Club, which to this day does not admit women. Now, if that's not the establishment, I'd like to know what is.
The East India Club? Is that what he just said? East India Gentlemen's Club. Ooh, yeah. Dude, I gotta find out what the fuck that is. Is that like the Super Adventure Club or something like that? Dude, no way. Oh my god. Hit me up, dog. God, I gotta know what this is. East India Gentlemen's Club. Has that been going on For like what, 300 or 400 years, do you reckon? What is the East India Gentlemen's Club? The East India Club is a historic private members club in the St. James district of London. It was founded in 1849 for the officers of the British East India Company and members of the colonial services associated with British India. Today, it is a traditional gentlemen's club, though women can also become members, with facilities such as dining rooms and bars, bedrooms for members and their guests, library and reading rooms, meeting and event spaces. The club has a formal atmosphere and maintains a dress code in many areas. Oh, well. Historically, the club has reflected Britain's colonial presence in India, and many of its traditions stem from that era. Very interesting. I wonder what their traditions are. Imagine thinking Binface is the establishment candidate, lol. Oh, this is the Super Adventure Club. And that was a hard episode with Chef. Oh my god, tell me about it. Ooh, Benderberry. How you going, Benderberry? Welcome. Start again. Start again for what? What are we talking about here? Some old school Eton Tory Malaki, by the sounds of it. Just like the East India Trading Company. It was like a private militia. No, I think this is like a gentleman, like a boys' club. Just, yeah, like for officers and for like elites that are, yes, associated with plundering the East Indies. That's crazy. I wonder what else they get up to. Let's ask. Can you give me an example of some of these traditions that they upkeep from this era? Hunting poor people for sport, taking slaves, taking humans as trophies, something like that maybe. Ooh, Mr. Abbott's in the house. Hello. There you go. Just sounds like the right-wing counterpart to the Fabian Society. But, like, does it? Is it even right-wing? Like, what are you going there for? This is a gentleman's club, bro. This is just about the aristocracy and the elites. It is about class society. Come on. And yes, and I should slightly qualify what I said earlier. Not every entry club practice is directly inherited from the colonial period. The club itself describes its history, style, and artifacts as an important part of its character, but some traditions are broader British gentlemen's club traditions. Okay. Very formal dress code. Club as a home from home for colonial officers. Yeah, sure. Indian themed dining. There remains fairly conspicuous connection with India in the food and events. The club holds an annual-ish company dinner centered on the history of the East India Company, accompanied by an Indian-themed dinner. Colonial era imagery and rooms. Yeah, come on. Continuing military tradition, the original membership included commissioned officers of the Army and the Navy, as well as the East India Company servants. The military heritage remains visible in the club's historic material. Come on. Eh? Come on. Give us something better than that. I'm sure they do some very questionable stuff. Just for the boys. All right, that's enough of you, Binface. I've had enough. I agree. More labias. Is that what we're talking about? The Labian Society sounds better. Yeah, bring on. Free scurvy. I just drank a tall coconut water in about 4 seconds flat. Is that a tradition of the East India Company, or is this something that you do in your own time? I'm interested to know. Num. All right, let's move on. Do we go to do you want to do Hobo Joe? We're going to cover what you were talking about before. I want to see what's going on there. See, the East India Company. I was right. You should read up on that sometime. It was crazy how much of the empire they ran. Yes. Yeah. And then when they imploded, and they had to nationalize it. They had to bail it out. They nationalized, and then it turned into the British Empire. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Mental. The story of the East India Company. Just in my own time, lol. Just a fun hobby. All right, fair enough. Like it's not like a sex thing or something like that. It's all holes. Is Mr. A's dad Adam Ant? Who's Adam Ant? Should I Google this person? It's because do I look like this person? Is that what? Adam Ant. Yeah, I could go with that. What does this guy do? Is he a pirate? Looks like a pirate. I'm going to go with pirate. 80s musician. Got it. LOL, you don't know Adam Ant? Negative. Negative. Not a pirate musician. No, lame. I was hoping for pirate. Kind of looks like a pirate. Yeah, there we go. There's a pirate there. It's Johnny Depp. I'm going to go with this. I'm going to go with pirate. Fuck yeah. He's a pirate musician. All right, that's enough of you. Let's go. Hobo Joe, if you're still there, let's have a look into what you were talking about before. Okay, so apparently morale is at an all-time low aboard the USS Lincoln. If you're not sure what we're talking about, we were speaking about this earlier. The Iranian situation's taken an interesting turn. And there's a lot of there's reports coming out. I think there's been reports for a while, but like one of the main aircraft carriers that have been hanging out, blocking the strait or like helping with the blockade of Iran or the Gulf. And so is the USS Lincoln. And there's been all these reports that like people have been doing things deliberately to screw up the operation of the ship. So they could all go home, and they've been out on sea for some extensive time period, which is not normal, and they're all having problems on board. And there's morale is down generally, but there's been different reports of things that have been happening on board the ships, and Hobo Joe has come across an interesting piece that talks about how the soldiers are responding and what their thoughts about the war and the current situation is. So let's have a quick look at that. Might be interesting. I was joking when I said they would mutiny next minute. Sailors jumping off ships. LOL. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? I listened to him since I was in the 4th grade. 250 days. Is that how long they've been on there for? Yeah. Not even a year, babies. Savage, bro. Last week you laughed at me for suggesting a revolt. Never doubt me, chat. It's coming, bro. It's coming. Operation Epstein Fury. U.S. soldiers openly revolt against Trump over Iran war. Now, this might be like news AI slop, but it's the best that we can find on this situation. And it's pretty interesting, like the reports that are coming off and like what the troops are thinking about this whole situation. If this is representative of what the US troops think about what's happening in Iran.
A striking image from the Persian Gulf is raising fresh questions about the morale of US servicemen deployed in the Iran conflict. Messages reportedly scribbled into the dust on a U.S. military aircraft include "BB's Cucks," Operation Epstein Fury, "I love Israel," and perhaps the most provocative, "Be a good guy and do what Israel tells you to."
Look, how that's crazy, isn't it? BB's Cucks? Like, this is what they think of themselves, I guess? Or maybe the people that they report to. What was the last one? BB's Cucks. That's crazy.
Most provocative, "Be a good guy and do what Israel tells you to."
Imagine that. Imagine serving and like, I don't know, pledging your allegiance, your fealty, your loyalty, all that sort of stuff to a certain country, like your own country, and then really coming to the hard realization that like, hey, you're potentially just fighting a war for somebody else's interests. Like that happens to us, vassal states, all the time. Like Australia is always, and New Zealand, us Anzacs are always like at the behest and the call of some other greater power. And so like we've internalized that. So we know that we're going to be thrown into the meat grinder for somebody else's interest. But like America sees itself as, you know, the top of the world. And so for these servicemen and women, it must be like a very confronting realization that they're probably being put at risk and potentially going to die for BB's cucks. They're BB's cucks. Savage stuff, man. Savage realization. Record time at sea. The ship spent over 266 consecutive days at sea without a single port visit. This is a modern day record for the US Navy. I've heard that mentioned a number of times as well. Be good, Goyim. Yeah, I know. Yeah. The USS Abraham Lincoln Crisis. This is AI slop. And if it ain't AI, then it's just plain slop. How did this shit make it on your radar? No, because we've heard it's talked about outside of this. But like no, like the Western media isn't reporting. And so like this is slop news from like India. But like that doesn't mean the imagery isn't correct. And it's plain slop. That's how it got on my radar.
Look closely at the aircraft flap. Written into the dust are a series of messages, some sarcastic, some political, and some openly hostile.
I love block cameras. I see that one. That's so good. That's probably one of the better ones, actually.
BB's Cucks, Operation Epstein Fury. I love Israel. I am a good Goyim. Another message reportedly reads, Peace deal number 6.
Peace deal number 64 incoming. All tilts for the Holy Land.
64 incoming. All this for the Holy Land.
Right.
The person who shared the image says they have no frame of reference to determine whether this kind of sentiment is unusual compared to previous U.S. conflicts. But one serviceman reportedly offered a blunt explanation.
Western reporting is happening. Or do you mean MSN? I mean, yeah, MSM. Yeah, I mean more the mainstream. It's more difficult to find. It's funny. But like, yeah. It's very interesting. Morale is down. Morale is down. All right, let's look at another case of this morale situation. I'm surprised this is coming from the New York Post, to be honest. Although they run Game for the Empire. Jumping overboard. This is what you were talking about, Ravia.
One military wife was quoted as telling the Pentagon officials that she had recently received a text from her husband saying he hopes he doesn't wake up tomorrow.
Not being able to shower, they don't have toiletries.
The lack of basic necessities, that includes toothpaste, deodorant, soap.
This comes down to military readiness. I've never seen anything like this before.
Conditions aboard the USS Abraham.
What if they like being Israeli cucks? Is not really cucks? I don't know. That's a good question. Like, what's your suggestion there? Like, these people, like, a lot of these guys do care about this. Showers are for wimps. That's funny. Because, like, yeah, I was talking to an Australian service, or former service person, over the weekend. And they were like, you know, Australia, Israel, like, you know, we serve together, man. We train together. They share information, technology, all this sort of stuff. So, like, they were hardcore. Like supportive of Israel, and they were kind of like, I was like, but like, you're aware of all the stuff that's been going on, right? Like the war crimes, the reports of genocide, all that sort of stuff, and they're kind of like, yeah, but they're our ostensible allies. So like, who cares? We'll fight for them. They'd fight for us, and I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. That's what you think. So like, yeah, maybe these people do like being cucks for Israel. If they think that they're all allies and like they'll all fight and die for each other, I guess. Potentially. They are serving Italian Uncle Kool-Aid on board. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Text his wife to cry. At least the Iranian soldiers take time to paint pretty slogans and pictures on their missiles and bombs. Western military is so lazy using Sharpies. Except for me, I take 2 a day. There are people who join the military, I said it right, for many reasons in America. They're kids without other options. They have seen an increase in military registration as the job market worsens. America loves cucking. KK online, welcome. Savage entry to the chat. Maybe a lot of people join the military because Trump said he wouldn't engage in any more wars. Oh, man. So Navy guys upset they don't have things that regular grunts go without on operations as a standard. Is the Air Force also upset their Wi-Fi isn't working? Americans be like, Milord, please drive me into poverty so I can witness your greatness. Oh, man. Savage. Because you get healthcare in the military. Upset they cancelled their tea parties next. Oh my god, you guys are horrible. Leave them alone. Stocking your military with young people targeted from lower socioeconomic groups is the way to go. Cheap, renewable energy right there. Not if they're not having kids. You might have to incentivize that somehow. Pay for some free childcare, Bansal Bandit, hey? Some military infighting, yes, more.
Abraham Lincoln have allegedly become so dire that sailors are trying to jump overboard. And now, desperate families and angry lawmakers are demanding action. Imagine you've been trapped at sea for more than 200 consecutive days.
Trapped? Hey, what's with this spin? They're serving. Get over it. Yeah, it's not just leftists who are infighting. Well, apparently the right is. We're actually going to cover a bit of that today. The right-wing civil war, or the Republican civil war. Barack Ham girls would be making bank right now thanks to America's military explorations. You know what sucks more than bad food? Shrapnel, lol. Suck it up, princess. Gotta fund our strongest industries. Because the military is always great with logistics, lol. Remember Iraq when the Marines got given woodland camo flak jackets, lol? No, I don't remember that personally, but I'll take your word for it.
Longer than any other modern U.S. aircraft carrier and its group of warships has ever spent without docking. The food options are grim, and things stink, literally. Toilets have been overflowing, the sewage is backing up, showers are moldy, and there's a critical shortage of supplies like soap and deodorant. And now, your fellow sailors are at their breaking point.
The USS Lincoln is a massive aircraft carrier. It's one of the largest ships in the US Navy, and it was on deployment in the South China Sea starting in November of last year. However, in January, shortly before the US military began attacking Iran, it was ordered to the North Arabian Sea to assist as part of a massive force buildup by the Trump administration, and it's been there ever since.
Since leaving San Diego, the ship only made 2 brief port calls, one in Guam in December and then in Oman in July. As morale plummets, disturbing accounts are starting to come in. Annabelle Loma, wife of a service member aboard the ship, told the Navy Times her husband was afraid he'll be dishonorably discharged after he attempted to fling himself overboard, which landed him in a medical hold. In another report, a sailor recounts grabbing the arm of a shipmate who was also preparing to jump. CNN reports that on August 3rd, a sailor actually did make it overboard and had to be rescued by helicopter during what was described as a mental health episode. Reporting from MS Now shows that loved ones of those aboard the ship are concerned and angry.
They're willing to be there and they're doing their best, so they want our support. And part of that support means we have to have the tools to do our job. That means the fuel, that means the food.
Our government needs to be doing more for our military that's sitting over there.
Some of the service members' families have been quoted as
What's
their
the
loved
chat
ones.
been saying? Suck it up, hey? You don't like it? Tough titties. Savage takes from the chat today. And the US just drone in supplies. Yeah, right. Why couldn't they? That's good. That's a good point. Yeah, someone flinging themselves over should be afraid of discharge. You're not well, man. AOL was invented yesterday.
telling them the ship is getting to me. One teenage daughter of a female service member said that whenever she gets the chance to talk to her mother, she seems very down.
The challenge with an aircraft carrier is it's a really, really confined space. You have a loud ship that is producing noise on a regular basis, and that starts to interrupt your sleep. So you're getting less sleep. You don't have privacy. You're kind of stuck in this monotonous routine. And over time, it's like Chinese water torture.
The issue first went viral 3 months ago with this viral pic, claiming to show, quote, a picture of dinner on the USS Abraham Lincoln sent to family by a service member on board. And according to interviews
what is that thing there? Like, that looks like some type of meat patty. Okay. They're obviously carrots. What the is that? What is that? You know when you get like Vietnamese rolls, like banh mi, and they have that like peculiar looking cold meat slices on it? That doesn't look right. You know what's worse than pretend water torture? Actual water torture. Cry me a river. Savage, man. You guys are savage today. I expected all of you guys to be like concerned for our military personnel. Not making fun of them. Burger, no cheese, no tomato, no buns, please. Flat zucchini. That's what that is? Man, that's some off-colored zucchini. God damn. No, thank you.
Sent to family by a service member on board. And according to interviews with family, it's still a major issue.
Food obviously has been scarce. All he's really told me is there's a time where he was only eating half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas.
When food shortages first began to be reported in April, they were dismissed by the Pentagon.
Pete Hegg said, the U.S. Navy is correct. More fake news. From the, what is it, Pharisee Press? Is that a biblical reference? Is he actually making a biblical reference there? The Pharisees? My team confirmed the logistics stats for the Lincoln and Tripoli. Both have 30 plus days of Class 1 supplies food on board. NavCent monitors this every day. For every ship, our sailors deserve and receive the best. Pharisees. What's going on there? No sympathy for imperialist soldiers that are committing war crimes on behalf of the president. Yeah. Well, like, see, I expected that from you, but like some of the other people that are hardcore with their, I don't know, this support for imperial endeavors. I expected them to want more for servicemen and women. I'm surprised. You can never pick it. I'm telling you, you can never pick it. The stories I've heard from military guys, especially diggers, makes this story look like their cutlery packets didn't have a spork in it. Fair enough. Taking mentally unstable applicants because you're desperate for registration has a consequence. There it is. It's a shoehorn. It looks more like a shoehorn than anything else. We are on the aircraft now. Did I miss something? I was on the phone. Oh, damn, we watched the thing that you sent before with like the writing that people had been inscribing on the back of that plane. Someone called it fake news. Someone said it was slop. I think it was Bansal Bandit called it out. It's fake. AI. The biggest story is the number of veterans that off themselves after they get out. It's rife in the Aussie community.
Department of War Secretary Pete Hegseth blasted those reports at the time, calling them, quote, fake news. Democratic lawmakers are taking up the fight and demanding answers. Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut called on the Navy to release its own reporting on the conditions affecting the USS Lincoln. In his letter to Secretary Hegseth, Blumenthal writes, quote, the men and women aboard the Lincoln have answered the call to serve their country. Our service members deserve nothing less than the full support of their government, and the American people deserve a military strategy that is worthy of the sacrifices we ask them to make.
All right. Calm down. Could be, but this is why we talk about the fake news and slop with the topic of manufacturing consent. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's been circulating, but like has been kind of missed or brushed over by the mainstream. There must be something to that, I would say. Regardless, hilarious. BB's cocks. BB's cocks. Imagine thinking that. Having that revelation while you're out serving. That's all we're doing over here. I liked it when we were in the South China Sea. Trying to piss off the Chinese. Now we're over here. Stuck on this thing. Come on. It's just karma, really. The military having a hard time. I'm shedding so many tears for those that kill kids. Yep, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm a good Goya. Yeah. Interesting. There was some interesting calls on it, wasn't there? All right. One more. Who's this one from? I don't know if I got that. Oh, this is Channel 4, I think. This is the British take on this situation. It's just a short one.
They're literally sailing circles in the ocean, waiting for something to happen.
Those warships, they're machines. The people on them operate them are not.
It's one of the mightiest warships in the world. But conditions on board the USS Abraham Lincoln are said to be so bad that some sailors have tried to end it all by jumping overboard. 5,000 men and women set sail back in November, arriving in the Middle East ahead of the Iran war. President Trump had said it would be over in weeks, but months later they're still at sea. They've now spent a record 250 days on the aircraft carrier. In messages home to their families, sailors have told of being served rotten meat, tiny portions.
USS Abraham stinking, apparently.
The same meal 14 days in a row. They've also reported mouldy showers, broken toilets, laundry down for weeks, long stretches with no hot water, and no soap, deodorant or toothpaste.
So it's continuously Groundhog Day every day. You rise and grind and you do it all over again.
During his time in the Navy, Dustin Eadson...
I'd wager a lot of the issues on these ships stem from bad officers, not just disgruntled seamen. Hey, dude, any chance to say the word seaman? So good. P&O floating toilet. I think we're just getting the same recycled news story. Well, then the question is that we have to ask ourselves, like we usually do with this, is like, if the mainstream is saying this, why? Why is the mainstream running the same story multiple times with the same details? They've been on for a record number of days. They eat the same food. They don't have toothpaste and stuff. And a couple of people have tried to throw themselves overboard. Why is it now that the mainstream media are happy to do this? Report on morale. We had last week some interesting stories about Trump being taken out, potentially. Trying to manufacture consent for evil Iran and what they might be capable of. And now we're feeling sorry for US servicemen and women. Like, why are we supposed to feel sorry for them? Why? Anyone want to answer that question? What's the man con on this one? What's going on here? I'd like to know. You have to, E. All right. I will then. I wonder what this is. Because of the semen thing. This is for you, Dilemma.
And the mighty seaman. It's not seaman, it's Seaman. Their mission. Yeah. Who would have activated her again? I don't know, Seaman. It's Seaman. Look out! Barbara Streisand's using her toxic stink ray. Our powers aren't working, Swallow. Seaman, you and Swallow go get us sushi for dinner. It's Seaman and Swallow. Okay, Seaman, you guys head off. Fine. Swallow, come.
No way he just said that.
I'll get you, Tom Cruise.
Hey, look, Tom Cruise has semen on his back.
What did you say?
Oh, yeah. Tom Cruise does have semen on his back.
I guess maybe Tom Cruise likes semen.
Very good. Very good. Oh, my God. To be totally fair, you're at war. And by the sounds of it, you're not winning. So scarcity is your friend. Hey, make a market out of it. I'm sure capitalism on the boat will fix this. So good. Sounds like a bad college dorm, not an internment camp. LOL. Left-wing media. Poor little things having to deal with broken toilets whilst Trump is talking nukes again. Seems like a top story. Yeah, fair enough. Some POG back at the harbour is ducking and diving and to avoid his superiors and fumbled an invoice. LOL. Now soldiers can't poo on porcelain thrones. Man, savage takes here, I must say. So if you think it could be the game plan, make it look really bad so they pull out of the war for the troops, but really because they are losing the war? Yeah, do you reckon it's something like what's going on there? It's very interesting. Woozle in the house morning. How you going? It is rather interesting, I must say. And what is it exactly that they are trying to work with here? Morale down. Iran seems to be at, like, I don't know, risking the president. There's a risk to the president's life, potentially to the US. They're still evil. But, like, have we seen enough of this conflict? Who needs toilets? Just feed the fish instead. No sea woman. See them. Oh my God, I can't believe we're going here. All right, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Lame. All right, shall we get on to some more interesting stuff? Oh, actually, I thought this was interesting. You know how we've been following that whole flock camera thing since, like, I don't know, over a year now? Dilemma's put something really interesting in Discord about flock. Guys, check this out. This guy's doing some... This is a public service announcement from your friend and mine. Dilemmas is doing his part. Are you doing yours? Ask yourself the question. This guy's just analyzing flock cameras. Okay, there's nothing to see here. I got a kick out of this. It's pretty good, Dilemmas. It's pretty good, I must admit. All right, so this guy is going to explain how some people are taking it upon themselves to go after flock cameras. So strap yourself in. And, like, if you get ideas, it's not Dilemmas' fault. Let's just say. Dilemmas had nothing to do with this. And Dilemmas does not condone this activity. I got you covered, Dilemmas.
This is a flock camera, one of about 100,000 installed across the United States to watch over you and keep you safe. But there are criminals among us who believe that these violate their privacy and human rights. These hooligans are going out and purchasing battery-operated reciprocating saws like this one and 6-inch Diablo steel demon blades, knowing it's more efficient and quieter than angle grinders. They go out dressed in non-identifying disposable clothing, including work gloves and full face coverage so as to not display the color of their skin, their eyes, their hair color, or their tattoos. Of course, these people are careful, so they make purchases in cash and keep no receipts. In preparation of their illicit activities, these vile individuals use deflock.org to pick a target and plan a route that avoids camera detection. With all phones, smartwatches, and geolocating devices left at home, these villains know if they're not caught in the act, they'll get away scot-free. I've set up a demonstration on my private property to show you just how efficient the lunatics have become. With their saw wrapped in a trash bag, they approach from behind the camera's line of sight and tear right through this black aluminum alloy post. Hopefully Flock has secured the cameras a little better so they don't get a personal injury lawsuit. Once these degenerates have destroyed the post, they go for the camera too, even the solar panel. They're thorough in their destruction to ensure maximum monetary loss, and they always leave the remnants behind as a visceral message to all. After this, the cold-hearted anarchist makes their predetermined getaway, casually yet swift. By adhering to this specific set of principles, this wild subculture of flock hunters ensures that their MO is always the same. The modus operandi never changes. That way, if one of their members is picked up by law enforcement, they will face face one charge of vandalism, but tying them to any previous or subsequent acts of destruction will be nearly impossible for the prosecutor. Some say flock hunters are domestic terrorists, others true patriots protecting our rights, our freedom, and our future. As for me, well, I'm just an unbiased independent journalist. This is a flock camera, one of about 100.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Is this a work instruction? I've seen this guy. Dude, like that guy's face. What's going on there, honestly? The tattoos. The eyes. My God. That's a scary individual. God damn. This is throwing a spanner in the works. This is class warfare. It's something. This is anarchism. Making notes. Yeah, I know, right? I think that's why they've done this. I was wondering if the tattoos mess with the facial recognition. They probably, like, to a certain degree, but they have to be, from what I understand, they have to be non-linear or like non-symmetrical, let's say. So like his tattoos seem to be rather symmetrical, so it's actually probably easier to identify him. But like if you do them, like if they're all like a weird pattern, like let's say kind of some kind of abstract art, that you see like squiggly lines and boxes and all this weird stuff going on, that sort of stuff confuses cameras a lot more than I would say the work that he's done there on his face. He's very unemployed. His job is hanging out with his wife. Lap Jeff in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. I've just seen a put there. I can't see anything else. But yeah, interesting public service announcement. Thank you very much, Dilemmas. I thought I had to share that with you guys. If you missed it on Discord, you have to see it. Dilemma is coming up with gold there. America channeling our English dry humor. Has to be sarcastic, right? Definitely. Has to be sarcastic, this guy. All right. All right. Here's another interesting one. Let's just continue with the theme of surveillance state and all that sort of stuff. But we're going to go down the route of some dirty ACAB stuff. This one's for you, Jag. Put the hair in a cookie. I hope that's a cookie. The Genius Bar wouldn't even employ him. All right, watch this. Okay, I don't know if you've heard reports about this stuff that have come through. Oh, I've seen this. Dude, how scary is this stuff? I heard reports of them rolling this out like a few weeks ago. Someone was complaining about the stuff that the cops have now. Because I think ICE have put in a massive order for this. So there's some gloves that like the police or the law enforcement in the States are starting to roll out. And they're like electrified gloves. It looks like something from, Batman, The Dark Knight or something crazy like that. And the piece of this one is officer screams like a little girl demonstrating ICE's new shock gloves. So this has been trialed by law enforcement already, and ICE has put in a massive order to get access to these gloves. Watch how these gloves work as we consider the flock cameras and the general surveillance state world that we're going to be living in over the next few decades. Watch this. This is some crazy stuff, man. Yeah, coming to a state near you. Careful when you masturbate. Oh, man. I touched my ding-dong with these gloves on an ouch, man. Can't pay for maintenance for military infrastructure, but can pay for new gloves. Oh my God. Can you send the shocky back by hugging the grabber? I don't know. That's a good question. Let's have a look.
Real back with the glove.
I don't know, man. That headline is a bit misleading. Screams like little girl. It didn't sound like a little girl screaming. Obviously, these people have never heard children screaming before when they write titles like this, but whatever.
Real back with the glove.
Just like that.
Hey, my name is Jeff Nicholas. I'm the founder of Compliant Technologies, and we're here with Deputy Brobrecht from the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Department. And so today, we're going to do a demonstration of what we call CD3 technology. CD3 stands for Conductive Distraction and De-Escalation Device. It's
Conductive de-escalation and distraction device. My God, not much different from the Zapper thing. Algorithm God loves clickbait titles. I guess that's a fair point, isn't it? Yeah, everyone's just like, yeah, let's watch this officer scream like a little girl. Yeah. No way for real. And she got a safety device from her missus while on a book tour. She mistook it for a personal device. Dumb ways to die? Oh, God. Counted the same way as any taser. Copious amounts of PCP or meth. LOL.
technology that most agencies can now use in soft empty hand control to de-escalate situations. Dan has got a pair of gloves on. We're going to do a demonstration. We're just going to act maybe like he's an individual. So when Dan grabs Deputy Brobeck with the gloves, in real life, we would follow him all the way to the ground. We would make sure he got cuffed up. How do you feel?
Fantastic.
So what did it feel like when the glove grabbed you?
I had no control.
LOL, of course the cunts selling it would overplay its effectiveness. They are a stupid idea and will not be rolled out. Oh, wow, what a big call that is. Aussie Welder, how you going? Hope you're well. Hi to the sausage in the house too. Gang, gang. Hello, hello. All of you, if you're watching this, you're on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Not high-pitched enough, and did P come out? The real questions. This seems like a sex thing, right?
There was just nothing there.
So based upon that information, would you want to fight the officer?
No way.
The deputy?
No way.
Okay.
No way.
Would you want to reach in and grab anything off an officer or deputy's belt?
I wouldn't be able to.
Right. So it's a great tool for weapons retention. People trying to get anything off my belt or out of my hands. It's also great for weapons transition.
Wait for the lawsuit because the gloves apparently self-activated. Yes, just like the Pretty's gun, self-activated. Perfect to clap those cheeks with. Surprise. What's with the transphobia? That could be the sound a little girl makes. You guys disgust me. Yeah, like how big is this little girl? Is she like 6'4"? Like this guy over here. So much for a little girl. She's huge. Hilarious. Now watch stream chat vid of the female Marine getting tasered. LOL. I don't know, man. I just want to check out the new technology. I don't want to watch people getting hurt. Unless it's hilarious.
When Dan has the gloves on, he's able to transition to all the tools within his belt, to include a sidearm, do immediate action and reload.
Basically, you put it on just like any glove. You know, right now they're off. I can touch it. You know, they strap on, and basically you got a power button that you hit. It lights up, and then it's active at that point in time. So I can touch anywhere on my body. If I was to grab hold of my hand, which I'm not going to do, I've already experienced it. I don't want to put myself through it. It doesn't feel the best. It doesn't incapacitate you, but it, you know, I've been exposed to this probably 10 to 15 times myself, and it's, I guess the best way to describe it, I mean, it basically takes all your focus off everything that's going to basically where you're getting grabbed at, and then as soon as you let go, it's gone. There's no marks that's left or anything like that, and it lets you get the control of the person to where you can get them in a safer location and actually try to gain compliance. And we've had the compliance gloves now for over 4 years, and basically it has been
so homoerotic, all of this stuff. He's down, get him, jump on top of him, all right. So really this is just about helping people submit. So dystopian. Isn't it so dystopian? This is like, look, all right, we're sick of struggling with people, all right? We get it. They're allowed to be in public, all right? But when we deem they have to go down, they should go down. And so we're just going to put little gloves on now and make them submit. They don't even know what's going on. They don't even know. It's okay. It's not an attack on their freedoms. They don't even know what's happening. Don't worry about it. It's fine. All you snowflakes out there crying about it, don't worry. They'll be fine. Compliance gloves. Yes, that's what it's about. Something's coming. Eh? They're setting up for something. There's going to be some day of reckoning. And they're going to have to get out there and keep the masses under control. My God. It's not a new idea. It was thrown out as a ridiculous... Wait, I missed something. Let me go back. I missed some chat here. It's not a new idea. It was thrown out as a ridiculous a few years ago. They're just repitching it, hoping the admin will be stupid enough to give them a few billion. Dude, they're already... That's the thing, though. That's why this is coming up at the moment, is because ICE has put in orders for these things. In the orders of, like... They spent, like, tens of millions of dollars on them, apparently. Apparently. It's cool if you can get someone to shake hands. Yeah, it's like those old comedy sketches. The zapping glove. Oh, man. New Alpha Bro kink. Choke him with those gloves. My God. My God. Where may I get these horny gloves, Woozle? Something is definitely coming. Alright. Calm down. Didn't sound like the Lady Marine was in pain, lol. It's like when men try TENS machines and they're a little bitches about it, lol. I bet they had to hose the crash mat down after that tasing. Alright. Not playing that video then. Thank you very much. I wonder how many times this guy has taken the gloves.
Probably one of the best tools we added. One thing about, like, and I'll even show you one thing about the gloves themselves.
Yeah, there it is. There's the stat for you. The Department of Homeland Security said ICE plans to spend up to 20 million on thousands of the devices. Imagine these guys rolling around like, step back, sir, step back, and like you're just zapping people in crowds as they're trying to film ICE activities. That's what's coming next, I guess. It does seem very dystopian, this stuff.
Is that they have a button on them, and again, it doesn't incapacitate a person like a taser. I'm sure several people have seen taser videos where you hit somebody and they fall on the ground and stuff like that. And get stiff. This has no incapacitation with it. No, and like I say, we have very limited use of it.
It's all BS to scare the libs. That's funny.
You know, because our de-escalation works about 90% of the time, and but when we do have to use it, it's just nice to know. It's more predictable the outcome you'll have with it, because I know if I have to physically use these, I know that there's not going to be any lasting effects on the inmate.
All right. Well, that's why this is coming out. It's just here to scare the libs. All right. Let us continue with our theme of surveillance, shall we? We're going to have a look at the Maccas thing. So, is Maccas watching you? We're about to find out. Zap gloves sponsor Darth Vader. Dude, Count Binface should start wearing these Zap gloves. For sure. And do a meet and greet with Nigel Farage. That'll be funny to see him scream like a little girl. Alright, let's check this out. Alright. How much do you know about Maccas? Not as much as you thought you did. Let me just say that. Alright, Maccas is watching you. Does anyone use it? Does anyone use the app when you go to Maccas and stuff like that? Do you have like a little profile? Do you log in? Do you get points? All that sort of stuff. This might surprise. Like, it's not surprising, but it is. Like, we all know that we're being watched all the time. But like, how much do you know about what they've got on you? Maccas, question mark. Oh, God, I gotta say it properly. Sorry, I'm speaking Australian. McDonald's. We call Maccas. What do you guys call it? Mickey D's? What do the French call it? McDo. I think they say McDo. I'm talking about McDonald's here. So if you hear me say Maccas, that's what I'm talking about. Now, listen to this story, okay? We're gonna go through how McDonald's tracks you, the customer, so they can better sell you stuff or like refine their service. When I first downloaded the McDonald's app years ago, I signed up for the loyalty program hoping to get better deals. Why not get some cheap French fries? While I understood that this would entail some type of data tracking, I didn't grasp how the information would be used to algorithmically predict my next purchase. As a Californian resident, I have the legal right to access the data a company stores about me. So I decided to request this information from McDonald's to better understand what one of the major fast food companies is collecting about its customers. A few days after I visited the McDonald's Privacy Rights Center site and requested access, I received a 515-page file. 515-page file? Hello? 515 pages. That is absolutely mental. All right? I don't know if that's all just solid information, but if someone's collected 500 pages on you, they've basically written a Bible on you. Maccas is just the AI slop of food. You need the apps for discounts these days. Yeah, well, just go without the discount, I guess. I received a 515-page file in my inbox with the iconic golden arches stamped across the top. When customers sign up for loyalty programs like the one that one offered through the McDonald's app, they might not fully realize the extent to which their data is being aggregated and used in predictive models. Here it is, predictive. And you know what they're using predictive models for, right? Remember this. Just think about this while we're reading this article and we're learning about this today. They want to modify your behavior. Modify your behavior. So much for the free market. The invisible hand of the free market. How's the market looking at the moment? Data mining. For data mining. Looking to invest? Double your money? Have we got the app for you? Have you bought Maccas for a whole family these days? It's experience slop. Huh. Bunnings got AI on their site now, for fuck's sake. It's slowed the whole site down. Huh, I didn't realize that. When you go to download the app, you have to give them permission to go through your phone and take data. Sorry, expensive. Got it. It's expensive slop. Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. And, like, yeah, you don't even get that much food. It's mental. Don't talk to me about data mining and investing, please. All right, let us continue, shall we? When customers sign up for the loyalty programs like the one offered through the McDonald's app, they might not fully realize the extent to which their data is being aggregated and used in predictive models. McDonald's secret sauce is really commercial surveillance, says Jeff Chester, Executive Director at the Center for Digital Democracy, a group that advocates for consumer protections. Privacy experts I spoke with said this level of detail may feel invasive, but it's fairly standard for how large companies in the US run their loyalty programs. This report contains specific pieces of personal information about you that were identified by searching McDonald's systems, which contain information about our customers. Read the report's intro. It was lengthy and difficult to pass, so I used, like anyone would, I used generative AI to extract key information before verifying the details with the original document and reaching out to privacy experts. So good. The guy that got the 500-page report from Maccas was like, fuck it, not reading this. I'll just feed this into ChatGPT and get it to summarize for me and then check it later. So good. What McDonald's calls it, there's a table here, okay? And then what my data says, what that means. Estimated number of visits during the next 6 weeks, 2.16. How many times McDonald's expects me to return before mid-September? Mental. Mental. Estimated average order spend during the next 6 weeks. 13.49, so $13.49. What McDonald's expects me to spend per order. Estimated total spend during the next 6 weeks, $29.15. My total predicted value to McDonald's, they're predicting their revenue. Like, I'm telling you, when people are like, oh no, we've got to let the free market do its thing and you can't have planned economies. That's a crazy idea. You can't have command economies. No. We already live in planned economies. The planned economies are just planned to the benefit of private interests. This shows you in unequivocal detail that planned economies can work in the world, in a age of great data surveillance and artificial intelligence. We already have planned economies. Maccas is not like, oh, what burger should I make next to ensure that customers come back and keep keep up the McDonald's experience. They're just looking at people and just like, all right, this guy's going to come back 2.16 times and we should have about $29 from this person. And they just do that on aggregate and figure out the market share that they're going to get. And they plan accordingly. They plan. There's no such thing as free markets. So you have to ask yourself the question, if it's good for the private sector and these massive corporations, why shouldn't it be good for society as well? They don't want you to get in on it. They want you to believe there's a free market out there. And so, like, you know, leave everything to the free market, which they are carefully curating. Customer group based on historical transactions. See, they conglomerate you with other people. This person is part of CV2. What's that? What type of classification group is that? McDonald's doesn't provide details about what this internal value tier means. This person is a CV2 customer. They've conglomerated them with other CV2s, and they are aggregated on how valuable they are to McDonald's, like how likely they are to come and consume, and what revenue they can reach from them, expect from them. Most transacted occasion type. Food-led afternoon snack. Listen to the level of detail. Most transaction and occasion type. Food-led afternoon snack. On-the-go lunch in a rush. They know what type of consumer you are. Pick up something quick and you're off again. You're not sitting down in the restaurant, eating it, reading the paper, scrolling through TikTok. My 2 behavioral archetypes based on past orders. Most visited geographic location, San Francisco, Santa Barbara, 61 visits. The main market where I eat McDonald's and how often. Recency, frequency, money derived in top product, large Diet Coke. The item McDonald's recommendation math ranks as my number 1. Large Diet Coke. All right. Somebody tell this person Diet Coke's not good for you. Recency, frequency, monetary derived top product category. Wraps, chicken. The menu section McDonald's expects me to order from. Who goes to fucking Maccas and gets a chicken wrap? Like, honestly, what's wrong with this guy? My God. They know when to advertise you stuff. Like when you usually get hungry, about to go to bed, etc. Yeah, just started smoking up. Oh man, I could really go with a chicken wrap right now. Bling, bling. Oh, whoa. No way. They're on special. No way. That's crazy. So good. Only app I have is the KFC one, and that's only because of the secret menu. LOL. I may have eaten McD's twice in the past 3 years. Watch out. They've got you down. They've got your details. Twice. Burger tracker. My afternoon snacks are usually weed-led versus food-led. Oh, man. Not the McGirdle. That thing is rank. People have always either volunteered their data or been easily tricked for their data. What is the difference now? Manufactured outrage over data collection. Slop at play. Dude, you're so critical today. I can't keep up with it, honestly. You don't think that this is outrageous? Honestly, I think it's outrageous. I think it is. Like, they've collected data, but not like this. Not like this. They haven't had the capabilities to do this before. This is incredibly invasive stuff. And if it is so valuable, then okay, right. If you're not outraged at that, how about I ask you this? No, not outrageous at all. All right, fine. If it's not outrageous to you, then let me ask you this. If your data, your information is so valuable and it's your information, then one, why don't you have any claim over it? And two, why are you not compensated for it? It's your information. It's not theirs. It's your information. It's your data. It shouldn't be a free-for-all. You didn't see this happening? Of course I did. But like, it's interesting to see it in real life, as opposed to just speculating on how it works. Bit of a nothing burger, this article. I don't know, man. I find this fascinating. I kind of like the double cheeseburgers on a rainy day. I think people discovered data collection again after the major breaches. I should be compensated for data. Don't think so. Interesting. No one cares about Maccas. Move into the social media giants, tech companies, and government. I'd be more concerned if they were tracking more than just which stores and what you bought. Yeah, fair enough. But you should be compensated for your data. It's a goddamn human right. Every reward system does this. McDonald's takes data privacy and security seriously, and we take robust steps to safeguard customer information, a McDonald's spokesperson tells Wired via email. Like many digital loyalty programs, we use information such as past purchases to provide a more engaging personal customer experience. Yes, it's just to make the experience better for you, the customer, like delivering the most relevant deals, offers, and messages. Our customers continue to have privacy choices available to them as outlined in our privacy statement. Much of my data report contains a detailed account of past McDonald's transactions, as well as offers the fast food company sent me and how many loyalty points I accumulated. Essentially, every time I open up the app to grab a bite to eat, it created a detailed record about when, where, and what I purchased. The log was even more thorough than I anticipated, including a record of every time I've scanned a code as part of its returning Monopoly sweepstakes, along with the prize I received. While the sheer amount of data McDonald's stored over the years caught me off guard at first, the way it was used by the company's predictive algorithms was what I found the most concerning. The company predicted how often I would visit them in the next 6 weeks, 2.16 times, and I would spend an average of $13.49, and I would spend a total $29.15. One reporter at Wired joked that McDonald's had created a Minority Report style dossier to predict my next snack wrap purchase. Now, the problem with this is, I think, is that they don't go far enough with an article like this. Like, if they're doing your data, you're taking your data, like you're just seeing what they conglomerate and how they predict, how they use that to do certain predictions. What they don't talk about, and this is the most concerning part, is what they do with those predictions. You think it might be just that and left there, but they are using this stuff to modify our behavior. That is invasive, and like I find that to be wrong. I put that video in the stream chat if you haven't seen it. What one? What's this? What video is this? Oh, Elon joke to buy the UK. Oh god, okay. My local baker's always collected data on me. Should I be compensated because he recommends what I like from memory? I think that's good salesmanship. Increase your numbers is what it's all about. You're worried now that that info isn't a machine? Interesting. Yeah, of course, man. Like some local shop who has good customer relations is very, very different to an enormous transnational corporation that is trying to basically plan economies and control populations. You can't say that that's on the same scale and like brush it off as the same thing. Oh, well, my baker knows what I like to eat, so it's the same thing as a transnational corporation scraping data off millions of people and then potentially using its predictive algorithms to then modify their behavior. It's a completely different ballgame. If you can't see that, then like that's crazy. You can't see the ramifications of that. That is absolutely mental. People are easily scared. The AI boogeyman data collector is here to get you. Run for the hills. Interesting. I guess not everyone's as solid as you are, Bansol Bandit. We have much to learn. If you use Flybys or Uber or any automated purchase tracking system, you've been doing this for years. Oh yeah, it's around, but it's always good to see what it looks like on the fly. They didn't get to know Shoshana with us, E. Yeah. We'll agree to disagree that you are wrong here, Mystery. Yes, I am wrong. Your baker and McDonald's, the transnational corporation, are exactly the same thing. We'll agree to disagree that I am wrong. Very good. Nobody goes to my local baker and scans his brain move for those recommendations and then stores in a hackable database where all your private details, including credit card and ID, are accessible for the highest darknet bidder. Yeah, unfortunately. We'll have to revisit some Shoshana one day, I guess. What's the Elon joke? Is this going to be... Am I going to be, like, upset with the world again after watching this? Wait. Stop. Fuck you. Is there no sound? Wants me to sign in. Fuck this. The man who bought the UK. Damn, the AI's getting pretty good these days. Nah, it's just cringe as fuck. Yeah, but it wants me to sign in. I wonder if I can get around signing in. I used to be able to watch these. I'm imagining the Austin Powers theme. Isn't that enough? It's just the theme music. Okay, fair enough. But like, why did he say he's going to buy the UK? Bro wishes he was Austin Powers. What if in dork? He posted it himself. Oh, okay then. Wow, what an interesting man. McDonald's, beyond the numbers, McDonald's also tracked a large Diet Coke as my favorite item to repeatedly purchase. It labeled my core purchasing habits as getting a food-led afternoon snack or an on-the-go lunch rush. Jokes about grabbing a food-led snack have now become a meme in my house note. What is a food-led snack anyway? I wonder what that actually means. What other type of snack can you have but a food-led snack? I'm surprised at that one. Unless there's like a snacks that you can inhale or just like rub into your skin maybe. They go straight to your veins. Notably, the report also listed my attrition score. A sexy snack. Not a drink-led snack? Okay, what's a drink-led snack? It's like you just have a drink first and that makes you then eat afterwards, I guess. Notably, the report also listed my attrition score as 0, which could mean that Ronald McDonald sees me as a lifelong customer who's never going to stop grabbing French fries and a soda on the walk home. I wonder what the attrition score means. The 500 pages is kind of a wake-up call, says Laurie Craner, a professor at Carnegie Mellon University and director of the Psi Lab Security and Privacy Institute, but it's not in a format that people will readily understand. She says a more beneficial approach for consumers would be high detailed disclosures during the sign-up process that lay out what's going to be stored in your permanent record. It's like you're at school. and how that data will be used to make specific inferences about you. Rank. 10 products McDonald's ranks as most relevant to me. 1, large Diet Coke. 2, spicy snack wrap. Okay, I get it. When it comes to this kind of data collection, there's a stark imbalance between the individual consumer and a well-organized company. You're mediated by the technology, says Ryan Carlo, a professor at the University of Washington and faculty co-founder of its tech policy lab. You're going through their drive-through. You're using their kiosk. You're using their app. You're in their ecosystem. I like that word. You're in their ecosystem. Like with Yanis Varoufakis on his work, he talks about in techno-feudalism. Like you're in their world, in their little feudal world. And they get to control what you do, what you see, how you react to things. You're in their ecosystem, and they have a bunch of people with letters after their name trying to design it in a way that maximizes profit. Keller sees this power imbalance impacting users rather than benefiting consumers. With sweet deals, loyalty programs can be used for long-term surveillance. When I was 18, I worked as a manager at Maccas, and while doing the training course, they admit that everything is salted to encourage people to come back and buy a drink. Do you remember there used to be conspiracies on like burgers when you flip over the burgers at like Maccas? There's like a little, on the bottom piece of bread, there's like a little white circle at the bottom. There used to be conspiracies that they bake in some chemical into the bread that like numbs your feeling of being full, and so you're more likely to go back and buy more food. Obvious, but still, seeing it in writing is wild. Yeah, it is wild. How is a sexy girl in the hood of a car to entice you to buy? Is that okay? So it isn't easily dismissible. There's also been a business set up in another state using my ABN. Government is sorting it out, but wow, that's crazy. Stolen identity is not new. If Maccas tracked the jobs I had to do at Maccas at 13, cleaning out those fat trays was eye-opening. Sure it was. All right, let us continue. While many of the data points in my McDonald's report, when viewed individually, seem innocuous, the accumulation of information over years creates a creepily accurate picture of my habits. You eating this burger or liking that musician itself may not be private, but the aggregation and collection of this information, as well as the processing through AI, can create pretty invasive and personal information about you about when you're going to be there, what you do during the day, and so forth, says Ari Ezra Waldman, a professor at UC Irvine. Along with the right to request access to the data collected about me, I can also request that McDonald's delete what it has stored. After rifling through the document, I went back to McDonald's Privacy Rights Center and requested that everything be deleted. It always feels good to have a clean slate. Maybe I hoped this would be a turning point. When I spoke to Mr. Craner, she was floored by just how often I went to McDonald's. This guy eats a lot of McDonald's. My boss, who also stunned by my processed food choices, says I now have to stop eating there. I talk about judgment. Despite my love of crispy Diet Cokes and greasy French fries. I've never heard anyone describe a Diet Coke or a Coke as crispy before, but fair enough. I agree. Not out of shame or even that as part of an attempt to make healthier food choices. I want to leave it all behind just to prove the algorithm wrong. And like, that's the takeaway from this reporter. It's such a lame takeaway at the end of the day. I just want to prove the algorithm wrong. I'm stronger than that. Next time, it's not going to be a Diet Coke and a chicken wrap. I'm going to get, I don't know, a Big Mac, sucked in. You were wrong the whole time, stupid algorithm. I win again. That is not the lesson. And like, you dig deeper into what's going on here, the potentiality of the information that they're gathering on you is not just to plan revenue and understand their market better so they can offer the best service, like someone going to some type of local provider who wants to respond to the market. It's not just about that. It is about conglomerating this data to manipulate people's behavior. They do this. They definitely do this. They get access to your information, and it's about behavioral modification. Now, that is incredibly invasive stuff. It's an attack on free will. And in a free society, a supposedly liberal society, this stuff should be concerning to people. That they are manipulating people's behavior or modifying people's behavior to do certain things that they might not have done otherwise. And like, this goes beyond marketing. Marketing, you could say, is a manipulation of a person's behavior based on their desires and getting them to do things that they wouldn't have done before. But like, this is taking an accurate picture of you as an individual and manipulating you as a person, as opposed to appealing to a group of people with the same desires. You as an individual getting pushed and pulled. It's a new world, man. It's a new age. We haven't dealt with stuff on this magnitude before, and we should be all rather concerned about it. I remember the old Coke wearing away my enamel. It's crazy. I'll show them. I'll give them data about what my second preference would be. Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's the lesson. I just got to prove the algorithm wrong. Every now and again, I'm just going to poison the data set. I'm going to go wild and get a McFlurry or get a sundae or something like that, or order a coffee. That'll show the data set. New world. So targeted advertising has been the main for ads for the last decade or more. Where have you been? Not targeted advertising. This is not targeted advertising. It's not. It's more than that. It's way more than conglomerating a group. And like going after group characteristics. This is targeting individuals and changing their behavior. That's the potentiality of this. This is more than just influencing someone. This is deliberately altering their behavior. And yes, this has been in the works for a long time, but like, manipulating people's behavior is scandalous, and it should be scandalous. How do you do targeted advertising, though, is my point. You sound like a flat earther, Mr. Ian. Well, like, so be it. I don't find any shame in that. If you compare this surveillance capitalism and being worried about surveillance capitalism to being a flat earther, I don't find any shame in that at all. My algorithm knew I needed to sharpen my knives. I brought a new sharpener on Saturday night and then realized I had been seeing ads for the last week. They got me. It's been industry for norm for 15 years plus. Yes, and it is incredibly invasive, and it needs to be dealt with. They've been caught doing some horrible things, manipulating people's behavior, and they shouldn't do it. They shouldn't be manipulating your behavior. It's wrong. I haven't eaten Maccas since burgers came in foam boxes decades ago. Oh, Matt Bond. I've arrived. Did I miss Binface? Yeah, unfortunately you did. Not much to see there. Binface lost. Poor Binface. But like, did much better than people thought that he was going to do. I think he got like 9,000 votes or something like that. And he claims that as a 10,000% increase since his last election run, when he got 95 votes. So he's chalking it up as quite the victory, I must say. Trying to manipulate the way that people think or act. How is that wrong? Well, like modifying somebody's behavior. How is that wrong? Like getting people to do things that are against their will and their free choice. How is that wrong? I don't know. Like, do you want to live in some type of totalitarian society where what you do is manufactured by the state? Like, do you think that's acceptable? Why should we allow private corporations to do the same thing? That is, I think, is incredibly invasive and incredibly wrong. You should have free will, and if you believe in the ideas of freedom and liberty and all that sort of stuff, you should rally against this. It is incredibly wrong. Modifying someone's behavior and doing it in an underhand fashion. It's not even like they're doing it and they're really open about it. Like, they are doing it in an underhanded way. That is incredibly wrong. All right, free will is the last bastion. All right, they've been able to control so many other things. Free will. You should at least enjoy your free will, or to some extent your free will. If people are stupid enough to be manipulated, then you get what you deserve. Yeah, fair enough. I guess we'll just have to take that one on notice then. If you think that manipulating people is okay, I can't argue with that. We have different standards in that regard. I do not think it is acceptable to manipulate people for profit or for any purpose, for any type of control. You don't control people. Free will is important in a free and liberal society. We've moved beyond this. Like, we've lived in ages of ideological control before, where we believe that, I don't know, if you did something wrong, God would strike you down, and like we controlled ourselves through religious institutions, for example. Like, we don't need this form of ideological capture. I do believe in free will. I think it's very important that that is maintained as much as possible. As much as possible. But there are some, scary stories about what they do to people to get them, to herd them like cattle. Like, we're not cattle at the end of the day. We should be able to choose how we respond to our environments. And if conglomerating this data leads to that scenario of behavioral modification, I'm not okay with that, honestly. How is your free will taken from you by these bad people and machines? Some people like to eat liberal tears as an afternoon snack. I'll give you an example of what happened in Australia then. And this was 11 years ago now. But like, Meta got in trouble for, I think maybe it wasn't Meta at the time. Let's say Facebook. Facebook got in big trouble for advertising makeup to girls, and like clothing to girls, when it was watching them and their interactions on social media, and when they were feeling like it was monitoring them to a certain amount and level of sufficiency to understand when they were at points of low self-esteem. And so it would manipulate them to buy things that would help with their self-esteem. These are like teenage girls that we're talking about here. And like, would hit them with targeted advertising at the individual level at times when they're at low self-esteem. And so like that type of intrusion into somebody's personal affairs and manipulation, modifying their behavior and getting them to purchase things when like they weren't in a position to do that. That type of behavioral modification is incredibly nuanced and incredibly invasive. And I think that is wrong. And so like that plays on your free will as an individual. Are you subject to making choices of your own volition at that point in time? Or is your behavior being modified by a larger entity that has capabilities beyond your wildest dreams? Like, these are huge corporations with, billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars behind them, some of them. And so like, no, They shouldn't have that power. The big leap to say people's free will is taken or even manipulated. Do you even have free will if you can be manipulated? Oh my God. Look, let's, like you said before, we agree to disagree on this one. You don't think manipulation is morally questionable. I do. I think it is absolutely questionable. My scruples mandate that you do not manipulate people just because you have the power to do so. And you especially don't do it for profit. And like giving you a solid example of that. And if you think that type of manipulation is acceptable, then that's fine. I won't argue with you on that one. I just don't have the same principles as you. I think that is atrocious behavior. And like, it's a slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope. I mean, they're not aliens. Beyond your wildest dreams is a bit much. But yeah, way too much power and control. It is beyond, like, most average people would not understand this. It is beyond people's wildest dreams that they are monitoring people. It is like people have no idea how they're being monitored. Just because people in this stream chat are savvy, like I would say, if you hadn't investigated this before, this would have been beyond your wildest dreams, honestly. Unless you're across this type of information. If you had just realized what was happening to you, then fair enough. 100% you do it for profit. Make a buck is what it's about. No, man, that's not right either. We don't profit at all costs. We don't profit at the sake of the environment. We don't profit at the sake of human life. So like, if it's profitable, go around killing people, obviously excluding any type of military exercise, of course. We don't profit off of death. So like, there are certain points where we as a society have agreed, no, we don't go there for profit's sake. So like, we can make that decision again. It's not off the table at all. We make decisions about what is acceptable. 100% we profit at the cost of people. But we also decide what is acceptable to profit from and what is not as a society. And I'm saying this is not acceptable, profitable behavior. And like, it's not, even if it's not profitable, let's just say it's not profitable. Manipulating someone's behavior because you have the power to do so as a huge entity, like a transnational corporation, doesn't make it acceptable just because you can. It's not okay. It's only acceptable to kill people overseas. Yeah, I know. That's why I said with the exception, obviously, of the military industrial complex. Some people would find it invasive that they are monitoring, for example, women's shopping for sanitary products and then advertising to them products right before their cycle starts. Yeah, there's a difference between knowing, oh, it's winter, you might want a jumper. We have tracked your menstrual cycles. That's pretty crazy. Remember we read that story? No, maybe that was probably a while ago. But we were reading that story or listening to a story of that guy who found out that his daughter was pregnant because he started getting advertising to buy baby stuff. And so like, he went to his daughter's house and he was just like, are you pregnant? Why haven't you told me and your mother, kind of thing? And she was like, I'm not pregnant. What the fuck are you talking about? And it turns out that she had started buying, she just started buying some like scent reduced shampoo and not realized that she was looking for something that had less of a scent to it. And the algorithm had, because of the conglomeration of data it had on women that have recently become pregnant, and it started converting to a shampoo that has less scent, made the decision that she was pregnant, and so started hitting up her dad with advertising to buy baby stuff, and she didn't even know she was pregnant. And then she went and got tested after she found out that, and then she figured out that she was indeed pregnant, all because the algorithm with its immense power had decided that she was pregnant based on her shampoo choices, and then started targeting her father to trying to get him to do stuff. And like none of them were across what the hell was going on yet. Like this stuff is crazy. I was just typing that out. Crazy story. It's mental, all this stuff. Oh, how about that story where they revealed the pregnancy? Yes, this is the one. That was a crazy story. Imagine being her dad, figuring it out that way. Oh, Blaz in the house. How you going? It's unacceptable. Those corporate Democrats. I draw the line at white citizens. Protests against ICE. Also, GOP fomenting the ongoing climate catastrophe. Ha, algorithm clocked Prego. Algorithm send updated information to insurance companies. Savage. Imagine being her hubby and finding out that way. Yeah. How does your dad know? How the hell did you tell him first? I didn't. The algorithm did. It wasn't me, I swear. All right. Shall we continue? Shall we continue? Oh, talking about Meta. There was some big case last week, I'm pretty sure. Or ongoing case about Meta and their intrusion into people's lives. Meta faces $1.4 trillion lawsuit. Let's hear about this.
It's being billed as a potential moment of reckoning for social media giants. Meta will now defend itself in a major federal trial after several US states accused it of designing addictive features for children in its apps and illegally collecting and using kids' data. The trial, getting underway in California, comes after a coalition of states sued the tech company in 2023. 4 were selected to represent their claims. Meta, which owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp and Threads, says it strongly disagrees with the allegations, stating Meta is confident the evidence will show our long-standing commitment to supporting young people, adding the company has listened to parents, worked with experts and law enforcement. The plaintiffs are demanding a long list of changes to Meta's apps, as well as financial penalties as high as $1.4 trillion, close to the company's entire market value, which hovers around $1.5 trillion. Experts have described the case as social media's big tobacco moment, referring to a wave of legal cases against cigarette companies in the...
Do you remember when they went into the courtroom here? They got in trouble, like Mark Zuckerberg and all the team got in trouble because they're all wearing those Ray-Ban metaverse glasses, which was like recording everything that they're doing and tracking like inside the courtroom, and they had to get rid of all the glasses because they're not allowed to record in there. Be interesting to see how the Supreme Court handles it. Yeah, it's still going. It'll be going for a while, this one, because I think we touched on this probably a few months ago now.
90s over smoking-related health harms. Just last week, a judge in New Mexico ordered Meta to pay more than $560 million in damages for its failure to warn the public about dangers its platforms posed to children.
They were not honest with parents and policymakers and families, not only in this state but around the world. And so now they must pay the price for the choice that they made to put profits over children's safety.
This won't be the end of the social media giant's legal woes. As well as denying Meta's bid to postpone the trial in California, an appeals court on Monday ruled that more than 3,000 additional lawsuits filed against Meta, YouTube parent Google, Snap and TikTok could go ahead.
Gotta pay the troll toll, like literally online troll the $1.1 trillion, almost the same as what Alex Jones had to pay back, lol. Anyone remember certain addictive program creators saying in an interview that they didn't let their kids near PCs, etc., unless for school and then limited to an hour a day? Says it all. Yes, actually. Yeah, they don't let their kids. That's actually in the that book. What's it called? I can't remember. There's a book about that person that she worked at. at Facebook, and she became a whistleblower, and all the top executives at Facebook, when they're all having meetings talking about their kids, and they're talking about all the different ways that they're going to, target kids or target young people anyway. And like someone brings it up and they're just like, oh, so how much screen time do you allow your kids to have? And it's like, we don't let our kids on social media. What's wrong with you? Nope, in way. We know exactly what's going on here. We would not let our kids use these services. Hell no. Manufacturing dipshits. Some book by Meta whistleblower. Probably. All right. Let us move on, shall we? All right, so the right wing is tearing itself apart. So you guys were talking about the Candace debate before. Haven't watched it, not interested. But like, people, it's, we've been talking a bit about the whole split in MAGA recently. These guys at TLDR did an analysis of the whole MAGA split. You lick sniz. Is this a sex thing? What's going on here? Let's see how they analyze this whole situation. Like here we have new money, old money, tech bros, establishment GOP. Who's gonna win? There is a rift. There is MAGA, there's classic MAGA type, and there's dark MAGA. Who's gonna win? The tech bros? I got a clip for you. Oh God, I'm a bit nervous now, I'm not gonna lie. Nobody needed Meta or Facebook to create more dipshits. Like we had so many before. They were even a fart in their makers' brains. Still find the under 16s band so funny. Well, I let my kid run around with a knife and they'll hurt themselves. Please make all knives illegal. Parents can be so dumb and lazy. All right. Let us continue, shall we? The Great War in MAGA. I wonder if they have a... No, they don't. Not a good one anyway. Let us see how they analyze this. Let's see if it's any good, the analysis.
With a year and a half to go until the 2028 presidential primaries, an election-defining civil war is simmering within the Trump administration and across the American right, over the war with Iran, the future of American foreign interventionism, and ultimately, who will emerge as the heir to Donald Trump's MAGA movement.
Is this the thing that you're talking about? Lick a sniz? What is this?
Understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck.
What was that? That's his retort? Well, she's attacking his traditional values, so he's like, but you lick sniz. In a debate about feminism, but you lick sniz. Well, and he does it, eh? Do you work the shaft? Come on, eh? Or is he jealous that she probably licks sniz better than he does?
Charlie, I just think honestly you're too f***ing stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
Under
you
your,
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck.
What was that? You lick sniz. She's saying you can't devalue a woman because she has multiple partners. Your wife has had multiple partners, and that's why it gets so defensive. Interesting. I mean, to be fair, she made it personal first. He just did it more angry. LOL. He's on Grinder. Yeah, well, he works the shaft. That's probably why he finds it offensive. Licking sniz. Traditional conservative man throws temper tantrum after girl kissing Chad. Calls out his hypocrisy. Interesting. All right. Now I understand the reference. Thank you.
With a year and a half to go until the 2028 presidential primaries, an election-defining civil war is simmering within the Trump administration and across the American right, over the war with Iran, the future of American foreign interventionism, and ultimately, who will emerge as the heir to Donald Trump's MAGA movement. In the last week, Trump has privately told donors that he wants Vice President J.D. Vance to succeed him, but his refusal to endorse Vance has kept alive moderate Republicans' hopes that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will instead inherit Trump's coalition in 2028. Complicating matters further is the growing influence of the online right, shaping MAGA's future. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, is now openly hinting at a third-party presidential run, as he and a group of former Trump loyalists seek to redefine MAGA. At the same time, far-right figures like Nick Fuentes continue to push their own extreme version of MAGA to younger audiences. So in this video, we're going to explain how Trump's MAGA base has become increasingly divided over foreign policy, examine why this growing ideological rift is likely a major liability for J.D. Vance heading into 2028, and explore how Tucker Carlson and the online right are deepening that divide.
Tucker Carlson launches his One Nation party. Oh, wow. Could you imagine if she was on his show as well? That'd be an interesting one.
We sometimes make mistakes in our videos, and what we do, we think it's really editorial.
Better not be ground news.
We respond in the policy within the Trump administration. On one side, there's the American right has struggled editorial. We respond to your criticisms, answer your questions, and explain what we got wrong. Watch the show by clicking the link in the description. Since Donald Trump's election in 2024, the American right has struggled to decide which foreign policy vision will dominate MAGA after Trump leaves office. This struggle is between two camps within the Trump administration. On one side, there's the neoconservative Republicans, led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Neocons have championed a more interventionist approach to foreign policy, backing stronger support for Israel against Iran.
Neocons? What was it? Interventionist approach to foreign policy? An interventionist approach to war. Foreign policy, i.e. to war. How we deal with fighting other people and other states. An interventionist. So when we do wars, we really intervene. Oh yeah.
And Ukraine against Russia, while advocating for an aggressive use of the US's military, especially in the Middle East and South America.
I did a clip of Benny Johnson reacting to Pauline, so give it time. It's coming, man. It's coming. Well, the term market manipulation on consumers has been happening since before the Reagan era. Someone who studied media manipulation.
On the other side are the anti-interventionist Republicans, led by Vice President J.D. Vance. Anti-interventionists support a more restrained foreign policy, calling for reducing commitments to NATO allies, Israel and Ukraine, while also preferring diplomacy with Iran over the use of military force. Trump has blended these competing foreign policy views. In January, Trump gave the neocons a win by permitting Marco Rubio to mastermind the capture of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. And of course, Trump later went to war in Iran. Yet, since June, Trump has leaned away from interventionists and allowed J.D. Vance to take control of the administration's policy on Iran, pursuing further diplomacy, with negotiations still ongoing. But by giving both sides opportunities to implement their policy...
Wait, so he attacks and then he sends in J.D. Vance to negotiate. Because it's like, oh no, what have I done? Quickly, we better send in J.D. Vance now. Like, this is not a very good analysis of this situation, I must say.
Trump has only added the confusion over which vision is truly MAGA approved. As Trump empowers both sides of this ideological divide within his administration, the split has become increasingly apparent among the electorate. According to Pew Research, 63% of Republicans over 50 support the United States taking a more active role in foreign policy, compared with just 38% of Republicans under 50.
Why do they say foreign policy? Just say it's war, an active role in war, attacking other people. That's what foreign policy is. Like the type of Orwellian stuff that goes on with the media is absolutely mental. Like we call Iran a regime instead of a government, and we say foreign policy instead of war. Just say what it is. 63% of people over 50 are happy to be at war, whereas only 38% of people under 50 are happy with the same thing. Seriously.
A more neoconservative outlook among older Republicans and a stronger anti-interventionist streak among younger ones. This trend is evident in attitudes towards Trump's handling of the war with Iran, with 82% of Republicans over 50 approving of this approach, compared to just 55% of those under 50. This generational
The old GOP fogies hate overseas brown people. The young GOP chuds want tax dollars to be spent locally, or not at all.
Schism has fueled a proxy battle in conservative media to define the foreign policy future of MAGA. Neoconservatives have retained significant support from the relatively older viewership of traditional conservative outlets like Fox News, The National Review, and Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. Anti-interventionists, by contrast, have built support among younger audience drawn to new right media, most notably the podcasts of former Fox News host Tucker Carlson and white nationalist Nick Fuentes. The prominence of Carlson and Fuentes as anti-interventionists creates uncomfortable realities for J.D. Vance as he gears up for a run for president in 2028. Firstly, Vance is starting to see direct competition in the anti-interventionist lane. Tucker Carlson has started to make waves about forming a third party based around anti-interventionist foreign policy. Back in early July, Carlson said that he was going to help build a third party. And now, just last week, Carlson hosted former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congressman Thomas Massie, and former head of the National Counterterrorism Center Joe Kent to discuss whatever comes next after Trump. All of these figures are former Trump supporters who either served in his administration, held office in Congress, or, in Carlson's case, supported Trump through media coverage. Since Trump entered the Iran war, however, each has rebuked the president and increasingly aligned their politics with the anti-interventionist wing of MAGA. Referring to members of the meeting, Marjorie Taylor Greene stated, "We said no more foreign wars and we meant it. We supported Donald Trump because he made that promise, but he's betrayed all of us. Our commitment is to America first, for all Americans, right, left, and center. The movement has begun." Carlson, for his part, followed up the meeting by announcing a 10% center.
Our commitment is America first for all Americans, right, left, and center. The movement has begun. Whoa, whoa. Hey? Such a motley crew of conservatives. What an interesting take that is, eh? They align themselves with the dirty commies on the left. Right, left, and center. The movement has begun. Whoa, whoa. I did not see that coming. Did not see that coming. We both know these children have no future. Under 50s Republicans. You know the scene. Prove me wrong, kids. Prove me wrong. Savage. He said dodgy kisses are good for the immune system. I wonder if that applies after they were sniffing ass. What are we talking about here? Did I miss something?
The movement has begun. Carlson, for his part, followed up the meeting by announcing a 10-point manifesto focusing on populist themes that are meant to guide such a future political movement. While Carlson is unlikely to launch a third-party presidential bid, his efforts to pull anti-interventionist MAGA away from Republicans could still damage J.D. Vance, who would rather advance those same ideas from within the party.
I can't unsee MTG crossfitting, so when I see her picture or video, my brains plays her doing chin-ups. Can't take her seriously.
By publishing a manifesto, Carlson's group is trying to define post-Trump MAGA before anyone else does. And that leaves Vance in an increasingly difficult position. Vance will still be forced to ask questions about how his politics differ from Carlson's, leaving him open to right-on-right infighting. Second, Vance also faces the influence of Nick Fuentes in anti-interventionist corners of MAGA. While Fuentes has urged his supporters to back Democrats in retribution for Trump launching the war in Iran, his impact on MAGA can't be discounted. Not only does Fuentes promote an ugly association between anti-interventionism and white nationalism, he's also quietly built influence among young Republican staffers that Vance will need to run his campaign. Politico has reported that from the halls of Congress to conservative think tanks such as the Heritage Foundation, moderate Republicans have been sounding the alarm over the rise of young, politically extreme staffers, many of whom are sympathetic to Fuentes and his anti-interventionist views, particularly on Israel. Longtime allies of Vance, namely conservative commentator Rod Dreher, have warned about...
Who would have thought? This is what we were talking about last week, with the influence of surveillance capitalism and its impact, the impact of social media on politics. And you have more and more extreme views in the Republican Party coming up, being headed or spearheaded by someone like Fuentes. Very interesting. Right in fight. Sounds gay. Count me in. Why not?
The growing trend among far-right staffers and have urged Vance to publicly address this issue. Vance has hit back against Fuentes for making racist comments about his wife, but has done little to address the issue of radicalized young Republicans, drawing ire from Rod Dreher and neocons such as Ben Shapiro. While Vance may be reluctant to platform Fuentes by speaking about him, their shared anti-interventionist views, and Vance's refusal to condemn him as forcefully as neocons would like, could still become a liability as Vance tries to appeal to every wing of the party, including both neocons and younger staffers sympathetic to Fuentes. Whether it's from the political toxicity of Nick Fuentes or the political attractiveness of Tucker Carlson's burgeoning new MAGA movement, the anti-interventionist wing of MAGA is in flux. As neocons and anti-interventionists battle to promote their ideas within the conservative media ecosystem, these policy divisions are set to have an outsized impact on the race to redefine the MAGA movement in 2028. Now, this story about Trump reportedly backing JD Vance for 2028 is constantly updating, as more and more outlets are reporting on it, so it might feel like it's hard to keep up with the ever-changing media landscape. Right now, there are 80 sources currently reporting
Oh,
on it,
God.
with most of the coverage...
Oh, God. They're doing it. They're doing it. We just got ground newsed. Fuck. we just got ground newsed. Damn it. Alright, we're gonna stick with right-wing investigations of right-wing power and power plays. I just want to have a look at this one. Like, that was a pretty lackluster analysis of that situation, I must say. Yeah, you got grounded, I know. Ground news. You're grounded, mister. I know. I got done. That was a pretty lackluster analysis. Okay, look, there's a split in the Trump administration between the neocons and the not so neocons. People who agree and people that agree with just normal foreign policy, where we don't intervene, we just impose our will around the world. Like, can we just stick to that, please? Instead of starting wars, let's just upkeep our presence around the world, at least, just so everyone knows who's in charge. We don't want to spend too much money on this stuff, get caught in a quagmire. And that's the split that they see in the Republican Party, in the Trump administration. Sorry, I should say Trump regime. It was all right. Wasn't a very good analysis. There's a crack in the administration. Oh no. Right down the middle. Giggity. Oh my God. I don't know. I wasn't down with that. Like, okay. Vance v. Rubio. That's what's happening. And like, Trump won't call either one. Fair enough. Trump doesn't want to name a successor. Must be the first person who's got like empire style power, empirical power, who doesn't want to name a successor. I'm gonna reign forever. Fuck you. I refuse to name a successor. Rubio is the favorite, obviously. No one likes JD. What they're doing. Very interesting. I don't know. Rubio on paper is the favorite. But like the question is, you have to ask yourself, it's like, how did JD even get to where he is in the first place? Like, by rights, Rubio should be in there. Like, how did JD pull that off? What forces are behind JD? And should we underestimate them? Trump named himself a successful already. Did you miss it? I did. I have missed it. Rubio is weak and it shows. Savage. Rubio just has like different intentions, it seems. Remember that we are dealing with a narcissist here. The moment her name is a successor or media attention will go to the one he names and away from him. Got it. Okay. Who wore the shoes 4 times too big for him in public and took it like a good boy? Rubio. Loyalist. Savage. In reality, they're just buying time till they work out how to get Barron in there. Also, Trump wants to treat this like a monarchy. His successor will be one of his kids. Yeah, someone's called that. Intentions but no convictions. Everything he stood for, he has walked away from. He's a traitor to even himself. You're talking about JD, I'm assuming. Bruh, baited me with the bin for today's stream. Bro, we did that first off. We went straight to the bin. We listened to him talk. He was very happy with himself, Squeeb, by the way. The old bin. Got now 9,000 votes in Clacton. And what's his name? Farage got 60% of the vote, I think. Like, apparently not a lot of people turned out, though. It was like a low turnout. But yeah, the bin did really well. Took it like a champion. And reckons there's going to be a round number 2, if you're wondering. Squeeb. Gonna be a 2. I'm behind. I'll rewatch. Rubio is weak. He is the one that should be negotiating foreign affairs. He is the one or isn't the one? Maybe not. But also, JD took one for the team with Peter Thiel. I'd rather the goofy shoes. Yeah. Me too, actually, if you have to pick. No, JD did Thiel for his own benefit. No one else. Bro changed his name and shit. Democracy in action, one-party system. Get that ground news QR code off your screen. Giving them free advertising space. Right, like they're everywhere. A little bit more for them. Won't matter, I guess. Alright, get it off my screen. Shall I? Alright, let's have a look at this. I love catching up on the AFD and European politics. Seem to be struggling. Alright, inside the AFD's radical plan, we're going to stick with some right-wing political action today. Woozle. 4 parties have registered now with names like the Greens or Humanitarian, Would Preference, and go straight to Pauline. What? With names like Greens or Humanitarian. Okay, we're talking about, I'm assuming, Victorian elections here then. Like the stream, join the Discord. Oh yeah, I haven't said that yet. If you are on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Activate away. Activate away. Ha, 100,000 years subscription to Truth Social is where it's at. Yeah, so you can get like access to the president before anyone else does. Because a few truth posts from the president can change the market. You don't miss out on that revenue, do you? I was trying to be subtle, but yes, JD probably put on Deliverance to set the mood. How are the burrito prices doing in Germany? I don't know. They're probably very expensive, I'd say. But like, they've always been expensive. Let's be honest. Access to the market moving info ahead of the markets. One is environment aimed, 2 are Palestine aimed, and 1 is immigrant aimed. Can't remember specific names, but they are the demographic they're going to steal votes from. Interesting. Lovely. What a dirty campaign all of that stuff is. Good luck to you, Victorians, seriously. All right, let's have a look inside the AFD's radical plan. Now, you have to admit, like, there's a lot of fear-mongering that goes into this type of stuff. Like, the mainstream media is pretty scared of the rise of the right because, as I've normally pointed to, they like to have the radical center in. They don't like the radical right or the radical left. They want the radical center. That's where it's at. That's where they can control things the best. And so they're playing a big game to really put the AFD, or in Europe generally, put any of the right-wing parties down, call them names, smear them, like say that they're doing this and that. Like, they may be deplorable, don't get me wrong, their policies may be awful, but like they're really trying to run game because they are under threat from the right. Like, the right will notably seize power or have a huge share and control things, and they'll have to form coalitions with them potentially, or they're going to cede a lot of power to the right, and they don't want to have to deal with that. And so they're really uncovering a lot of stuff. And so, like, every now and again, I think they do pull out some interesting stuff about what the AFD has actually got planned. And so, but like, they're running, at the same time, you have to appreciate that they're just running fear campaigns as much as they can to get people out voting. So they fight off the AFD for like another election cycle until they come back, bigger and stronger next time. The question has to be asked, like, if you really want to see the end of something like the AFD, like, do you try the dirty tactics to get rid of them, or do you let them have their time in the sun, let them fail, and then move on? Let them fail like everybody else, and people will make up their own minds instead of trying to convince people. How dare these right-leaning citizens have a political voice? Ban them. Well, that's what they're trying to do, I think, with the AFD, is they're trying to ban them. And they're coming up with like all of this stuff about why they need to be banned and all that sort of stuff. So let's check out this political revolution.
For the first time since the Second World War, a far-right party could win power in a German state. When I came to Saxony-Anhalt to cover the regional elections, I didn't expect to find a fight for the soul of the nation.
Wir möchten nicht mehr und nicht weniger als Geschichte schreiben hier im September.
The Alternative for Germany sees an opportunity to implement its vision, not just in one state, but for the whole country.
Wir wollen unsere Heimat, unser Vaterland wieder vom Kopf
I want to put the fatherland, the motherland on the right track.
auf die Füße stellen.
Let's be clear, Germany isn't run entirely from Berlin. Each of its 16 states has control over things like education, policing and parts of immigration. So if the AFD wins here in Saxony-Anhalt, victory would be more than symbolic. I wanted to know whether warnings about this party are exaggerated. So I spent 6 months talking to everyone I could, AFD politicians. Einige warnen, dass es eher eine
Some warn it's a coup d'etat.
Streich.
Das ist völliger Blödsinn.
I'll try and read for all you lurkers out there.
Politicians. Einige warnen, dass es eher eine Staatsstreich.
Das ist völliger Blödsinn.
That's complete nonsense.
The people voting for them.
Die nennen das Kind beim Namen.
They call a spade, yeah. This is like, you gotta love like right-wing kind of politics. Like, that is the general vibe of right-wing political parties, or national, let's not say right-wing, let's just say nationalistic political parties that kind of, they have that element of that capture over a domestic population. They just call it how it is, man. You know what I'm saying? They just call it spade a spade. Like, seriously, just say it how it is. How the fuck did we get here? Media greed. Who tricked everyone into thinking left versus right so hard that fascism is wanted? We'll find out, eh? We'll find out.
Opponents.
I think it's important to protest the far right.
Und gerade vor dem Hintergrund der deutschen Geschichte.
Given German history, we need to be very careful here.
Ja, an dieser Stelle natürlich sehr vorsichtig sein.
Historians and security officials.
It's very much comparable to the rise of the Nazis.
How did we get to the point where a party that triggers such comparisons could be so close to actually governing? And what happens if the AFD wins power?
a new zeitgeist, I asked the question.
München, Saxony-Anhalt, west of Berlin, an AfD town hall. It's hard not to sense the frustration here. Wages and life expectancy are the lowest in the country. I've come to hear from the people flocking to the party.
Es wird doch nur das Geld sonst wohin gespendet.
Money is spent elsewhere, this lady's saying. Do you remember what he said right at the start? Are we listening to this, everyone? This place, this community where they're going to talk to these people, an area that seems to be very much for the AfD, the right-wing nationalist party that's taking German politics by storm, just like One Nation in Australia. What we're talking about here is people are hit hard by economic issues. People are struggling in this area. They are being hit hard economically. And so people are looking for answers. All right? Just take stock of what is the motivation behind a lot of people's politics. We got here by radical centrists removing personal freedoms and trying to tell people how to live their lives. Or just like, yes, like there's a lot of that. But like, honestly, there's like screwing up the economic situation for a vast majority of people. They feel boxed in and they want to protest. They're upset. They want change. Makes sense. These Nazis don't want their money taken out of their community and spent elsewhere. Yeah, look at these people concerned about money being spent in another country. Goddamn Nazis. Is it weed o'clock yet? It is somewhere. It's always weed o'clock somewhere, right?
Aber die Schulen, die
But
verkommen,
the schools are falling apart.
die gucken nicht,
They don't care how retirees make ends meet.
die Rentner über die Runden kommen.
One thing quickly becomes clear. This isn't somewhere transformed by immigration. Migration here is lower than much of Germany, but many people still feel they've been left behind.
Wir wollen wieder Deutschland sein und nicht, dass wir ein Land
We
sind.
want Germany again. And not that we are a country with so many people here who don't really belong to us.
Wo so viele Leute drin sind, die eigentlich nicht so richtig zu uns gehören. Nichts gegen die
I
Ausländer,
have nothing against foreigners. Really, I don't.
wirklich nicht. Aber wir sind einfach kein
But we're just not purely German country anymore.
reines Deutschland mehr.
The Conservative CDU party has run the state for 24 years. Now this man wants to take over. Ulrich Siegmund is a former perfume salesman turned TikTok star and now leading politician.
Holen wir uns nächstes Jahr endlich unser...
Perfume retailer turned TikTok star, now taking over the AfD. There it is.
Offline, he has a history of networking with ethno-nationalists. More on that later. The state's domestic intelligence...
On ethno-nationalists. More on that later. We got him, boys. We got him. So it's a hit piece. But like, hey, do they have a scary plan? Do they? Let's find out. Like, I'd much prefer to know what the plan is, as opposed to like all the fear-mongering stuff.
Agency has labelled his party as right-wing extremist. They argue some AfD positions are unconstitutional and anti-democratic. Some in the crowd wear brands popular in the neo-Nazi scene.
Verstehen Sie dieses Angst, dass Leute...
Ja, ich verstehe.
Nazi scene.
Do you understand this fear people have?
Verstehen Sie dieses Angst, dass Leute...
Yes, I understand that.
Ich verstehe das.
There are so many people who actually say, this is a party that is against me.
Ja, die
Ja,
wirklich
na.
sagen so,
Ja, na.
das ist eine Partei,
Na.
der mich gegen mich ist.
Naja, ich denke immer,
Yes, I always think the media hypes up the claims.
das wird auch von Medien so hochgespielt, von anderen Parteien.
Maybe other parties at the AfD, maybe by other parties, that the AfD is so racist.
Dass die AfD so rassistisch ist.
For some people, that feeling of being seen and heard is powerful enough to outweigh any concerns about political affiliations.
Wenn ich sage,
We call this a cursed problem in design. Go on, I'm intrigued. Tell us more. If I say I have national pride,
ich habe Nationalstolz, ich bin eine Deutsche.
or I say I'm German,
ist schon ein Verbrechen zu sagen.
That's practically a crime to say that. Like, so the victim complex is everywhere. Everywhere. Everyone's a victim. It's not just the left. It's not just the right. Everybody's a victim. I can't even say that I love my country. It's a crime. They're coming to get me. EJ, you want high skill ceiling in the game, but you want a pleasant new player experience. Okay. But that means old players will demolish new players with their high skill. Was this the curse? A cursed design, a cursed problem in design.
Ich darf nicht sagen, ich habe...
You're from Australia though. And is there like a lead up to that statement? I know I'm from Australia. Thank you. In this case, the meme I posted in the chat. Don't confuse the two. Oh, okay. A coup d'etat. A coup d'Atson. Cursed problems in policy design. I want a purely German country. I have nothing against migrants. But you can't have both, dickhead. Right, I get it. Alright, very good. Like, duh, that's a cursed problem. Got it, got it. They want a purely German country but have nothing against migrants. Would be great for AFD when AFD wins and they play Erica as their victory song. The wall came down, baby.
Nationalstolz.
I asked them about AFD politicians who use Nazi slogans.
Do we really have to watch every word we say these days? Well, typically if you're a politician, you are in the limelight quite a bit. So yes, you should be careful about your words. And like using Nazi, like dog whistles, like triggers. We're like, hey, all my fellow neo-Nazis out there, we're almost there. Yes, I think you should be careful. See also that Simpsons bit asking about a down-to-earth slice of a cartoon that's bouncing off the walls and swarming with robots. Wait, what? I can't look at my mouth and talk.
Wenn man jetzt irgendwas sagt.
Ulrich Siegmund and in fact the whole AfD is somehow immune against criticism from the outside, from the media, but also from the political competitors.
Johannes Hilje is a political consultant and studies the far right.
The fact that this narrative is working tells something about the AfD supporters because they do not trust the journalistic media. They trust what the AfD and their media is saying. So we have AfD supporters living in a parallel information system compared to the rest of society who still consume and trust journalistic information.
But rising populism...
Are you listening to this? Like, you know, we talk about the radical center and all that sort of stuff. Like, did you hear what he just said? We have these people over here who support the AfD and they live in their own little bubble. And then you have the people that still care about journalism and the mainstream media and that centrist narrative that controls the world, the neoliberal story that controls everything. Like, that's everybody else who still trusts the story. And then you have them in their own little world, get it with their own sources of information. Why don't they just come back to everyone else in the mainstream, that just listens to the narrative that they should listen to, and just shut up and get back to work? Stop questioning things, you stupid plebs, searching for answers. Sick of it. So you want a realistic, down-to-earth show that's completely off the wall and swarming with magic robots? And also, you should win things by watching. I yearn for the days when you could peer pressure the Aussie PM to down a whole pint in one go. His grandpa was probably in the SS.
Doesn't explain why the security services are sounding the alarm. For that, you have to look at what the AfD plans to do. if it wins power.
Yeah, what is the plan? What's the plan?
This is the AFD's plan for Saxony-Anhalt. Around 160 pages, I read them, and 3 ideas appear time and again: cultural identity, education, and a vision to radically change not just how the state is run, but Germany as a whole.
Dun, dun, dun.
Wir möchten nicht immer an Symptomen rumspielen, wir möchten
We just don't want to tinker with the symptoms. We want to tackle root causes.
die Grundursachen wirklich angehen.
And he wants to begin with a turnaround in migration policy.
That means removing the pull factors, no more cash handouts for asylum seekers, refugees should do community service, and anyone without the right to stay should be locked up.
Dude, that's pretty hardcore, man. They just like locking people up. Europe migration stuff is so fucking hardcore. Australia, such a different realm of migration understanding from everyone else. So isolated down here. Kicking out the Muslims is what I heard, pretty much. But like, it's pretty hardcore way of doing it. Anyone who's on welfare, like no one gets any money, and they're just rounding up people and throwing them in prison.
Refugee means removing the pull factors, no more cash handouts for asylum seekers.
So asylum seekers, no state assistance.
Refugees should do community service.
Refugees, you want to be a refugee, then you got to serve the community, fair enough.
And anyone without the right to stay should be locked up.
Yeah, lock them up.
Das heißt, ausreisepflichtige Personen müssen...
That means people who... Oh, damn, I
The
missed
right
that.
to stay should
Sorry.
be locked up.
Das heißt, ausreisepflichtige
That means people who are required to leave the country
Personen müssen unter unserer Regierung
must be placed in deportation custody under our government. Like, this is the way it's going. Before it was... This time last year was all anti-mass migration. Mass migration was the way. Now it's remigration. Deport these fuckers. It's coming to a country near you. This is how the story is evolving. Isn't it Germany? Not Gerfew. It's Germany. Not germ selective. We are focusing on German identity. It's Adam and Eve. Don't be a germ. Sorry, don't be a germ. A phobe.
natürlich in Abschiebehaft.
Sigmund also wants to set up a deportation task force.
Soll man das vorstellen als
Should we imagine that a task force like ICE in the USA? Here it comes.
eine Taskforce ähnlich wie in der USA mit ICE?
Nein, das stellen wir uns schon individuell
No, we imagine that in a more individual way.
vor. Wir stellen uns das vor allem als einen Bereich
We imagine it primarily as an authority
innerhalb dieser Behörde vor. Die Abschiebung ganz
that prepares deportations completely differently.
anders vorbereitet, beispielsweise indem sie nicht
For example, that they are not pre-announced.
ganz gemütlich angekündigt werden.
While Sigmund portrays his plan as a return to law and order, in front of a crowd, he cast the fight against immigration as a fight to preserve German identity.
Das muss ich ganz klar so sagen, weil das, was wir hier seit
I have to
2015
say this very clearly because what we have been experiencing here since 2015,
erlebt haben, das, was wir immer noch
what we are still
erleben
experiencing,
und das, was wir gerade
and what we are currently witnessing is a dynamic that simply can't go on any longer.
in der Dynamik erleben, die einfach nicht mehr geht, die unser Land gegen die Wand
That's driving our country into the ground.
fährt und die vor allem unsere eigene
And above all, is destroying our very sense of identity.
Selbstidentität zerstört.
And it's this us and them framing that's part of the reason experts say the AfD is an ethnic nationalist party, or in German, völkisch. And these experts say it offers clues as to the AfD's real agenda, because behind one word lies an entirely different debate.
A debate that sparked a massive backlash, and an idea that appears 20 times in the AfD manifesto.
It sounds simple, it isn't. This word has become one of
They're Volkish? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So weird listening to this without seeing who's talking, lol.
the most controversial terms in German politics.
So-called remigration was an idea popularised by Austrian white nationalist Martin Sellner. He wrote a book about it. For him, it's repatriations of non-Europeans and a high-pressure campaign for so-called, quote, non-assimilated citizens to leave. Now take a look at this grainy image. In it we see...
Take a look at this scary, grainy image. So good. Remigration. It's the hot topic. Very interesting. I think there's a remigration rally coming up in Sydney at the end of the month. I'm very, very interested to see what that's going to be like. Can't wait to go along to that. I hope it's on because I've heard rumors that they cancelled it. So like this time last year, we were going to anti-mass migration rallies, and now remigration's on the cards in Australia. Re-migration? Don't we have enough? They're going to put them on trains and send them somewhere else. Maybe we can confuse stupid people to think One Nation is massively pro-immigration. Yeah, re-migration is a funny word, isn't it? I thought they were actually going to start trying to get people to re-migrate back to Europe or something like that. I was very disappointed that it wasn't that. I was like, hey, I could demonstrate that I was European somewhere in my heritage. I'm going to ask to move back to Europe. But it's not that. They're not trying to re-migrate people. They're trying to deport people. They're just calling it a fancy word. It's all connected. It's a global move. We didn't elect the LMP or other puppets. They're doubling the migration. I knew it. Snowpiercer already happening in the Navy. And it's just a ship instead. Eat your Soylent Grey. Nose piercer. Nose piercer. People think Pauline is pro-Israel because she wore a scarf. But I don't think she's pro-Islam because she wore a burqa, LOL. Is that your only defense against that one? Is that how you're framing this one? Or the right is? Yeah, but she's not pro-Islam because she wore a burqa. That's interesting. Because you're a Nostradamus with this stuff, dilemmas. When you say stuff like this, all of a sudden we start seeing it in right-wing discourse in Australia.
Sigmund. It's November 2023 and he's being filmed by an undercover reporter.
Remember when I said Sigmund associates with extremists? Well, this is Sigmund at a meeting with Martin Senna, leader of the white supremacist identitarian movement.
The revelations about that meeting triggered the largest...
I haven't heard anyone mention it. I thought I was being clever. Yeah, but like when you say something, bang, a week, two later, we start seeing it pop up. It's going to happen now. Well, it's coupled with the words that she said. Yes, and like the little lapel that they all wear as well.
Demonstrations in Germany's post-war history.
Das heißt, dass die AfD das
It means that the AfD defines Germans not by citizenship.
Nicht an der Staatsangehörigkeit festmacht, sondern an der Ethnie.
But by their ethnicity.
Yeah.
Georg Mayer is the Interior Minister in the state of Thuringia. He's been in a political battle with the AfD for more than a decade.
Das heißt, Menschen, die Migrationshintergrund haben, haben nicht die gleichen Rechte.
Ups.
Decade.
Das heißt, Menschen,
that means people with migrant backgrounds,
die Migrationshintergrund haben, haben nicht die gleichen
do have the same rights.
Rechte, beziehungsweise werden
or rather would not be treated equally by the party.
Von der Partei nicht gleich behandelt. Hier liegt ein ganz klarer Verstoß vor gegen
This is a clear violation of Article 1 of the Basic Law.
Artikel 1 des Grundgesetzes. Die Würde des Menschen ist
Human dignity is inviolable.
Unantastbar.
Human dignity is a reference to the First Amendment of Germany's constitution. It was written with the atrocities of the Holocaust fresh in mind. And by the way, in 2025, a top court in Germany labelled Serna's concept of remigration as unconstitutional because it would deny rights to citizens with migrant roots. The AfD still uses the term.
So, if there's a ground invasion in Iran and Iranians start immigrating to Australia as refugees, is there a limit to how many you would accept before you had a problem with it? I don't know. I don't know how many refugees that we take every year. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. But we've taken many refugees from wars started by particular people over the years. and compensated for all of those wars by taking in waves of refugees. Like, is there a magical number? Like, there's 90 million Iranians. If 90 million people tried to come here as refugees, would I be upset about that? Yes. Yes, I would. Absolutely. I would be very concerned if we'd have the ability to handle 90 million people coming in. And, like, you know, even half of that, a fifth of that. So you're a Nazi. Like, I don't know what you're trying to prove. Like, I thought we were laughing about other stuff before, about those old women being Nazis for some other reason. I can't remember. But yes, I'm a Nazi. I'm a Nazi. Why not? You got me. You got me. Now, where are you going with this? It's not the numbers. Change the incentive. Only give welfare to citizens, including government schemes. We'll filter out the bad ones real fast. Yes, by letting them starve.
They use both definitions of the term, and for their far-right supporters, they're using the more radical version, and for the broader public in Germany, they're using the not-so-radical version.
Sigmund?
There are millions of refugees in Germany, and 1 million are from Syria alone. Yeah. Okay, I got it. But, like, what we're talking about here is not, like, rounding. They're talking about just rounding up potentially. Part of this remigration stuff is just, like, rounding up people. We've heard Rupert Lowe talk about it. Like, they want to round up people that, like, don't look English. You know, and, like, even, like, people that are citizens but have been there, you know, 1 or 2 generations. Hey, you don't look English. See you later. Round them up, deport them. And so I think it's more than just, like, who's refugees or not. It's kind of just like, hey, you don't look right. And, like, we've been here before. We've seen this type of stuff play out. It's not pretty. The immigrants can stay at my house, do the dishes and pull the weeds. Maybe do something extra after they make dinner. Lift everyone out of poverty and expose the bad ones, those who choose harm/crime, those who can't help themselves. Me when I moved to America, but...
And insists his version does not include citizens with foreign heritage.
Das haben wir aber unmissverständlich klar gemacht.
We made that clear in no uncertain terms.
Wir haben die deutsche
We have German citizenship.
die Staatsbürgerschaft.
Anyone who has citizenship is a German citizen.
Hat sie Staatsbürgerschaft, ist deutscher Staatsbürger.
He is behind that ideology, but he is communicating it in a very soft and not so radical way. So he is really the mask of a radical agenda, including the remigration ideas of Martin Sellner.
But immigration isn't necessarily where the biggest changes would happen. Those could start in the classroom.
In the classroom, here it comes. They're going to take the children. Well, now the Conservatives are fighting back against the neoliberal. Too many companies profiting off importing cheap labor. Too long now, it'll swing hard the other. Buckle up. Remigration is the new norm. Yes, I have noticed. Deportations are the way to go. It was never about numbers, or the numbers aren't enough. Now we got to actually start rounding people up and getting rid of them. Scary territory. Hey, if you want to live in the best country in the world, you got to pay your own way, in my opinion. One Nation didn't even need to get power to shift the Overton window. Well, if you're going to portray your political adversary as Nazis, you're not going to hunt down the people with the most reasonable case and put them in your documentary. Right. Corporations don't pay their way. Water extractors had loopholes written in them, for example, blaming individuals when it's the system that exploiting, in my opinion, is wrong tack.
To really understand the AFD's agenda, we have to look beyond migration. It's not just about controlling who gets to be in Germany. It's about something much more fundamental, about moulding the minds of future generations.
Wir werden die Lehrpläne
We will de-ideologize the curriculum. Eh? Yeah, get rid of all that woke rubbish. And DEI. Heard all this stuff before.
ideologisieren.
That means fewer rainbow flags and racism awareness classes, a tactic to delegitimize those topics. But it's also about focusing less on the dark parts of German history and more on what the AfD views as the successes.
They've got like the slogan, less Hitler, more Bismarck.
Jakob Schergaard researches how the AfD handles history.
And that really shows where the path is going down, right?
Wir möchten unsere Geschichte auch wieder
We also want to learn our history positively again.
positiv lernen.
At first glance, that doesn't sound particularly controversial, but in Germany, that idea is contentious.
In Germany, it's almost impossible to escape the past. Memorials are everywhere, school children visit former concentration camps. Remembering the crimes of the Nazis, or as they're called, National Socialists, isn't just history here, it's part of how modern Germany understands itself.
The AfD wants to change that.
They're using coded language, right? They're talking about the cult of guilt, Schuldkult in German, right? So the commemoration of National Socialism and the atrocities and the crimes is too much. It's keeping the German nation down and the German people down.
Siegmund wants to defund a group that organises school trips to former concentration camps.
Negieren Sie nicht dadurch
Aren't you negating the Holocaust by doing that?
den Holocaust?
Nein.
Wenn man sagt, es muss mehr
No. If you say that we need to learn a more positive history,
positive Geschichte lernen, Kinder machen das jetzt.
children already do that.
Nochmal, wir möchten alle Facetten
We want to explore every aspect of our history,
unserer Geschichte betrachten, die negativen wie die
both the negative and the positive.
positiven. Wir möchten aber einen positiven Bezug
But we want to have a positive connection to our culture and to ourselves.
zu unserer Kultur, zu uns selbst haben. Wir sind stolz auf dieses Land, wir lieben unser Land.
We love our country. That dude just had perfect glasses for his face. It was so distracting. Yeah, that's the real point of this piece. I'm not calling to stop people coming here. Just pay for it yourself. Yeah, that's why they'll fight hard to keep it the same, making wealth of one resource sector because it's more valuable than diversifying. Even if that'd be more healthy economically. If you want to keep relying on mining and housing, keep migration up for sure. We're not keeping our country down about its history. We just make it illegal to question how evil we were.
To be clear, students already make trips that cover other aspects of German history, from the royal palaces to trade hubs.
Of course, Germans can be proud of what they have achieved, but being proud of what they have achieved doesn't exclude remembering the worst times in Germany and German Naziship.
Stefan Kramer is head of domestic security services in the state of Thuringia. His agency has labelled the AfD there as a right-wing extremist threat to the constitution.
They simply want to release these ghosts and monsters which are under the surface and which were banned in the past because of our education programs.
Education programs the AfD has long viewed with scepticism and would now have the chance to change.
I'm not saying that the AfD is planning like a new war or a new Holocaust or something like that. But of course, you really have to try to distort the past to make policies which are historically banned a thinkable option for today's society.
The AfD's education plans are about
They can be proud of how far they've come. Why not that? That they no longer fear what they do not know. Why does that arbitrary rule exist for Germany and not for, say, is not real? What arbitrary rule? To whitewash it shows shame, shows weakness. Ouzo.
shaping society decades into the future. But to understand where real power lies, we have to look somewhere else.
The state.
This is
like a revolutionary agenda, isn't it? What are they going to do about education, migration, and now what are they going to do to the state? Eh? How are you going to take over the state apparatus? This is the $1 trillion question. All those people worried about big government out there. What's the AfD going to do about big government?
Elections become power. who runs the...
Oh, ignoring atrocities from the past or present. LOL. Got it. Thanks. Smash it to pieces.
The police, who oversees the intelligence services, who appoints senior officials, nominates judges, and who gets to shape the state itself.
The mothers and fathers of our Constitution never thought about that such a situation would happen again.
Germany's domestic intelligence service monitors extremist threats. In Saxony-Anhalt, it classifies the AfD as right-wing extremist. If he wins, Ulrich Siegmund could replace the state's intelligence chief on day one.
Which leads to the point that extremists are sitting not only in the driver's seat of the democracy as a government, but also have to decide on those security agencies and get also informations about their own extremist activities which are observed by those agencies, which is a contradiction in itself.
This scenario is causing alarm.
For example,
this is pretty much just Project 2025. If you're wondering about like what the conservative playbook is across the world, it's pretty much this. It's like you go in and like you get rid of woke rubbish in institutions like DEI and letting schools, I don't know, fly rainbow flags or whatever they said before. And like you crack down on migration because everybody is kind of worried about that at the moment. Everybody's got a chip on their shoulder about what's happening to their country, and it's easy to be like, it's their fault, and just like cut people out that like kind of look different to you and are flooding in the system, etc., etc. And then there's this, like dealing with the state. You just go in and you just gut out anyone who's a high-level bureaucrat that doesn't align with your type of politics, even if they've like experienced, and you need experienced people in positions to kind of run, I don't know, administration and affairs, governance, basically. You just cut them out and just put in a loyalist, and they'll just do what you want. This is the Project 2025 playbook. Germany gets one, Australia gets one. Who else is getting some? England gets some. France will be getting it as well. And they talked about this as well. That like it's not only just about the US for Project 2025. They want to get this conservative promise all around the world, to all of them. New Zealand, sorry, apologies. Love you. Sorry. Yes. This is the conservative promise. This is the takeover. It's an interesting strategy. It's I think impressive to see how well coordinated it is. Similar type of tactic. Project 2025. You have a bunch of American think tanks and conservatives who have, millions of dollars of funding behind them. And they're like, this is the strategy. Once you get in, you focus on these core issues and you start changing the system from the inside like this. Keep the conversation on this, keep the focus on this, and then you can implement what you want outside of that. Bring back the real right wing of this center right, radical centrist nonsense. We need a real right wing in power. They gave France lots of wood from the Black Forest, and my mother planted lots of trees. Interesting. That's politics, baby. But like this is international we're talking about. This is not an individual nation state or a region having a outlook. This is a international takeover of the political system. That's something else. That is some interesting coordination. I gotta say it to you, man. Like that is next level. That is what like the international workers, working men's association. They tried to do that by setting up a workers' movement internationally. But this is like the conservative version of that from 150 years ago. It's crazy. Probably more than that. That's politics. Imagine if Australian painter completed his solution. Izzy wouldn't be a problem today. Just saying. Austrian. Sorry. I don't know why I read Australian there. if they start restructuring the state apparatus instead of rigging it, I'll worry about fascism. But yeah, this is so far just highly coordinated strategic politics. Yeah, incredibly coordinated. It's impressive. Like, if you can have a conservative movement, not just like a conservative strategy just for your country, but you could export that conservative promise, which is what Project 2025 is, to the world, and get like all of the kind of right-wing nationalistic parties using the same style of political strategy, like that is amazing coordination. Wow, like it truly is impressive.
Enforcement agencies continue to share intelligence with an AfD government.
Naja, das ist eine Kampagne wieder gegen uns. Das ist völliger Blödsinn.
Oh, it's too fast.
Share intelligence with an AfD government.
Naja, das ist eine Kampagne.
This is a campaign against us. It's complete nonsense.
Kampagne wieder gegen uns. Das ist völliger Blödsinn.
I asked Siegmund about the specific warnings that the AfD will try to seize power over law enforcement agencies.
Eigentlich wollen wir die
Actually, we want to bring the apparatuses back to the old path of success.
Apparate wieder auf den alten Weg des Erfolges zurückführen und sie
and depoliticize them and make them neutral again. Okay.
Politisieren und wieder neutral und vor allem fürs Land.
And above all, shape them for the country. You want to make them really neutral? Hey, for all the fancy rhetoric, who appoints police commissioners? Like, seriously, elected officials. You want to make them neutral? Democratize them. Make them democratic. Get the people to elect people in power in law enforcement, and get the law enforcement agencies themselves to have democratic processes internally. Nah, that's too much. That's too much. No, of course not. We can't do that.
Gestalten, und das ist eigentlich ein großer Unterschied.
Siegmund admits that the AfD would not just bring in new management, but try to reprogram the institutions. So what kind of people could he draw on to carry that out?
Maybe this man, Hans-Georg Maaßen, former president of the German Domestic Security Services under Conservative Chancellor Angela Merkel. She fired him for downplaying neo-Nazi violence. Now he's in right-wing politics too, but it's not just about the top jobs, it's also about support staff. In the past, the AfD has hired activists from organisations in the white nationalist scene.
I pressed Siegmund on whether he would rule out hiring such people, including activists from the identitarian movement.
Für mich ist der Mensch im Mittelpunkt, und den schauen wir
For me, it's about the individual. We will assess them.
uns genau an, und wenn die Kriterien
If they meet the job criteria,
für die entsprechende Stelle besetzt wird, dann werde ich hier keine
I
Gesinnungsprüfung
won't carry out ideological vetting.
machen.
So Siegmund won't rule it out. What makes that controversial is that the identitarian movement appears here on the AfD's non-compatibility list. This is a list of extremist groups whose members are banned from joining the AfD.
Diese Unvereinbarkeitsliste,
With this incompatibility list,
Sie reden hier von einer Partei.
you are talking about a party.
Wir reden jetzt hier
We are now talking about a completely different legal sphere.
von einem ganz anderen Rechtskreis. Wir reden hier von einer
We're talking about state government.
Landesregierung, und dort gibt es
And there are no political requirements for filling,
keine politischen Vorgaben bei der Besetzung
for
beispielsweise
example, a department head role,
eines Abteilungsleiters oder so, sondern einen Rechtsrahmen, und
but a
den
legal framework. And we, of course, always adhere to that. Interesting. Okay, these people that have been listed too extreme to join the AfD by you, the AfD. All right, they're way too outside of anyone who can get involved in the party politically. But we can put them in positions of power in the bureaucracy. We just don't want them in the party. That's interesting. That's a good one.
halten wir selbstverständlich immer ein.
So Siegmund is saying that the AfD's own rules designed to keep extremists out of the party wouldn't apply to him as state premier.
Observers say this allows the AfD to present itself as moderate while drawing ideas and personnel from extremist groups.
But wanting to radically change how Germany is run is not only about hiring ideological allies, it could also mean trying to paralyze institutions like the courts.
Und das betrifft zum Beispiel jetzt die Justiz, weil die AfD blockiert den sogenannten
The subtle difference between party and state, people forget. Yes. Yeah. And like the subtle nuance of democracy that people forget is like democracy is just limited to a very small political race. And there's a lot of political power that are in the institutions, like in the bureaucracy, in the public service, in important institutions outside of that, like universities, large corporations and businesses, sectors of the economy. Like these big organizations have their own bureaucracies and they have people at the head of them, and they're not democratically elected, but a lot of them are chosen by people that are part of the democratic process. But they are selected. And what we're hearing here is, well, so what? If they're loyal, they're loyal. We're picking people based on loyalty. And for a long time, anyway, we have kind of tried to pick not just on loyalty. Of course that happens. Of course that happens. But we're supposed to pick on competency, actually. Is this person sufficient enough to run this department, this organization, and make good decisions? Because like you want that organization to still run well, despite the fact if it's, you know, left or right leaning or whatever, or if it's a radical centrist organization, as long as but it still has to run. The organization has to run. It has to do its job and like service the public, let's say, or help service the economy in some fashion. But like this Project 2025 vision is just like, it doesn't matter if they're qualified or not. What matters is loyalty.
Richterwahlausschuss. Wir werden also noch, weil die AfD
This affects the judiciary because the AfD blocks the committee for nominating judges.
blockiert den sogenannten Richterwahlausschuss. Wir werden also noch
We will in the next few years
in dieser Legislatur, das heißt in wenigen Jahren, kein
have
Verfassungsgerichtshof
no constitutional court anymore.
mehr haben. Und das ist etwas,
And that's how you see
wo man sehen kann, wie die Demokratie
democracy is being damaged piece by piece. The judiciary has got nothing to do with democracy. Okay, if you appoint judges because you're in power at the time that they get appointed, what is democratic about that? What at all is democratic about that? You pick a bunch of your friends to be court of like the heads of the judiciary system because you're in power at the right time. What is democratic about that at all? Democracy is being damaged piece by piece. The judiciary system is just another organ of bourgeois politics. It protects bourgeois politics because it's like the basically the rich and the powerful that use the judicial system for their own benefit. Also, Project 2025 using the tools of social media to get people familiar with the talking points. So when these political leaders repeat these talking points, the people will believe it and vote because it matches their emotional response to what's been fed to them for years. But the illusion, you're shattering it. But like, look, I'm okay for being like democracy in the political spectrum, even though that's obviously questionable. But like being like, oh no, they're going to attack the judicial system and stack it in their favor, destroying democracy. It's like, do you even listen to yourself? What is it's just awful. It's just awful. Everything that is good, we say is democratic. Everything that is bad is not. Like, it's just nonsense rhetoric. I hate it.
für Stück kaputt geht.
In my interview with Siegmund, I asked him why the AfD was so dismissive of the judiciary.
Vielleicht ist es rechtlich durch ein
Perhaps a judgment has been legally established by a court.
Gericht so festgestellt, aber die Realität
But reality speaks a completely different language.
spricht doch hier eine ganz andere Sprache. Und das ist ja auch das, was die
And that is also what people say. What? People don't trust the courts? It doesn't work for them? Like, these guys aren't geniuses, but they're clever, right? People think the court system doesn't suit them or like the general person or society. Let's go after the courts. We'll fix the courts. And like, people are willing, yeah, well, they suck anyway. I might as well let them do it. At least somebody's saying it. Absolutely nailed it, Voltaire. It's crazy how people can critically think, essentially thinking about your self-thinking, but they fail to think about how their subconscious physical reactions also feed into that loop and get hijacked easily, like very easily.
Menschen sehen. Und die zweite Problematik
And the
ist,
second problem is that many people
dass sehr viele
question the political neutrality of this court or that.
auch die politische Neutralität von dem einen oder anderen Gericht in Frage stellen.
Critics also fear that the AFD could chip away at institutional norms. They point to what happened in Thuringia.
As the eldest member, this AFD lawmaker had the responsibility of presiding over the opening session of Parliament.
Die Sitzung ist unterbrochen. Ich habe Sie auch nicht um das Wort gebeten.
Wir widersprechen ihm.
Ist unterbrochen.
Wir können
He suspended Parliament, I guess. You cannot keep undermining the order of business as you are doing right now.
nicht dauerhaft die Geschäftsordnung so aushöhlen, wie Sie das gerade tun.
Wir fordern den
We demand the second eldest member to preside over the session.
zweitältesten Abgeordneten auf, die Sitzung fortzuführen.
This was rather tumultuous and chaotic, if not pure anarchy, than from what we are usually used to be.
Ich widerspreche auch diesem
Just makes me think of this video when it comes to the judiciary system. What's this? Oh man.
Mr. Hutz, when I grow up, I want to be a lawyer just like you.
Good for you, son. If there's one thing America needs, it's more lawyers. Can you imagine a world without lawyers?
Oh. So good. So true. So true.
The AFD's opponents accused the party of using their blocking powers to try to derail the forming of a new government.
Was Sie hier treiben, ist Machtergreifung.
It's about how one party blackmails other parties for politically decisions because...
Oh, yeah. Like the stream, join the Discord. Thank you. If you're watching this and you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch. And if you're wondering, if you're watching this on horizontal, over there, here's our Discord chat. Here's the invite to Discord. Come and join us. Come and join us.
They think they have basically the understanding that democracy is a dictatorship of the majority of votes, which is, of course, it is not.
Kramer believes these scenes in Thuringia are a flavour of what is to come should the AFD win again.
And that is one of the fundamental differences between how AFD is treating and looking at the democracy than the other parties are.
In the end, the courts intervened, but with concerns over the future functioning of the judiciary, there is no guarantee of such a safeguard in the future.
Also wir merken schon, dass die Strategie
We're seeing the AFD's strategy is to undermine our liberal democracy.
der AfD ist, unsere freiheitliche Demokratie von innen heraus zu untergraben.
And from within and destroy it piece by piece.
Und Stück für Stück kaputt zu machen.
Kaputt. So good. I got that. Being a lawyer should almost disqualify you from representing the average citizen. Savage.
This is where it stops being a debate about cracking down on immigration or blending out the Holocaust and becomes a debate about democracy itself.
Experts I spoke to said the hollowing out of democratic norms would not be instant but come gradually.
It's really a test how resilient German institutions are against a far-right government with a non-democratic agenda.
As he concludes, Siegmund strikes a wistful tone, or is he simply stirring up a siege mentality?
We're sticking together. We will not let ourselves be divided, as some would like. We will stand together, and that's why on September 6th, we'll take our beautiful country back. See you soon, dear friends. All the best. See you soon.
In the end, it strikes me that it is this combination of fear-mongering and raising hopes that makes the AFD and Siegmund so compelling to voters here. For Siegmund, there is a growing weight of expectation The government in Berlin is deeply unpopular. The AfD is top of national polls. So all eyes are on him to deliver.
The AfD insists it just wants to put the country back on the right path and restore pride in German identity. Its opponents say they're ethnic nationalists who fundamentally want to change what German democracy is at the expense of minorities. Two visions that couldn't be further apart. It's now down to German voters to decide which one they believe.
Yeah, there it is. Ethno-state, or we're just trying to bring back some of our culture. You decide. Well, maybe not you. Probably Germans. But still, you decide. Ethnic nationalists. Did I say that? I should have said ethno. Nice term. Yeah. Whoops. Ethno-nationalists. Hey, and what's the usual call from people that are down with the eth? No, he didn't. What's the thing that people like to say? Japan's got an ethno-state. China's got an ethno-state. Why can't we have an ethno-state? Hey, it's not fair. Yes, we get it. Certain places in the world are very dominant in one class, one group, one culture. We get it. Ethno-states for everyone. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back with some more. If you haven't already, activate the like button if you're on YouTube. Subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc., etc. Here again. So what you're saying is that China and Japan are Nazi Germany. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. If you haven't already, come and join us on Discord. Here's an invitation and a link for that. Go join us. One of us. And here is an invitation to Patreon. Please go over to Patreon and sign up and become a free member. No strings attached. So I can put you on an email list. It's very important. Helps us get around the algorithm and notifications and all that nonsense. So do yourself a favor. Go over. Join us on Patreon as well. Become a free member. Do yourself a favor. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. back. We're back. Shall we? Shall we continue? We're going to be spending the afternoon looking at some crony capitalism. Dun, dun, dun. There's a Michael West report that's piece that's come out just a couple of days ago, and he goes through the corporate welfare state. Like, everyone's always really worried about, not everyone, a very particular group of people out there are worried about some people getting free handouts from the state and all the welfare that goes on around in the world. And it's like usually like, hey, why should we give money to poor people? They suck anyway. Stupid poor people. They shouldn't exist. And it's like usually that type of rhetoric when people talk about welfare. But there is another form of welfare out there that exists, and it is called corporate welfare. You've probably heard of the idea or the term socialism for the rich, capitalism for everyone else. We're going to have a look at a bit of that right now. And we'll see what Michael West has to say about this. So if you're not aware, or if you haven't come across Michael West before, Michael West is an Australian independent journalist, or independent journalists. And so he has uncovered the crony capitalism of elbow sleazy. You can see there with his hand on his head there. Dun, dun, dun. And Ho Chi Minh's. Ho Chi Minh's. So we're gonna understand why the corporate sector is allowed to get bailouts, why they're allowed to get welfare, and it's completely acceptable, but it's not for everybody else. Capitalism requires, 5% unemployment to operate at its best. Benefits are compensation for ending up in that 5%. That's a very interesting take on that one, I must admit. There is this idea in like Marx's work that he calls them the industrial reserve army, that there needs to be, yes, a group of unemployed people in order to have enough of a buffer within the system to absorb people into various forms of employment where necessary via the wider market. But you have to have people that are unemployed so they can be absorbed here and there, but like always continually unemployed group and section within society. So like the working class has a bit of like room to move. But like it also incentivizes as well. Like it gets people to kind of compete against one another, because then like wage costs would be too high. If everybody was in employment all the time, then like workers could actually demand like high wages. Because they're like, what are you going to do? Hire someone else? I don't think so. It's full employment. You can't get anyone else. So I will take $100 an hour, if you please. And so like, yeah, unemployment rates are fundamental to the wage labor system. Because if there's a worker out there starting to demand too much, or a group of workers, you can kind of just replace them. Got to get rid of these people with their lofty ideas. Mins and Albo, winning team. Just look at the buyback. LPL. If they're going to use a subset of humanity as a cudgel against builders, how does one get some of this corporate welfare? Asking for a friend? I don't know, man. It's a good question. But like in terms of corporate welfare, my God, do they get billions? You can actually see in most countries higher unemployment rates under right-wing parties and lower under left-wing parties. But right-wing always promise more jobs. That's interesting. Like, is that an actual statistic? You can actually see higher unemployment in right-wing countries generally. That's crazy. I wonder what it is. So like the policies that left-wing governments have are like more about getting people into employment. Yeah, the ones that I saw. That's mental, isn't it? I guess it's just what people focus on, right? I saw it for my country. Wow. Well, let's have a look at some corporate. So I looked into it a bit. It's crazy. I was going to start I was gonna start doing 8 hours of OT to get ahead. Turns out 8 hours will only net me 60 odd extra dollars. LOL. Why? Because of tax? No. Must be Albo. It's all Elbo's fault. He's the only person that's ever put out a tax regime. First in history. It's going to be the last. Their tax brackets are so dumb. Nothing fixes interest rates and inflation like unemployment. Damn. 10% max income tax. 10%. Wow. And is that like across the board? Is there anyone free from that? Like kids working at Maccas or something like that? Are they excluded from... This is like a flat rate, 10%. Everybody goes 10%. Bring it on. All right, let's do this. Crony capitalism. I think we're gonna have to start calling it crony capitalism, because I think everyone's down with that. Like, common sense is, yes, there's something wrong with capitalism, but like nobody really wants to admit it, and especially people that lend themselves to being more pro free markets and capitalism and Western society and all that sort of like status quo stuff. But they're happy to call out things like crony capitalism. Oh, it's not capitalism. It's crony capitalism. So we got to use the common sense language and speak like the people. Why do we have to slave away our entire lives before we can retire and enjoy life? Also, how dare we have anything except maximum employment? Again, I don't know what your point is there, XNF. You don't have to explain to this simpleton over here. Help me out. Throw me a bone. Then corporate should be like, way up at 60%? Hey, you dirty commie. Good luck. Profiting off excess. Cool, give it back. Yeah, tax. Removes my wife's pension. I don't blame Albo. I blame the government. Both sides. Yeah, I'd vote for One Nation just for income splitting and no tax on OT at this point. It's almost like unemployment is a good thing. Like for capitalism or like under this system of work, it needs to be there, yes. So employers have choice. Unemployment is an actual thing. That's what we were talking about before. It's part of the system. I don't think the system would work very well at all, or it would fail. It would come to a screeching halt if there was zero unemployment. Then, like I said, then you have individual workers demanding like higher pay, and then like if they get paid too much, then no one would do business anymore. They wouldn't be able to get their profits, etc., etc. Yeah, unemployment is incredibly important to the system. But like what you personally think about being unemployed might differ to that.
Okay, so let's stop pretending, shall we, with this capitalism thing, this free markets caper. It's not real, is it? No, it's not. The invisible hand. The invisible hand was very visible today because Rio Tinto had its invisible hand out for $2.5 billion. Yet another corporate welfare caper. The principle is, forget capitalism, this is crony capitalism. The principle...
This guy looks hip. Have you seen him before? You ever come across Michael West? Interesting. Methods of control that people don't consider but have a huge impact on their daily lives. Renegade says the chat, someone mentioned taxing corporations properly. Have I got the politics for you? Yeah, well, this is, Michael West. Like I said, independent Australian journalist. And, does some really good, I guess, investigative work that other people just won't touch. Because, like, I guess he doesn't really answer to the mainstream. And so he just does his own investigations. I don't know if they're accurate. Who knows? I'm not fact-checking this guy, but Yeah, he's what you would expect of an independent. West is best. There you go. That's for you. Well to do. I reckon he knows what's jive and poppin' in the youth crowd. I wonder what it is exactly he's talking about. The 2.5 bailout of Rio Tinto's Tomago smelter is one of the recent spate of billion-dollar government rescue packages for highly profitable corporations. Let's have a quick let's get some context actually before we dive into how the corporate sector gets welfare and the rest of us get capitalism. Let's have a look at that. We are just watching a investigation into supposed corporate welfare. And the tagline for the piece is as follows. Can you please explain this event, including involving Rio Tinto and a so-called bailout situation? The piece you're watching is referring to a very recent deal announced on the 13th of August 2026 involving the Tomago aluminium smelter near Newcastle, New South Wales. Wow, look at the size of that operation. It's huge. It's crazy. Calling it a bailout is politically loaded, but there's a genuine $2.5 billion government financial support package behind the description. Tomago is Australia's largest aluminium smelter, producing about 590,000 tonnes of aluminium per year, roughly 30 to 40% of Australia's primary aluminium production. It is majority owned by Rio Tinto, which owns 51%, with Gove Aluminium Finance and Norsk Hydro owning the remainder. It employs around 1,000 people directly, plus roughly 200 contractors, and supports thousands more jobs indirectly. That's sources from Rio Tinto. Just remember that. But there's an important catch. Aluminium smelting uses enormous amounts of electricity. Tomago continuously consumes around 950 megawatts, making it the single largest electricity load in Australia, and around 12% of New South Wales electricity demand. That's crazy. Wow. What's aluminium? I heard of aluminium. Very good. It's actually, we say it right. I know that's probably why you put the laughing face there. It's not aluminum. It's aluminium. Come on. I watched a TOFA interview that covered this last night. Government basically writing a blank check. And what does TOFA say about that? Dilemmas. Is TOFA upset? So what's going on? What's going wrong? Tomago's existing electricity contract supplied by AGL expires at the end of 2028. The company warned that it couldn't continue operating if it had to buy electricity at commercially uncompetitive prices after that date. In October 2025, it began consulting workers about the possibility of the plant's future being threatened, of course. So, like, we can't run. We're going to sacrifice all of these jobs because we can't pay the electricity bill. Could you imagine that? Like, if you decided one day that you couldn't afford to pay your electricity bill, which probably is very likely considering the costs of electricity. And you'd be like, all right, sorry, I'm going to have to kick everyone out of the house. Or I'll just call the government. I'll be like, look, everyone in our house is going to lose their shelter and their accommodation because I can't afford my electricity bill. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I'll help you. The military needs more aluminum for the war. The wars. Very good. Tomago needs huge quantities of cheap, reliable electricity. And its cheap power company contract expires. Replacement electricity could be too expensive. The smelter becomes uneconomic, potentially thousands of jobs, and a major piece of Australian manufacturing disappear. That's where government intervention comes in. Let them fail, eh? Nationalize it, bro. Nationalize it like the dirty commies we are. Libertarian, so against government subsidies and handouts for the most part. Interesting. Fair enough. So Topher must be furious about this then. What exactly is the 2.5 billion? The federal and the New South Wales governments have agreed to provide $2.5 billion over 10 years to support Tomago's future electricity supply. The deal effectively gives Tomago access to a long-term, below-market electricity arrangement beginning after its current contract expires in 2028. It's intended to give the company the certainty it needs to keep operating. Jesus Christ. When a corporation decides that it's in threat, under threat, it's just like, I'm sorry, but we are not going to operate here anymore. We're out. We don't want to play anymore. Please, please. We'll support you. Here's $2.5 billion. The government are also supporting around 3 gigawatts of new renewable and firming generation capacity to supply the broader electricity system. In return, Tomago Rio Tinto has committed to invest at least $1.1 billion of its own money in the facility over the coming years, including $100 million specifically for future decarbonisation. And the plan is for Tomago to be operating 100% on renewable electricity by 2033. So why are people calling it a bailout? This is where the political argument gets interesting. The government doesn't describe it as simply handing Rio Tinto 2.5 billion. Its argument is essentially, we are using public money to prevent a strategically important manufacturing operation from closing, while simultaneously accelerating Australia's renewable energy infrastructure. There are several reasons the government considers Tomago strategically important. Aluminum is a major industrial input. The plant is a huge employer in the Hunter. Losing the smelter would reduce Australia's domestic manufacturing capability. Tomago exports most of its aluminum. Ooh, Con's in the house. Hey, gang. Can't stay too long. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. We're learning about corporate welfare. Apparently, the federal and the state government, so the Australian federal government, the New South Wales state government, is going to hand over $2.5 billion to a smelter, an aluminium smelter in Tomago near Newcastle, because they were like, all right, that's it. We can't afford electricity anymore. We're out. And so the government's been like, whoa. We will help you with the electricity prices, because they're off contract in like 2028 with AGL. So they're getting screwed over by another market, but whatever. We'll step in and help out with the cost, but you have to transition over to renewable energy sources. And so they're like, all right, fine. With that $2.5 billion of government money, we'll stay open just for that. So basically we are funding a transition that they were probably going to have to do anyway, but that because they called out and said, we threatened to shut down, the government was like, no. We need some production in this country. We need the employment. Please stay, Rio Tinto. Don't go. Or you could just call them on their bluff. Nationalize it. Eh? Nationalize that. Come on. We had a similar thing happen here too, but with a concrete maker. Interesting. Overpriced taxpayer cash wasting projects. wasting projects that get done deliberately inefficiently because the corp you contracted just wants more of your funding and bailouts while destroying the environment and society. I refuse spelling from people who spell color without the U. Sit down. Guaranteeing power for industry. What a crime. Next, they will guarantee power for data centers. Who would have thunk it? Guarantee power, and I may concede to some assisted childcare. Dude, you are all over the place. So you think this is acceptable, but you don't think giving people childcare is acceptable to continue the human race. But we need to save Rio Tinto, not industry. Not guaranteeing power for industry. We are guaranteeing power for Rio Tinto. So like, yeah, Rio Tinto, fuck yeah, they deserve it. Oh my God, do they deserve it? Yeah, God. How much do you want, Rio Tinto? It's not a bluff. It's a scam. A deal was already made between the politicians and the company. This is just a political theater. But one side wins for saving jobs and the other side wins by being subsidized by taxpayers. Yeah, that's a fair call. How do you feel about this, libertarian man? Libertarian man? Like, should the company just fail then or pull out if it's not profitable? I'm assuming that's the call. And then somebody else who can make it profitable buys the business and then they make it work. That's how the free market should operate, right? If you can't make a profit, you sell. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, fair enough. All right. I think that's the way to do this. I think this is how we bridge the gap between all the vested interests in this conversation, like in this group generally. It's like, it's not about capitalism, because that's too scary. You critique capitalism and people are too scared by that. But if you critique crony capitalism, or like, what's another word for crony capitalism that other people don't like? Corporatism? I think people use that one as well. It's not capitalism, it's corporatism. If we just do that, change the wording a bit, people are more happy with that, I think. You have trouble reading ferociousness sometimes. Not all over the place. Fairly straightforward views and standards, really. But like, you're okay with giving Rio Tinto money, but not giving like people that are trying to have a family money. Corporate elitism? Yeah, okay. You need to fire all your high-paid labor and import third worlds that work for peanuts. Be pro-immigrant. Oh my God. Thanks. Thanks, hon. Hit the nail with the the nail with the dildo on that one. So good. Same with banks. If they die, they die. Yes. Why should we have ever bailed the banks out? And like when we bailed out, I don't know, like when we bail out airlines and stuff like that, come, let them sell to someone else. I'm not okay with giving money to anyone. That's my point. Ah, right. Okay. Got it. Fascism, in a way. Hey, that's objective fascism. You know my point on this. This is objective fascism. The merger of the corporate sector and the state to look after their own interests. Because what they do is they just start taking things off the people to compensate for that. Like our freedoms. And they turn more authoritarian. It's the economic basis. Pyramid bailout levy has never been taken off. FYI. FYI. Just so you know. If you know, if you don't know, now you know. But the criticism is legitimate. This is where corporate welfare argument comes from. Rio Tinto is one of the world's largest mining companies. Critics therefore ask, why should taxpayers subsidize the electricity cost of a hugely profitable multinational corporation? That's a reasonable question. Is it? Is it? All right, let's get back to it. The government's job is to make the country business friendly, but when you overtax and overregulate, everything goes to... But like, isn't this making the country business friendly though for like large corporate interests. Hey, that country over there gives out $2.5 billion in subsidies to help pay for a transition that we know we're probably going to have to do anyway. We get $2.5 billion. That's good for business. Remember the 3-cent petrol levy to bail out Pyramid just moved into a different column. Seems the government and the corporations are anti-worker. Yes. No, you are just picking winners. That is the literal definition of fascism. Oh, interesting. That's the definition of fascism. Picking the winners in the corporate sector. Very interesting. I still don't understand your previous comment then, Han. The government job is to make the country business friendly. But when you overtax and overregulate, everything goes to shit. How are those two things connected at all? Government job is to make the country business friendly. We're talking about subsidies, corporate welfare. Why are you bringing in tax and overregulation for? Or is that you just adding that to the list? Potentially. All right, let us hear what this guy has to say. Come on.
Okay, so let's stop pretending, shall we, with this capitalism thing, this free markets caper. It's not real, is it? No, it's not. The invisible hand. The invisible hand was very visible today because Rio Tinto had its invisible hand out for $2.5 billion. Yet another corporate
Overtax and overregulate so nobody can compete unless they get subsidies. And then the government picks who gets the subsidies. Got it. Okay. Interesting. It's profit friendly, not business friendly. So really they're not picking. The market is. I'm going to change the speed, sorry.
welfare caper. The principle is, forget capitalism, this is crony capitalism. The principle is socialise the losses and privatise the profits. So where were these? Where were these lions of the right today? Well, Albo was there. He's become a lion of the right, a sort of a goat's cheese, nouveau neoliberal. But where was Pauline? Where was Angus? Writer to the right. All capitalism and free markets, but they didn't hear boo from them today. Now, where were these people? Were they decrying the large corporate bailout cheque that the governments of Anthony Albanese and Chris Moss admins gave to Rio Tinto? Rio Tinto being 80% or thereabouts owned by foreign shareholders. The same Rio Tinto that just recently handed down a 47% rise in half-year profits to about 6.7 billion US dollars. That's about closing in on 10 billion Aussie for the half year.
So they've made already this year $10 billion. Is that in Australia or is that globally? $10 billion and they're getting $2.5 billion additional? You would have thought they were going under with a bailout like that. If you give government the power to pick winners, you really open yourself up to corruption. I don't know, man, but like that is the history of this form of like politics, right? Like liberal democracies. So from your republics to parliamentary monarchies all around the Western world where we have them, this is how the political game is played. To believe that there was a time when government didn't pick winners is like pretty far-fetched. Like that's what Adam Smith was going on about greatly in his work, was how this state is used or manipulated by powerful interests, moneyed interests, and they get advantages from that relationship. I think we've seen this style of governance for long enough now to know what it's prone to. And no one's been able to stop it yet. Ooh, Jingle Jangle Jam, how you going? It's $1 million per job. To save? What's the return on investment? Rio Tinto is a profitable company. And it's when you break it down by numbers of employees, it's interesting.
And they got a $2.5 billion handout from our governments, the people we vote for. Well, Pauline was busy fighting the Hamas protesters, big protesters out in their droves, and Pauline sort of hammering them. And Angus, well, Albo revealed in Parliament that he was previously trying to sell the whole kit and caboodle to China. That's the smelters. We don't know whether that's true or not, but that was what Albo reckons. The other thing Angus was doing was batting off corruption inquiry allegations about his links to an ICAC inquiry in New South Wales. So he was busy swatting those pesky questions. But where was the Business Council? Where was the Minerals Council of Australia? These people should be called the Foreign Business Council of Australia and the Foreign Minerals Council of Australia, because the majority of the shareholders are domiciled offshore, simple as that. But having Australia in the title. Now the BCA and the MCA...
Batting off. Snicker. I see. Got a vid that demonstrates any positivity at all in policies that may be implemented? Question. Or even have a hint at being implemented? Nope. Simple as that.
These peak bodies that pay themselves richly and do a lot of talking, a lot of noise comes out of these people. They were silent as a church mouse today, usually busy telling governments how to conduct their activities. But today, we didn't hear from them. Yes, they fund the political parties, they all pay their dues, and they all shut up about this corporate welfare racket. Likewise, they're lackeys in the corporate media, of which we used to be one, not so quite lackeyish that we didn't avoid getting the sack for not being lackeyish enough, but lackeys nonetheless, increasingly so. So where were they, all these right-wingers? Where were they, these free market champions? Where were they yelling free markets? Don't give all this taxpayer public money to these large foreign-owned corporations? Well, they weren't to be heard. Now, okay, to be straight, there are some good arguments for the energy transition and giving a lot of money to these smelters, because this isn't an isolated bailout or rescue package, as Aletta Moriarty wrote in Michael West Media today. 5 of them, billion-dollar packages to various assorted foreign smelter owners. 5 of them in 2 years. It's ramping up. It's getting worse. We haven't got COVID. We haven't got the GFC. We're just splashing the money. They give the political donations. They come into the political parties, mostly the majors. They head and head, mostly. It evens out in the long run. They're both paid about the same in political donations from the large corporate sector. And in return, when they need help, they put up their little hands very quietly and they say, jobs and growth, give us some money. So there's a good argument to keep the aluminium running, and the argument is, and some of the renewable energy analysts were applauding the move today because they said it'll see the thing through till they wean their way off fossil fuels in 2033 to 2035, and thereafter they'd be moving to green aluminium. So that's something to aspire to. There is sense to these corporate splashes. That's in 10 years' time, the energy transition. But let's not pretend about free markets any longer. There is no such thing. It's just crony capitalism. It's the mate's game. Now, Albo, who used to...
Okay, so that is it. That's the one. There's no such thing as free markets. There's just crony capitalism. Anyone object to that? Anyone? Any libertarians? Any staunch free market advocates out there? No, it's just big government. Like all that sort of stuff. The mate's game. I like it. There's a really good book, actually, for Australian politics of this sort called Game of Mates. Pretty sure it's still that. And the follow-up is called Rigged. But yeah, Game of Mates is a really good book. I'm pretty sure that's what he's referencing right there. Of course, he was a rank-and-file trader. Sorry, he was a rank-free trader. His wealth was great. Success appeared to smile. Propitious on his banner, but Providence interfered in Providence. It interfered in this most unexpected manner. B.J. Peterson. Green aluminium. That's from the poem The Sausage Candidate, which was a nickname for free traders who did underhanded stuff, like selling overly expensive sausages to his niece, whose estate he owned, to take money. Imagine if any of these industrial government partnerships had to undergo their own RICO laws. Oh, so yeah, sorry, that was hard to read. Bloody copy and paste doesn't use spaces for some reason.
To be a socialist, and it's called a communist any longer. There is no such thing. It's just crony capitalism. It's the mate's game. Now, Albo, who used to be a socialist and is called a communist by the sort of Tory lackeys on social media, the chipmunks, and Chris Moss-Admins, another Labor leader. These are Labor guys. Okay, they're saving jobs, but let's face it. They're the ultimate neoliberals these days. They're all in there at the centre right. Bollinger Bolsheviks, Moe Mensheviks they are. When it comes to their donors...
Moe Mensheviks. That's a good one.
The little chipmunks on social media. They were zipped up tight today, had nothing to say about this latest largesse from the government. Now, we're having a lot of fun with this, and we're going to get to the point in a moment. Suffice it to say that they need another segment of Bushy's podcast. You remember Bushy's podcast from about 3 weeks ago, the shag, marry, date game, where Albo and Kylie, it was a scandal it was. A loose remark from Albo. Well, that dominated the headlines for an entire week in the mainstream media, in the fossil media. We even nearly had to buy into it when it went international. They love these sort of shagging stories. And of course, the latest one is they reheated this same interview from Bushy. Bushy certainly got her mileage. Good on you, Bushy. Bushy's got her mileage as a podcaster. She's come of age. She's entered the big time. It's been Melongate because of Albo's loose remarks about the Japanese Prime Minister. Albo, just do your job, mate. Don't go on these ridiculous podcasts and say stupid things. Revelling in the hypocrisy of the business sector and all the titans of industry and business and their lobbyists. But we'll get to the point. The distractions of Bushy, the Japanese PM, Melongate and Kylie basically have distracted the entire country from just pathetic and listless gambling reforms. AUKUS, which is as Paul Keating said, the worst deal in all of human history. The AUKUS inquiry has been ignored in the media, you will have noticed. All the people that are now unencumbered by the duties of office, Gareth Evans and Malcolm Turnbull and Bob Carr, they're all coming out and saying what a shambles this is. But they ignored that, the mainstream media. They're still on board the AUKUS gravy train with all the generals and the military people. And the other one, of course, is Israel. We get the G word out of the news pages and the Zionist takeover of Australia, infiltrating every part of our society, from schools to preschool to the medical profession, telling us what we can say and think and what we can't say and can't think. It's Hamas. The fact is, the crony capitalism has been creeping hard. Now, before the GFC in 2008, 2009, they used to pretend that we had free markets. They used to say free markets all the time. They carry on about it. They were a little bit muted after that because, of course, if we just have a quick run through the GFC, major liquidity, macro liquidity measures, massive consumer stimulus packages, 52 billion, probably 100 in today's dollars, 100 billion. The banks were quietly but explicitly bailed out. They had this thing called the Committed Liquidity Facility, the CLF. They had these very, arcane names so nobody takes any notice of them or understands them, but it's effectively a package that was standing there so the banks could be confident that the public and the taxpayers would bail them out. It exists to this day. They are guaranteed explicitly by the taxpayers. The other one, of course, was sovereign bond guarantees. So the banks could, all these private banks, well, they're all paying themselves, many $1 million at the top. They could raise money with a sovereign bond guarantee. So that was the ultimate corporate welfare. So they got us through the GFC, effectively underpinning the banks. Actually, they did quite well, better than most of the rest of the world with their program there. But nonetheless, let's not pretend. This is not capitalism. You let things fail, moral hazard, you let the private sector take the risk, socialise the losses so we all have to pay for it, and then growth comes after the destruction of financial markets. But no, that's all in the past. That's 1929. Now, the other one, of course, was the pièce de résistance, was COVID. Now, COVID came along and the bailout, the mother of all bailouts. They said the mother of all bailouts was in the GFC, but COVID. They don't talk about it, of course, because they're sheepish. Because now, not just the banks, but most of Australia's big companies are underwritten. Not all of them, but those that were affected by COVID are underwritten by the public. They've taken the burden of their risk. The JobKeeper payment, $130 billion, didn't go to employees, it went to employers. Very important, that little distinction. $130 billion. SME cash flow boost, $17.6 billion, $66 billion in early economic packages. Overall fiscal response, Australia's total direct response to COVID-19 outspent nearly all other advanced economies. Catapulting past $214 billion. Qantas alone strapped on at least $3 billion. It had more rescue packages than we can even remember. It's 10.6% of GDP, one of the highest in the world, that bailout. It really is no secret but they are still desperately pretending, persisting with the charade when you know that the real game in financial markets and in industry is getting on that good old government gravy train and riding it hard. We can't find any money for those annoying poor people. No, they don't pay political donations to our parties. Let's borrow. Let's give them some houses. We'll borrow 10 billion on the bond markets. We'll give it to the Future Fund to manage. And then if there's a yield from that, if they have a good year, we'll spend it on public housing. Now, that's just neoliberalism with goat's cheese, that one. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, the Future Fund. So they just forked out $2.5 billion to Rio, a company 80% owned by foreign shareholders, just handed down its profit of $6.7 billion, close to Aussie 10 billion. That's US dollar 6.7, Aussie 10 billion for the half year. We gave them $2.5 billion, and they're making 20 bill. Net profit, not income. Income for the half is sort of bearing down on $50 billion Australian for the half. Not quite as good as the other fossil fuel companies.
So is Australian that we're talking about here. They've made 50 million if you account, like if you make it in regards to profits that they're walking away with in half year in Australia. And they still needed $2.5 billion of assistance, despite the fact that they're making 5 times that amount in half a year. That's crazy. And they were threatening, based on those numbers, they're threatening to walk away, like they couldn't do anything. Oh my God, no way. How did I miss this? Miss me yet? How's that hopey, changey thing working out for you? Just saying hi. You guys do you. Hope you're well. That's incredible. Saying she was in the house. That's amazing. How did I miss that? Crazy. Jingle Jangle Jam. He gave her once a little treat, an outing down the harbour sunny, and Lord, the bill for bread and meat. You'd think they all eaten money, but Jones exposed the course too by carelessness. Such men are ninnies. He went and entered in his book 2 pounds of sausages, 2 guineas. So what the private lobbyists and the bank influencers on government do is create sausage candidates. I love Housing Australia Future Fund. So dumb. Let's invest 10 billion into people running housing. Then we'll use their profits to build more housing. That'll work. But COVID was a real threat. We saved millions of peeps. It was crucial to get people to adopt the work from home attitude. He's right. Hey, I'm all for work from home. Why not?
Companies in gas who are making extraordinary profits thanks to the Epstein coalition's invasion of Iran. Just everywhere you look. BHP itself suing Australia's future. BHP itself it straps on about, 620 million in diesel fuel subsidies a year? 620 mil, a cool 620. Thanks for coming. Thank you, public, for being so good, so gracious with us. 620 million in subsidies. They'll keep that on the QT, that's for sure. In fact, as pointed out in the previous video, they threatened to depose Albo with another Kevin Rudd-style Minerals Council advertising campaign if they took away that free lunch program. Now, what is the answer then? Let's get straight to it now after all that waffle. The answer is take equity. Get something for your money. Don't just give these people money. Let them go bust and just swoop in and take the whole thing, or take a large equity stake and recapitalise the company. Why should taxpayers not have skin in this game? What are you guys doing? You're throwing $368 billion at submarines we're never going to get, making us a target for China, as has come out in the AUKUS inquiry. You know, these guys in the corporate world, they cry all the time, and they basically know the governments are just there to give them money and to create the right conditions for them to make very large bonuses. If the government ever asks for anything in return, they go, oh, you communists, what do you want to do? Nationalise it. See, nationalisation is the dirty word. When we brought it up at the beginning of COVID, we made the point that Qantas, just park the aeroplanes in the desert, tip the fuel out of them, leave them there until it's all over, and refloat the thing on the share market. Just assume their liabilities, get rid of whatever you know. Instead, Alan Joyce goes and sacks 9,000 people anyway, breaks the law, gets busted for breaking the law. No wonder the guy's smiling all the time. I mean, he's just got away with so much, that bloke. They could have refloated Qantas for billions of dollars in the wake of COVID, and there would be no moral hazard. If you can't cut it, you go bust. The government takes it, refloats it, as the UK government did during the GFC with Northern Rock Building Society, which was just like St George. It was going bust, and they just went, right, we'll just take it. And they refloated it for a huge profit. So they.
Anyone have any objections to that? Like if one of these businesses go bust because they can't make it work, as they're saying here, economically, the electricity bill is too high, so we're going to walk away from this aluminium smelter. Anyone object to it being nationalized, refloated, and then somebody else can come in and buy it? And at least we, as a society, as a sovereign nation, we can get in on the game a little bit. We get to benefit from that system as opposed to just forking out money because people are threatening that they're going to go under. We just subsidize their existence. We get a cut. We get some skin in the game. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
You go. Now, the other one, of course, is during the COVID epidemic, the Germans took a 20% stake in Lufthansa, the national airline. Then they sold it again for a big profit later on. They gave their voters some skin in this game. They didn't let the corporations just get away with cash for free. Now, in the case of the smelter, yes, there have been renewable energy undertakings. We understand some of the renewable energy analysts that are credited.
I prefer you just make a public handler, but sure. That's interesting. Like, I thought people were scared of, like, nationalizing stuff because that's what communists do. But, like, yeah, let's just run it as a public entity. I'm cool with that. Stupid commies.
Are saying that it's a good deal. So we're just on corporate welfare today. We just want to end this game of pretense because it matters for all of us, because we're the ones paying tax and our money is redistributed. Trickle up. It's not even trickle up, it's like splash up. Just splash our money upwards.
Can't tax your way into prosperity, but we can give it a shot.
While these guys, Alan Joyce and co, well, he's in the past now, they pay themselves massive executive bonuses and pretend like they're absolute gurus. They're gurus.
Ooh, this is interesting. So for natural resources, finite, and housing, yeah, market can, hands off. At least those two. Fair enough. The Scandinavians have popularized some nationalized industries, in my opinion. Yeah, like, look, I think there's some very good examples of nationalizing industries around the world. But, like, yeah, people usually do say, like, oh, that's what communists do. We can't do that. We can't have the government owning sectors of the economy or industry, etc., etc. That's communism. And people usually recoil at that sort of stuff. A country owning its own industry and resources is not smart business. Like, because it's not business? I need to know more.
Is getting money out of government and being monumental hypocrites. Nationalisation is still a dirty word. And the finance press, they were collectively biting their collective lips today. There was a little bit of a reporting going on, but it was very straight about the bail-up because they're sheepish about it. They don't want to admit that this is a total racket. Nobody wants to actually tell the truth, that it's a racket, that it's crony capitalism. And if anybody...
He said the word again. Yeah, everyone says that, then forget how they turn their shower taps on. It's so dumb.
As mentioned nationalisation, they'll continue to debunk and decry anybody who dares to come forward and say nationalise, they want their corporate welfare too. Now, to disclosure, we took some corporate welfare and we copped a spanking for it from the smurfs of social media, saying, oh, you're going to do everything Albo tells you to do, you're on the gravy train. Well, no, actually, it's 10% of our cost.
Ooh, Ben and Barry's back. How you going? What I miss? Where are we at now? I don't know where you left us off, but we are at the moment considering a proposal by the federal and the state government to the New South Wales government. I don't know, actually, maybe it's already been finalised and agreed to. Anyway, they're going to give $2.5 billion to Rio Tinto because Rio Tinto has threatened to shut down its aluminium smelter in Tomago, just outside of Newcastle in New South Wales. And they're threatening to shut it down because electricity prices are going to be too high when they come off contract with AGL. And so they're like, sorry, I guess we're just going to have to shut down. It's too bad. All these people are going to lose jobs. We really like to be here. And the Australian government's like, I'll save us. And they have offered them $2.5 billion so they don't leave and they continue operation to save the jobs ostensibly. But like the deal is, if they do the 2.5, then that 2.5 is going to go towards them transitioning to renewable energy, which is probably something that they were going to have to do anyway. So they're basically just getting $2.5 billion to transition to renewables, which was a likely outcome regardless. They were going to have to make that transition at some point. So they're getting paid by the Australian taxpayer to do that, it would seem. And so that the speculation is, and like I would say rightly so, is like, well, this isn't like free market economics. If you guys don't want to pay for something and it doesn't match up for you, then walk away, sell the business to somebody else who can make it work, as opposed to just getting a handout from the government. So anyway, that's where we're at. I think it's about... Sorry, I missed a couple of things. Why would you want your country to have any control over its sovereignty? Nationalize is a dirty word, but it's actually a good thing, kind of like nationalism. We can't have a state running water, just like food or housing or resources. Yeah, it makes total sense. I think it's about US-Australia relations, and it's a bribe to the US. Interesting. They have done this with other smelters, apparently. Yeah. And what does the public get out of it? Like in this case, I don't think we do get anything. We just get the assurance that they're going to transition to renewables, which again, like, it's something that they would have had to have done anyway, I guess. America rhetoric is anti-nationalization. For us, it leaves us alone, and you deal with the economy stuff, Mr. Government. I just want to take my boat out on the weekend. Just throw the $2-something billion into an offer to buy them outright. Let them shut down. Who cares if they can't afford their power? Take them up on their threat. Yeah, I know, right? If they're going to use that as a threat, take them up on it. See what they say. See you later. They shut down and what? People lose jobs. Who cares? But like, it's more like as if no one else will want to take up on this industry. Like, if they shut down or if they can't make it work, then refloat the site. Whyalla Steel Works South Australia, a massive $2.4 billion. Bone Aluminium Smelter Queensland, the federal and Queensland government committed $2 billion. It seems that's the going price tag, right? And are they all based on similar agreements as well? You got a transition? Transition. Oh, that's a dirty word. People are scared of that one. $7 billion in total. That's how they sell the crap. Poor peeps gonna lose jobs. Trying to neg us into a deal like a bro who's read the game too much. Neg. Oh, man. All right, fine. I'll just go there. No, wait. Come back. Dude, that's hilarious. Oh, that's how the corporate, that's the business world, isn't it? It's the art of a deal.
Yes, that's a disclosure, and it's directly to employed journalists. And after 10 years, well, you know, we're in a competitive market here. We're trying to fight these big guys that got many millions of dollars, such as Rupert Murdoch's News Corp, who's such a beneficial influence on society. He tells the truth so much, the old News Corp, and Nine Entertainment, Seven, the whole thing. It's a bit of a joke. It's going down the tube, but we need to be there to try to do some journalism, because they have been subsidised now for a few years by the Digital Media Bargaining Code. Anyway, we didn't get any of that, so there you go. So we're slightly sheepish about it ourselves, but we do want to stay alive and do independent journalism. And thanks very much for all the supporters, because that's actually what makes it happen. You know, that's why we're here for you, and that's where the funding comes from. So there's a little bit from government now, but 3 years, 150K. Nothing like the millions the big guys are getting to be part of the club, 10% of the cost base. So just like good old...
Is the reason we have to prop them up is because we allowed free trade agreements to relocate their primary customers? Yeah, it's a good question. But why only the particular type of job is being saved? Why not all other types of jobs? Hey, for $2.5 billion, you can make a lot of jobs, man. My God. Yep, all in exchange for the cash. The government is forcing these multi-billion-dollar corporations to upgrade their gear and switch entirely to green energy over the next decade. Introducing our new envoy for production, Neil Strauss. Why is there a priority for a specific kind or type of labor in the economy above all other types? Because it's production, eh? It's like farms, okay? Go to save farmers, go to save industry. That's like the ideological heartland of the employment base right there for Australia. Good old-fashioned industry and agriculture. They're just better laborers. Green energy can't supply base load for smelter. Any industry that produces/manages vital resource should be state-owned. Damn. You commie. Screen printers are being replaced by crappy digital printing. Where's my protection? Well, you're not in traditional industry or agriculture, so it's your fault. I was cleaning the dog's slobber off the windows of my truck after blowing it out. Save the woozles. Exactly, you could make an entire federal theatre program or an environmental federal program or hire small towns all across Australia at that price. And you get a bailout, and you get a bailout. 100% commie when it comes to resources. I'm slowly piecing you together. You goddamn enigma, you. The power grid infrastructure, 10 billion. Private energy companies are expected to invest up to 10 billion to build the 3 gigawatts of the new generation needed. All right, back to it. Is he almost? I think he's finished. He might just be raving on about something else now.
Karl Marx predicted the large corporations are fusing with the state. Too big to fail, moral hazard and all that stuff. The government puts the taxpayers on the hook, the voters on the hook, to underwrite the risk of big business. Capitalism doesn't
Yeah, that's what I said before. I can't afford electricity. They should bail me out and help me transition to solar. Yeah, why not? Why is it just Rio Tinto that gets it? It's not even an Australian, a majoritively Australian-owned organisation. And outrageous. It's goddamn outrageous.
It's crony capitalism, and frankly, the Liberal Party could actually do something about that, because they're to the right of the right. They could go and say, well, we actually want to have no subsidies for anything, just make it a level playing field. But no, they're all on the same gravy train with their little donations. It's the best money ever spent, bit of protection money every year from these very profitable corporations and the big four and so on, and they just get bailed out when they need it. If you have a look at the chart, here they are, from Aletta Moriarty, a reporter, to Margot. This week, $2.5 billion package, 1,000 jobs. Alita works it out at $2.5 million subsidy per job. That's a pretty mighty job. That's like an executive salary, that one. Boyne, Queensland, $2 billion bailout.
Oh, these are the ones that you were listing before. There's Whyalla, there's Boyne, there's another one there. There's Mount Isa, there's Norristar. How much did they get? And they're figuring it out via jobs if they're spending $2.5 billion on this project, to keep the Tamaga smelter running, to save 1,000 jobs, then that's each of those jobs is valued about $2.5 million each in government funding. That's crazy.
Jobs, 2 million per job. Whyalla, South Australia, 2.4 billion, 1,500 direct jobs, 1.6 million per job. Very high per job figures, aren't they? When they say, oh, it's all for jobs, it ain't all for jobs, that's for sure. Mount Isa, Queensland, which I think is Glencore still, they got 600 jobs and bit over half a billion. And Nurstar in Tasmania, the smelter, also Glencore, the infamous, notorious Glencore, tax avoiders of very great repute for many years until we started hammering them here in Australia. Gigantic company, Swiss-based. So they're on the gravy train as well, and they're directly foreign owned. Not even the pretence of Australian shareholders there. So of the 4 aluminium smelters, 3, Tomago, Boyne and Bell Bay, they're Rio Tinto's. Rio's had now, this is its second bailout, and there's another one which is in negotiations for its bailout now, which is Alcoa. Yes, the Canadian or American company. Portland Smelter in Victoria. Now they have received none yet of their $7.74 billion, which was committed last year. And here we are, us little householders, absorbing rising energy costs while the big corporations get their energy paid for by us, the same people that pay our home electricity bills. So there you go. It's not very fair, is it? But in any case, we needed it was a perfect opportunity today to debunk this idea of capitalism. It's crony capitalism. Now, one last thing, David McBride, the Army whistleblower, the ADF whistleblower, was finally released.
I put in Transformers at Portland Aluminium. The Tamaga aluminium smelter supports a total of roughly 6,000 jobs across the region. Yeah, I actually read that before. That comes from the Rio Tinto website, actually. So the source said, anyway. Solar panels attract sky rats to your roof. Down with renewables. Ravi, I hath returned. Good to have you. Yes, be free, David. Be free. All right. Tax wealth, not work. Hey, it's coming. Somebody runs on a platform of no more tax. That's the call from that guy. What's his name? I can see his face. Gary Stevenson. That's the guy. Tax wealth, not work. That's his line. All right. Let us move on to another section. I think this is related to like corporate welfare and corporate takeover of politics and political institutions. This is a suggestion by none other than the stream's own Ravy Baby. And this is a piece that is entitled How Democrats Abandoned the Working Class. And how the Democrats turned away from the average working American and sold themselves off to the corporatocracy. Oh gosh, hello. Lucky I returned. Big up, Rave. In the film industry, that's enough to hire a crew of 50 people and do a 6-month feature, which would economically stimulate the towns. Why smelters over artists, explorers, lawyers, administrators? Elitism. Labor elitism. All right, let's do this. Let's learn some history about the corporate takeover of the Democrats, or the abandonment of their working class ideals. Because like people do have that understanding of the Democrats that they represent the working class more than anyone else. But like it would seem to be that the working people of America are more MAGA associated than Democrat associated these days. And the Democrats now represent the professional managerial class. And that ilk. But let's find out. This might be really dense. So we might have to do a bit of fact checking, but we'll see as we go. If you don't have smelters, you can't build renewables. Interesting. It's like the entire economy is interlinked somehow. But like what we were talking about before, Benaberry, was like, okay, you can keep the smelter, you just nationalize it. If they want to walk away, let them walk away. If they don't think it's profitable, nationalize it. You can even refloat it, fine. Aluminum is needed because copper is so expensive.
2016 is kind of hack as a concept. So what I'm going to do is relitigate the 1990s. It was Hillary Clinton's husband, jazz icon Bill Clinton, who pushed Democrats towards more business-friendly practices and away from labor. Bill Clinton's 1992 platform was silent on antitrust and monopoly power, which had been a party plank for Democrats for over 100 years. And the next year, he signed NAFTA, which enshrined into law that investor rights would get priority over labor rights. This was all happening.
Gotta add Mr. In Between to your watch list. One of the rare occasions we nail a TV show. Got it.
As inequality was getting worse and leaving the working class behind, which was totally understood at the time by the people inside the Clinton administration. In fact, this is Clinton's labor secretary, Robert Reich, speaking in 1994, just a year after NAFTA was signed.
My friends, we are on the way to becoming a two-tiered society, composed of a few winners.
Jazz icon and not blue dress wearing diva. Missed opportunity, murky man. The funk is what's manipulated. What manipulated Clinton with desires.
And a larger group of Americans left behind, whose anger and whose disillusionment is easily manipulated. Today, the targets of that rage are immigrants and welfare mothers and government officials and gays and an ill-defined counterculture. But as the middle class continues to erode, who will be the targets tomorrow?
Don't worry, Rob, it's still the same people. But Clinton didn't.
Look at how young Robert Reich looks there. That's crazy.
Just stop at NAFTA. In 1996, he signed the Welfare Reform Act, ending cash assistance for millions of people in poverty, and then bragged about it in campaign ads.
He signed tough welfare reform, work requirements, time limits, forced teenage mothers to stay in school or lose benefits.
Yeah, Bill, I'm sick of these welfare queens not finishing The Great Gatsby. Here's what's crazy about that ad. Those aren't even black teenagers. Do you know how Republican you have to be to go after white teen moms? Now, once Bill was done handcuffing the working class, he unleashed the investor class, repealing Glass-Steagall and passing the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, which basically turned Wall Street into a giant casino. Now, there's a reason people look back fondly on the 90s. This actually worked for a while. There were budget surpluses, economic growth soared, millions of jobs were created, housing prices went up and up and up. What could possibly go wrong?
Lehman Brothers, a 158-year-old firm, filed for bankruptcy.
The House passes a sprawling $700 billion government rescue of the financial industry.
2.6 million jobs were cut from the economy last year. That's the greatest decline since 1945.
Why weren't we bailed out? That live grenade of financial deregulation that Bill Clinton left in the economy, it all blew up in 2008, right when I was graduating college. And thanks to the weakened social safety net, further weakened by George Bush, millions of people were pushed into poverty. And by the time Barack Obama came along, things were starting to get a little awkward. Even though anger at Wall Street was spiking, it was still an important source of funding.
Teenage mom ain't in everyone's watch list. I don't like how he says gays. The gays. Then it was the 90s. It was a different time. Then why should we then why should the making of aluminium, if it is funded by the public, benefit private holders? It's a fair question. It is a fair question.
For the Democratic Party. Now, Obama at least gestured towards fighting on behalf of the working class.
But let's be clear who Senator McCain's fighting for. He's not fighting for Joe the plumber. He's fighting for Joe the hedge fund manager.
But on Obama's watch, no bankers went to jail and inequality kept skyrocketing as union membership continued to fall. And when all that hope he sold didn't come through, it curdled into cynicism. Working class people kept going into the voting booths, pulling the lever, and nothing changed. In fact, a 2014 study of policy outcomes over 20 years found that economic elites have substantial independent impacts on US government policy, while average citizens have little or no independent influence. It was basically a math proof that the 1% ruled and the 99% drooled. So unless your dad works for Blackstone or BlackRock, you're fucked. So it's no coincidence that 2 years later...
Yeah, he swore. Hey, it's cool. Well, hey, this is the bourgeois system. This is the idea of the bourgeois, or the dictatorship of the proletariat, is antithetical to the idea of the bourgeois dictatorship. And the bourgeois dictatorship is that for your political structure, which helps manage society on the behalf of a certain class of interests, a certain group of interests, if that political structure is captured by the bourgeois, they technically dominate that political system. And so if you dominate a political system over another group of people, that's a dictatorship, because you are controlling from on high over a broad mass of people. So that is the bourgeois dictatorship, as they've described in that study just there. And so that's why people shouldn't fear the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat so much, because we already live in a dictatorship, which we call democracy, but it's really a bourgeois dictatorship. There is a large group of vested interests, usually powerful moneyed interests, that control the political spectrum, and they sit on top of that political structure and rule down from on high, and like basically dictate how your society works, which is what we just looked at in the Australian example. So the Australian system, the Australian taxpayer, whatever you want to call it, we are subsidizing, I guess you would say, the existence of billionaires. And they're not even like local billionaires, like Rio Tinto, like majoritively foreign owned. They get that political system to support them and their interests. So they dictate what's going on. That's why it's a dictatorship. They dictate how the political structure is supposed to work and respond, and it responds in their interests. So like for like there to be some type of dictatorship of the proletariat, so workers' society, where they decide, or the working people of a certain society control the political structure, it's not really that scary. Like we already live technically in a form of dictatorship. So we call it democracy. And so everyone loves it. Or everyone thinks it's acceptable because we call it democracy.
In 2016, the two most popular presidential candidates were people who could credibly claim that they weren't in Wall Street's pockets and would fight for the working class.
Special interests, lobbyists, donors, they make large contributions to politicians, and they have total control over those politicians. I don't want anybody to control me but the people right out there.
We need a political revolution where millions of people stand up and say loudly and clearly that our government belongs to all of us and not just a handful.
When haven't we subsidized industry? There's not a new phenomenon. No, of course not. But if you're subsidizing industry for somebody's private gain entirely, then that is what I'm talking about. That's the bourgeois. We live in a bourgeois dictatorship. The entire political structure is fashioned in a way that supports somebody's private interests and their private control over the means of production. And so like it's just they get to call the shots. So like yeah, we've always subsidized industry in favor of private interests. So like yeah, it's not a new phenomenon at all. And that's why like I was tongue-in-cheek about what I was saying before. That's capitalism. But like people prefer it, if you're going to critique capitalism, to call that crony capitalism because they get scared if you critique capitalism too much, because they feel like they're under attack because they represent capitalism. But like crony capitalism is capitalism, and it's always been there. It's always been like this. People have been warning about this stuff or talking about this stuff for 250 years. As long as economics goes back as a field of study. Our government belongs to us. No, it don't. We can't do swimming pools, otherwise one of us will just be saying drank over and over again. This is not new.
Of wealthy campaign contributors.
Of course, we all know what happened next. The Democratic Party backed Hillary Clinton, whose campaign followed the usual playbook, ignoring working class voters and focusing.
But LTV assumes objective value, which is nonsense. Like, why is it nonsense? I would really actually like to know your opinion on that. Like, why? We had this discussion the other day. Why is it nonsense to have objective value? That's the point of all of this. Is that there are, like, the broad mass of people do work and create things. And they, like, paid some compensation for that, like a wage. And then what they produce is then taken for private interests. And then even supported by the government to make them even more powerful and profitable so they can capture more of that value. Values necessarily subjective, depend on minds. Interesting. Well, I think it can be two things, to be honest, or even more than two things. It can be multiple things. Value is subjective, but it can be objective as well. I need an argument. Value is mind dependent, but like everything is mind. Wait, is mind independent? Like, is that mind? Like your mind? Is that what you're talking about? Independent. I need an argument. Value is mind independent. I'm not sure if I understand what you mean by that, actually.
On suburban moderates. That is not what happened next. The Democratic Party backed Hillary Clinton, whose campaign followed the usual playbook, ignoring working class voters and focusing on suburban moderates. That is not a conspiracy theory, okay? Chuck Schumer literally said it out loud 3 months before the election.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2, 3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
2016 was the year the suburban strategy stopped working. It was the Democrats' worst turnout for union members and rural voters since Walter Mondale in 1984. So that brings us to today, 10 years after 2016, and the Democrats still have not figured out how to win back all those working class people that they lost. Now, I've heard the ideas.
Interesting. How's the music choice in this? Objective means, to me, means dependent on a mind, not dependent on a mind. Oh yeah, like it has, in this sense, objective is like it exists outside of somebody's subjective reality. So yeah, it's objective as that it has its own value. It exists in its own right, outside of our mental conception. Yes, and like that is kind of true. Like whether I believe it or not, like this exists. It's not just a construct of my mind. Like somebody made this bottle at some point. And so it's got some value. Like I have no way of confirming that, if that's what you're saying. Does this really exist? I don't know. Do I even exist? Does anything around me exist? I have no idea. Like I can't confirm that. But like using like some type of reasonable logic, you could suggest that this thing exists objectively. It is a thing outside of whether I exist or not. Provide the argument that the bottle's value is objective. Well, that's how you use the idea of value. So like, if you don't agree with the idea of value, that's fine. But like, this has value because it is objectified labor. It is labor that provides value, and somebody made this. And so it has value because it was made by someone, and it is socially necessary at some point. Someone decided that this was worth endeavoring on, and it has value. It has use value. Like if you just make, I don't know, drawings of stick figures or something like that, and nobody wants it, like it doesn't have to, it doesn't have value, I guess, just because it's got someone's effort put into it. But like, this is a broader philosophical question, and like, you don't have to agree with it. You don't like it, then don't. Well, for once, I am glad he pauses the videos. Hey, don't be like that. We're getting back to it. It's not that it exists. It's whether its value is objective. Yeah, and like objective just means separate to my subjective. So like, I might just like this because this is my favorite bottle. This is the bottle I had on me the first time I ever got laid. And so like, subjectively, I really value this bottle because it reminds me of the first time I ever got laid. But like, it's got objective value in the sense that it was made by some person, or probably many people have come together to make this. And that is the basis for value in society. A reasonable man argument would concede that the water bottle is real. It's got a subjective and objective entanglement. That's subjective. I'll chat in Discord one day on this. Okay, fair enough. All right, how about this? Objective value. Let me just pose this one question to you. If you don't think that value can be objective, then let me ask you this. What would happen if everybody on Earth stopped working tomorrow? And like ceased working forever? What would happen? What would happen to the human race if everybody decided, that's it, no more, not working anymore? We die. Yes. We die out. Exactly. So you have to... The world would heal. Yeah, not what happens to planet Earth, but like to humans. What happens to humans if everybody decides to stop working tomorrow? We die. So apart from all the people that are like celebrating that humans on like that leave Earth would be good for planet Earth, for like humans, it's a problem. And so like humans do produce something of value when they work. They must produce something of value. And the value that we're talking about is not like value that's like, oh, this is nice, I like this. Like, it's not that type of value. It's a value in the sense that it is important for our reproduction as a species. And it's socially necessary because we have a standard of that reproduction as we advance technologically. So like, as we reach different orders of civilization and different levels of society, we actually start to expect more. And so like, we're not just living on, I don't know, on potatoes anymore and like living in rags or living in huts or something like that. We have expectations of what level of value of things that we need to have an acceptable form of existence. So like, there must be some level of objective value out there, because it's the value that is required for us to reproduce, to produce, because that's what humans do. We do produce things. It's important to people, so value is dependent on human needs, human reproduction. Stop thinking of it as like needs, because needs is like a curly one. Think of it as the reproduction of our existence at that point in time. Needs makes it sound kind of like it's like, well, you know, today I feel like this, tomorrow I might feel like something else. It's about reproducing. If no minds existed, would value exist? Yes, it would still exist. It would still, that's the point of it. Like if we were all mindless, like if we were just like mindless, like tomorrow if we all lost our minds, like we'd still have to eat and all that sort of stuff, or we'd just die, I guess. But yeah, if we didn't have minds, I guess we'd cease to exist anyway. So our value, the value that we produce or reproduce, would be unnecessary. If no humans, value still exists. Well, no. I guess not. No. If there's no humans, then this whole conversation is pointless. Yes. Yes, there wouldn't be value in an objective sense for us. No. Because there would be no humans. Like, it's about our reproduction. Like, I don't know how else to say that. Like, if there's no humans, there's no humans to reproduce. So there's no value in an objective sense from a human perspective. Like, it's objective because it helps us reproduce our existence. Like, it's value because humans need it. It's what we require to reproduce. Again, and it's not just like reproduce on a molecular structure or something. That's like reproduce our existence at a certain point in time. It's context derivative and context bound. No humans, there it is again. No humans sounds like a good plan. Like value is beyond just what you value it or what value you place in something. We had a good run. The value is not independent of humans. I call that subject to and dependent on. Yeah, but like, so is this conversation dependent on humans? So why are we having this conversation? Like, at some point, you got to quantify what we're talking about here. Value is, yes, it's a conceptual idea, but like, so are all of the ideas that we have. All of the notions that we have. But like, we're talking about value, and this is where it's important, is you must make this distinction if you're going to have this kind of gotcha kind of line of questioning. Value is an element of reproduction. It's not a subjective idea where it's just like, I don't know, I put value in something. Like, value is an element of reproduction, like how we as an organism continue to exist. And like, and when I say organism, I mean like a macroorganism, as a species continue to exist. So yes, no species, no value. We're discussing a dependency relation. If value is subject to humans or not. It's not. If not, it's objective. If it is, it's subjective. No, I see. I don't know if I fully agree with that. Like, what we're talking about is subjective value versus objective value. And there is value. The subjective is what you perceive as an individual. And that's based on your reality. But like, does value exist outside of your reality as an individual? I think you're considering this differently. I'm considering like subjective is an individual's perspective on things versus is there an objective sense of value outside that is intrinsic to humans as a species as opposed to being to the individual. I think you can just make the distinction there. I'm too blitzed for this conversation, but it's great viewing. Interesting. Okay, don't lose your audience. That's fine. It's fine. I'm happy to have this conversation because I talk about this all the time anyway. How do you think a transaction takes place? Both parties win, both parties want the other thing more, and they agree on the price, and that is right for both of them. All value is subjective. Yeah, but we're not talking about price here. I know that many people think that value is just price. But like, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about like the product of human labor. Price is another conversation altogether. I get price is subjective. Okay, look. Whether we have, like, this conversation is going to go on forever anyway, if you're going to keep on coming back here. So we're going to have this conversation repeatedly. But like, if you're willing to say that value doesn't exist without humans as a collective, like all humans, and so then it must be subjective because it's reliant on all humans, then it's subjective in relation to all humans, fine. But like on the individual level, humans can have subjective value in something, but like objective value can exist outside of an individual because we are part of a larger species who requires that value in order to reproduce. So I guess it depends in what perspective you're looking at it, to be honest, as an individual or as a species. They are very different things. But like, I hear you in terms of your contention. I understand what your contention is. I hear you, and I raise you this video. Like, value could be physical requirement for food to sustain life. This would be subjective, but there's value in that sustenance. Let's all just agree Minz is a douche. Collective unity. All right, back to it.
We should run DSA candidates. Great. We should shut up about trans rights. Not great. And we need a Joe Rogan of the left. What the fuck does that even mean? But it's clear that there are millions of Americans who still feel politically homeless. A recent poll showed that 43% of Americans are not happy with either party. Honestly, I thought that number would be higher. The way this is always framed by the media is a blue versus red problem. The country has never been more divided.
We've never been more divided.
Our politics have never been more divided.
Our country's never been more divided.
Our country's never been more divided than it is today.
This country has never been more divided.
But there are ways in which the working class is very united.
He's not, is he? He's not. This guy isn't as funny as he thinks he is. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
They are united in hating the billionaire psychos running the economy. They are united in their opposition to the Scrooge McDuck corruption in Washington. And now we're seeing the rise of maybe the most energetic, bipartisan working class coalition that we have seen in a generation, who are all saying in unison, fuck AI data centers.
The backlash against AI data centers is growing, with protests from coast to coast in dozens of states today. The issue uniting many Americans across the political divide.
We don't want this. It is not going to benefit us in any way.
We are not going to pay double the amount of our utility bills. Do you understand that?
We don't get anything for it, other than we're losing land, we're losing water, and we're losing air quality.
Why are you protecting? What are you
To talk about this more, I reached out to a media outlet whose mission statement is building power for the working class. Since 2021, More Perfect Union has been doing on-the-ground reporting focusing on labor unions, inequality, and corporate power. And maybe no other media outlet out there right now is doing more reporting on the backlash to AI data centers. So I sat down with one of their reporters, John Russell, a West Virginia native, someone who has spent years having real conversations with working class voters, trying to genuinely connect with them in good faith. We talked about the bipartisan coalition forming against big tech.
It's a mask-off moment where people can see what side you really are on.
How he connects with people who maybe don't share his politics,
if they know you're coming from a genuine place, you're not trying to hide something, you're being upfront about who you are, that can kind of set the tone for a conversation.
And as someone from Appalachia, I got his take on the vice president. What is your take on J.D. Vance?
Oh,
Build power for my working ass. Plop. Yeah, I wonder if they are doing what they say they're doing. The old more perfect union. I wonder. Wait, the Earth would keep circling the sun for billions of years, even without humans? Oh no. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look who's back. Look who's back.
Trash.
I mean, what's everyone's problem with J.D. Vance? Other than all the stuff he says, and does, and is. And of course, his face.
Hurry right away, no delay, stop today. Make your daddy glad to have had such a lad.
West Virginia is one of those states that your hand is a map of it, and it is a middle finger, and it's perfect. So this is West Virginia, Eastern Panhandle.
Okay.
You got Maryland down here.
Yeah.
You have Morgantown. So Wheeling's right here.
Okay.
This is Ohio. I grew up here, but it's like Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, all these states, like this area is where like generations of my family's from. The cuts for us there is this place called the Pits. They want to currently build a 3 gigawatt data center on the Pits.
Yeah.
What the Pits is thousands of acres of absentee land, like in the hills, that for decades, like an outlaw dirt bike culture has taken over.
Oh, shit.
East of the Mississippi, if you want to go crazy off-roading, look this up on the internet.
Yeah.
You go to the Pits outside of Wellsville, Ohio. And it's like there are no rules. Nobody knows who owns the land. It's like a dirt bike gang has taken this over.
So X Games meets the Lost Boys from Peter Pan.
And I'm seeing this like, data centers are uniting left and right.
Yes.
In crazy ways.
Yes.
And I'm watching like everybody I grew up with in high school who I saw like send a dirt bike off a cliff. Like organizing petitions against data centers. And I'm like, there's something to work with here.
Yeah, totally. High school Johnny Knoxville is like, fuck these AI
get
data
these
centers.
out of here, dude. They'll dismantle it.
Okay. One of the things that I love about the videos that you do for More Perfect Union is you actually go out into the field and you do practical reporting. You are not a cable news pundit sitting on a round table, basically arguing with someone before commercial break.
Yeah.
I want to chat with you. Let's break down a few words that get thrown around in media circles oftentimes. Let's start with rural America.
If you're living in rural America, I think one of the things it's defined by, regardless of where you go, is extraction. Like if you are in the middle of the country, like large-scale monoculture agriculture, where monopolies are owning all the inputs, that's kind of the economy that you deal with. If you're in the mountains of West Virginia, it's been the extractive industry of coal. That's rural. If it takes a while to drive to go get groceries, rural. There's all these indicators that fall on a spectrum from, the city center to the suburbs to the exurbs to where it takes a while to get to Walmart, But I would say, the extraction economy is a major theme in like the rural coverage that I do. And that always comes paired with, I think of the coverage we did of West Virginia data centers. Like there's such a push to put these things in communities that have already had most of their wealth taken out of there.
Yeah.
They're used to it. And so the next wave of this wealth extraction is something like data centers. And I think that's a uniting thing.
For the people in my audience
Yeah.
who perhaps have family members that voted for Donald Trump and see these people as irredeemable, in your reporting, what would you like them to know?
I think the way that we consume, the way we talk to our family members, first of all, like check where you're coming from, you know, because if you're just trying to defend a political party, I think you got to go deeper than that to rescue people who are a little too far gone. You have to get back to shared values. And there are a lot of people in Trump country that share the value of wanting to hold it. They wanted to hold the Epstein class accountable. That was the whole thing with their base, right? You can get in there
Sure. Yeah.
and relate on that thing. But if you're just trying to come in and say your party's bad and my party's good, they're prepared for that. And you got to go on values.
I mean, speaking of values, naturally, you lean a little bit more left.
They're using the V word. They're using the value word. Watch out.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
How do you unlock people who have more conservative positions than you? Is it the mullet doing the work? Is it the mustache? Like, what's
It is. It is my.
but you like
it's a little bit of this.
No, you're clearly affable. You genuinely come from a place of curiosity. But what did you find was the way that you connected with people that don't vote like you, or perhaps share the same values that you do?
Well, it does help to look like this, you know. But I did find, growing up where I did, before I got hired at More Perfect Union, I worked at a dive bar. Shout out to Johnny's Bar, baby.
Shout out to Johnny's Bar.
And that's where I learned something that helps me in my work all the time, which is I wear my politics on my sleeve, and I don't try to hide that with people. And I think that if they know you're coming from a genuine place, you're not trying to hide something, you're being upfront about who you are, that can kind of set the tone for a conversation. And that's what I always did in Johnny's Bar. Like before I got hired at More Perfect Union, I was making TikToks about like, you know, we should all join together as people in the same boat here and maybe take back some of our power.
I talk left-wing politics in my small-town bar with people mostly whose idea of a leftist is the actual devil.
Was there a moment that inspired you to start making those videos? Like what, you know, not to like hero's journey this, but like what was the inciting incident? What was the moment that made you go like, oh, I want to go to the cesspool that is social media and like talk about politics and perhaps reach out to people that feel unheard?
I think I've always been angry about how this billionaire-owned media lied to the people I grew up with. And I've always believed in the possibility of them joining together with other people who are in the same boat so that we can end some of this suck that we're currently in. And I was like, there's got to be a way to do this. And everyone's on their phone, so why don't we pump out some stuff and see what happens? You know, maybe suggest, hey, we should all get together on this.
So this idea of joining together, right?
Yeah.
People talk about coalitions all the time. It's something that you've really focused on. A thing that gets talked about in lefty politics is the idea of building coalitions around the working class.
Yeah.
How would you define working class?
Yeah. Anyone
want to take a guess at that one? Anyone? What do you think is the working class? I wonder if he'll give like a actual class-based definition of the working class, or it'll be like a subjective one as opposed to an objective one. Anyone who's working class is someone who works with their hands and they make under 6 figures. Now, I know he gives his definition, but I want to know what people's thoughts are on his definition. He's about to give it to us. I want to know what it is. I want people to guess on this one. I'm going to guess. Because it'd be an idealistic version of the working class. The working class is the class of people that would buy Pauline Hanson a drink at the bar and take her home. God damn, I hope Jag heard that. That means Jag is working class as fuck. Wants to take her home. Shout her a few drinks too. That's the working class. I'm so glad you know who Pauline Hanson is, Han. That's so good. You've watched enough of it now. You've watched enough of her.
doesn't make their money from owning stocks. Anybody who makes their money from selling labor. Anybody who, like, if you can't call Howard Lutnick, you're working class.
Got it.
Anyone selling their time for labor instead of profiting off private equity. Ooh, that's pretty close to what he said, man. Hey, I bet she knows what she's doing. Pauline knows what she's doing. Wage labor. There it is. That's a good name. I'm glad you're using that word. Relies on exchange of labor for a wage. Yes. Just a thought. Don't need to discuss now. Working class is the group of people the government is guaranteed to screw over, insert crony capitalism. But that's just me. It's so good. It's big government and crony capitalism. Who says an old bird can't have good tricks, eh? Am I right? Just a thought, no need to discuss now. Marx argues that food has an objective value because your body physically requires calories to survive. However, critics point out that a physical object only gains economic value if a human mind actively makes a subjective choice to care about the outcome. However, critics point out that a physical object only gains economic value if a human mind actively makes a subjective choice to care about the outcome. Okay. That's a point for a further time. You know, you're on Discord, right? There's a place in Discord where we can have this discussion if you want. It's called Talk It Up. There's a section called Talk It Up in there. And there's like hot takes, bold statements, ask or answer, etc. If you want to have that conversation. Oh, wait, if you want to do a voice call one day as well, let me know. Me and you, Benavari, will go head to head. We're going to nut out this. Is it subjective or is it not? I need to know.
If something that you say in Board Lutnick.
Food has value for me. Food only has value for me being hungry if I prefer to live. I make a subjective choice to give it value due to an outcome. I think Deep Woods Off is a scam. He's still got eaten alive by mosquitoes, but they don't itch. I think Deep Woods Off is just a numbing product. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Did I miss something here? When do you guys chat in Discord? Whenever? It depends when you're up or when you're online, I guess. Oh, wait, I mean like a voice call though? Like we can do a voice call anytime. Is the definition of objective, but would love to go deep. Objectively, most people don't want to die. Yeah. Ooh, Colin. You every time there's an option. It's just like, ooh, Colin. We got a caller. Remember that German guy that came in like last week? He started speaking and it was just like, nah. And then took off. We're like, nah. I think Han was going to do a voice call with us one day. We're going to talk about libertarianism. And he was like, nah.
Stocks. Anybody who makes their money from selling labor. Anybody who, like, if you can't call Howard Lutnick, you're working class.
Got it.
If something that you say in public moves markets or starts wars.
I need a voice changer. I don't want to be recorded just in case somebody steals your identity. I wouldn't want that.
You know, then you might not be working class.
You know, this is the first time I've actually really heard this articulated well this way. You're basically talking about labor that perhaps works for companies. You could work at a grocery store. You could work at a variety of different places. But if you are not part of the equities class, you're part of the working class.
To me, yeah. If you get your money by selling your labor, most of your money by selling your labor, to me, you're working class. And I think that doesn't strike people because the assumption is like a white guy in a hard hat. You know, a doctor and a lawyer, you know, we kind of separate that in the but I don't think we should.
Like dentist?
Yeah. Working class, man.
And like dude who bags groceries at Safeway, where I used to work.
Yes.
And I was fired, which is some fucked up shit.
You got to tell me.
I thought I was a pretty good employee. I just didn't want to work there, but I did work.
I'm on your side.
I thought I was decent. I didn't want to.
What'd you do at Safeway?
I was a courtesy clerk.
Okay.
Which is I bag groceries.
Yeah.
And
essential work.
Yeah, essential work. And shout out to my boy who got me the position. I still owe you a huge thank you. Shout out to Chris. Thank you for getting me that job.
Way to go, Chris.
I fucked it up. It wasn't, and you vouched for me, and I fucked it up, and I still live with that. But me and Chris are boys. Let me get us back on track.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically saying, hey, my cousin who's a dentist,
yeah,
and plumber, there's a connection here.
Yeah, and I think we...
Of course, a lefty can't even be a grocery bagger. You don't know why he got fired, though, Han. Don't assume. It could have been a racial thing or a sexist thing. Maybe they didn't like men, in that job, so they got rid of him. Could have been identity politics related.
Need to update that now because you look at the scale of wealth in America and we have a trillionaire. We have a trillionaire. We have close to 1,000 people with $1 billion. You know, for me, I'm always trying to get people to think about the difference between $1 million and $1 billion.
Yeah, what a weird word dilemmas. I was thinking that as well. Courtesy clerk, mate, you're a checkout chick. The fuck is a courtesy clerk? Jesus, what a wanky name.
1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 32 years.
Holy shit.
1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years. We have a trillionaire, man. And you think like being a dentist is closer to being the guy with $1 trillion than it is the working class now. It's like to me, in America right now, with wealth inequality as bad as it is, you're all working class. Now, that's not to like flatten the difference between a lawyer and someone bagging groceries. There are differences there. But for the purposes of fixing our problems, which I view as mostly being caused by people with too much money and power making all the decisions, we are all working class.
Politicians always use this phrase.
Dude, that was actually an incredibly well thought out response to that. And I say that because I am incredibly biased and I just agree with the way that he's described that. But like, hey, I'm down with that. I'm actually impressed. I'm actually quite impressed.
Want good working class jobs.
Yeah.
And they always phrase it like people love their jobs.
Yeah.
I think most jobs suck.
Yeah.
I've done food service. I've worked at grocery stores. I've worked at Office Max, selling printers. All my jobs that I've had outside of comedy pretty much suck.
Does comedy rocks?
Comedy I like.
Good?
I mean, I'm lucky enough to do what I'm passionate about.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel that way too.
But every other job that I had fucking sucks.
I was a stump grinder for 7 years.
Shit. Yeah. Yeah. That takes the cake. I don't even know what that is.
you have like a giant diesel machine and then you blast a tree stump into dust. 7 years.
But why do you have to do that though?
It was good money.
No, but people wanted there's like that stump needs to go.
You'd be surprised at the amount of stumps in America. So like, here's the thing. And like, are you a homeowner?
I own a home, yes.
Okay, a yard.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. But she's a better bagger than a comedian. So good.
Yard? We have a front yard?
Yeah. I don't know the situation in New York City, but like if you're owning a yard out there, if you're renting a yard,
sure,
you'll end up with a tree stump in your yard, and then people will go try to like set it on fire or drill holes in it or like dig it out. There's no better way to get it out than blasting it out with a diesel machine and someone like me.
Got it. Children must have loved you. Like my son, what you just described, he's 6.
It's very Bob the Builder.
Yeah, he would have fucking loved that. Yeah.
Most of my demographic is just, children enthralled by machines.
Gotcha. To get us back on point, what I'm saying is we don't need to romanticize jobs per se.
Yeah.
But what I think we need to focus on is common human dignity.
Yeah.
And the way people are compensated for their labor gives them the dignity to provide for their families, pay for healthcare, send their children to school.
Totally.
If a loved one gets sick, take care of them. Get the bag, take care of grandma, be able to look out for my mom and dad, my sister. If someone's in a bind, I can help them.
I can see that on the bumper sticker right now. Like, get the bag, take care of grandma. Like, and chill.
Yeah. Be able to help my sister out if something bad happens.
Bag.
Yeah. Yes.
Grandma, chill. One of the great things about my job right now is I get to kind of drop into locations and see how things are going there. We did a piece in Italy about worker-owned cooperatives. Because not only do I think we should stop like romanticizing jobs, but we should think about how jobs are organized. Because we're used to one way here in America where most of them suck.
Yes.
And
what's it like in Italy?
So we did a story where like a fifth of the economy in this region of Italy, in northern Italy, comes from companies that are owned by the people who work there. This and I remember we were standing on the floor.
Wait, how does that work?
Okay, so the workers own the company. They can hire and fire their boss. And like,
wait, is this like the way the Green Bay Packers are owned by the city or whatever?
Yes.
I never understood this concept.
Yes.
Okay, so break this down for me. Please make me
So now
understand
I can't say, I don't know the details of the Packers, but basically a cooperative, right?
Okay.
This is a company like any company you would work for, but instead of being owned by one guy and shareholders and a board, the workers are the shareholders, the board, and they make the decisions to run the company. You can hire somebody to be CEO, and you can also fire them. And it was mind-blowing to me to go over as an American to Italy, stand on the floor of a factory where 2,000 people worked, just like the ones that closed down after NAFTA in the Ohio Valley where I'm from. They got a 2,000 person factory. It's doing manufacturing. It's owned by the workers. And I'm standing there with the boss of the company and 3 workers. And I asked the workers, what would you do if your boss made 300 times more than you make? And they were like, we would fire him. The workers are highly paid. They work in manufacturing. They control who runs the company. They make the products. And then they go sip espresso at 4 p.m. and be reasonable.
Yeah.
There are different ways to do jobs.
No, but what's the catch here? Like the way you're describing it, I was like, no, there's a catch though. What's the catch?
There's, nothing's perfect.
Okay. How long do you have to work there to be able to vote? Or the moment day one, you're essentially on the quote unquote board?
So this would be a plug to watch the video, because we had a worker who had just joined, all the way up to somebody who'd been there a long time. First of all, you have far less turnover. You have far more expertise.
Sure. Yeah. You've incentivized staying there.
Yeah. And there's a clear path from the guy we were talking to who's 20 years old to spend a short amount of time and become, a worker owner.
Would you say kind of the core tenets of the videos that you work on for More Perfect Union, are they essentially about labor solidarity?
Yeah. It's about strength in numbers. It's about solidarity. It's about different ways to organize the economy and work.
One of the things I hear in media reporting all the time is, here is how the Democratic Party abandoned the working class.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, that makes me think of Elliott County. We did a piece for More Perfect Union.
Yes.
And
this was the Emmy award-winning piece that you made about Elliott
County. We won 2 Emmys. And shout out to the whole team at More Perfect Union. Like any video that I'm on, there's a whole team behind that. Josh Hirschfeld-Crowan, Meg Hirschline, Faz, Josh Miller-Lewis. Will go down the whole list. It'd take too long. But Elliott County is the only county in America. This is Eastern Kentucky. Only county in America that voted 144 years in a row for Democrats before flipping to Trump by one of the largest margins.
Talk about fumbling the bag there.
They fumbled the bag.
144 years, you're running it up. And then to flip your entire base.
But here's to your question. I would say the Democratic Party was responsible for fumbling that bag, because what we found there, of course, a lot of people who voted for Democrats forever and then flipped to Trump, but you can trace through the history of the Democratic Party. It used to be very much FDR, and then it switched to, Bill Clinton and corporate donors, and the Democratic Party that we know today, that we see in a fight with these primaries, in a real contest for the direction, like someone like Zohran Mamdani, or more of what we've been used to. It is the FDR Labor Party that kept places like rural Kentucky voting for it forever, because they knew the deal. You vote for Democrats because they're for the working man. But eventually they lost those roots, and we suffered a pretty large consequence for that of people.
In your reporting, what specifically did the Democratic Party do to betray the working class that made people say, fuck it, I'm changing my vote?
Yeah. Well, I target the Democratic Party a lot, but this really counts for both parties in our politics on the whole.
Sure.
But they just got, we, over the course of getting thousands of billionaires now, both of our parties have just switched to exclusively serving their agenda. I think about this report that came.
Yeah, man. Hey? All of a sudden they just switched to serving their agenda only? Come on. They always did. But they used to give small concessions out to make it look like they cared. And now they just give less concessions. That's all it is. That's just thanks to neoliberalism. It is the way. Because we're all just a bunch of individuals running around bumping into each other. You don't need concessions. Everyone should just succeed. And if you don't succeed, then it's your problem. You loser. It's your problem.
Amount more than a decade ago from Princeton, I think, where it's like you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. The conclusion of this report was that the American people have little to no control over the policies passed by either party or either administration. So I think you can say about the Republicans that they've always been for corporate control and for the agenda of really large money. But for the long time, you could say that less about the Democrats. And then they started, going for NAFTA and free trade, and in the era of Citizens United.
They'll be like that. I can't take anyone with a mullet and a porn mode seriously. Come on. He's actually quite good, this guy, I must admit.
They're relying on corporate donations too much, and you let that happen for years.
Well, aside from corporate donations, is stupidity also a part of it? Because there's this clip of Chuck Schumer from 2016 where he's talking about the Democratic Party's sort of national strategy, and I think about this at least twice a week. Let's take a look.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
This is my sleep paralysis demon. That's actually on a loop in my nightmares.
Oh, got it.
I've watched it many times.
That's your Freddy Krueger?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, got it.
It is. Yeah, I wake up in a cold sweat every night, and it's Chuck Schumer just selling us out. I think, right there you can see the strategy of trying to go after suburban, wine moms and such. And I think that is because they really lost their roots, right? And they're trying to reconstruct a base that is that goes well and doesn't offend corporate donors. So they say like, oh, let's try to hunt for that base in the suburbs of all these cities, because those people will kind of get on a cultural agenda that doesn't offend our donors.
Right.
All these major corporations can slap a pride flag onto a pretty terrible agenda, but not really be there to stand up for policies that represent people.
Right.
And unfortunately, I think there hasn't been a change from that strategy. I mean, Schumer still leads the party.
This is the thing I cannot understand. How is that possible?
There's no gravity. There's no consequences.
Kolkata Chai has brand new tea bags. It is so easy. Do I microwave? Okay. Oh, my cheat makes because the chai voice. Something very unique has happened over the past 30 years where a disproportionate amount of power and capital has been allocated to two different things. And I call it more broadly tech and Wall Street.
Yeah.
The amount of sort of...
Yes, I was just thinking that. I was going to say I got chied, but no, I got teabagged instead of grounded. I don't know how I feel about that. Getting teabagged or grounded. I still hate getting grounded more. I'd get teabagged any day over getting grounded. And that's a promise. All right.
Both political capital and capital, those two buckets have.
Yeah.
There is a particular LinkedIn class that is connected to both tech and Wall Street.
Yeah.
And
and now tech is Wall Street.
Yes.
Look at the 7 companies that are driving the S&P 500 growth. And it's all these it's Silicon Valley now.
Correct.
And then that shows up in the areas where I grew up with the physical infrastructure of data centers. And right now, that was one vision of putting together a political coalition that we know fails now.
Yes.
But when you have Wall Street and tech building out these data centers in all of the places where the Democrats lost, I am seeing a coalition of people coming together that is right and left, saying no to big tech, no to flat cameras. And if the Democrats don't pay attention to that and realize that there is a coalition right there in the places you have lost, but you got to take a stand against the corporate donation, against corporate donors, against tech. It's right there for the taking.
That is the strange Venn diagram that I have seen where both left and right, it can be hardcore red, hardcore blue. Both sides are equally like, fuck AI data centers.
Yeah.
Based on your reporting, what is that? What is this huge middle finger to these
Yeah.
Essentially these big ass server racks that suck up all this water.
There's no other issue where the mask has been completely off and the agenda of these companies is totally visible. I'll give another example from coverage with More Perfect Union.
Yes.
We go to cover a data center proposal going into Mingo County, West Virginia, Mingo and Logan County.
Yes.
These are the coal fields. They are used to big companies coming in, taking all the wealth and leaving a mess. In the process of shooting that piece, we spoke to a woman in a minivan pulled over on the side of the road with a big 5-gallon jug, getting water out of a pipe coming out of a mountain. And that is the only drinking water. She comes there 3 times a week to get drinking water for her family. That's how she gets drinking water in the coal fields of West.
Do you remember when watching this like a year ago or whatever it was? We started going after the AI data centers. Here it is, man. This is America. It's not the third world. This is America. So bad. Crazy. It's absolutely mental stuff. So much for the leaders of the free world. Look at that. She goes in her van 3 times a day to get water for the family. I guess the difference is when they do this in, I don't know, Africa or something, she's got a minivan and they just do the 12-mile walk or whatever it is. Fresh mountain water, the horror. So good. That's the takeaway from this. And what? The bitch has got mountain water. What is she complaining about? Thanks, hon.
Virginia. They want to stick a data center there and say, hey, you go get your water out of a mountain. We're going to give all the clean water that you've been denied for decades to a data center. It's a mask off moment where people can see what side you really are on.
I also think it's the first time we've seen technology be presented in such a way where people are like, no, I get how AI makes you rich.
Yeah.
How the fuck does this make me rich?
Yeah. That's the other thing about it, man. It's like, you know, I see people like, oh, well, this is how companies operate, right? Yeah. They come to areas where they already made a mess, where people are desperate for jobs. And a lot of people will say like, hey, we need these jobs. But AI data centers are literally a job-killing supercomputer.
Totally.
That's what it does.
Yeah.
That's how they sell it on Wall Street. And people know this. There's no jobs in there, man.
So if you're a grocery store worker, you work at a fast food company, if you even do clerical work at your local school or dentist's office. Here's my question.
Yeah.
And you're reporting, right? You're speaking with all these Trump voters, but if you do you remember the inauguration?
Yeah.
Essentially, the FANG stocks were right behind him.
Right there.
And you would think the way Donald Trump positioned himself, it would be like cowboy hat, no shade to you mullet, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
hey.
like he would have signaled like, hey,
here you are up on stage,
Cowboy Stadium behind me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm America's team. But he basically had the top 10 companies in the S&P 500.
Yeah, like
right behind
Elon
him.
Musk is like tweaking out on ketamine.
Sure.
Zuckerberg, 1,000-yard stare.
But
just weird.
But the head of Apple, the head of Amazon.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Tim Apple.
And so Tim Apple. But my question is that when you talk to the people that voted for Donald Trump and they watched the inauguration, that scene signaled something to me. What did that scene signal to them in your reporting?
Well, that's the thing that a lot of people assume. A lot of people assume that doesn't land with Trump voters. It absolutely does. But for it to mean anything politically, you have to have a political movement that's pointing that out. That says, there they are on his side, and here I am on your side.
Yeah.
Is the Democratic Party doing that? Or are they kind of trying to hold on to this coalition that's now lost umpteen elections and avoiding taking a stand against the people who are standing behind Donald Trump? I think you have to draw it in a line in the sand. But thankfully now we've seen a movement of that happening. I mean, you have Zohran Mamdani winning in New York City, but it's not only that, but now we see candidates from that model succeeding everywhere. Michigan, Colorado. And I think that can succeed everywhere. And, something that has been less examined is the fact that there are little blue cities all over red states where you can make government deliver for people, where you can take back some of the public sphere and say, you can expect excellent public services. And we're also going to take a stand against data centers and flock cameras coming into town. And I think that would sweep Huntington, West Virginia, Wheeling, West Virginia, little towns all across this country. And
but is it ever going to happen? Like, for all the wonderful analysis these guys provided so far, it's kind of just like back to simping for the Democratic Party. Like, that's just gonna be a thing. Like, it hasn't worked. Like, they've already said that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, they completely sold out to corporate interests. And it's just like, but if they just, stopped the flock cameras and showed everyone that they didn't like AI data centers, then everyone would be so much happier with them and they'd win again. And then, like, let's just say they did that for an entire election cycle. They just said, we're going to get rid of all the flock cameras and stop all the AI data centers. And everyone voted for them. I mean, like, how long would it take until they're just back into the same old rye again, doing the same old shit? Like, is that really the analysis? That's the final analysis here. It's just like, but if they just fought against flock cameras, everyone would love them. And we could go back to the good old days. I don't know, man. It's unfortunate. They've really missed out there. So much potential.
That's something haven't seen a wave of it happening, but I think it's possible.
So I got a question for you. I don't have the answer to it, but there's two states that
Me neither.
are Hey, look, join me, man.
Yeah, please.
Well, there's two states that I don't fully get, but I'd love your analysis on. If you look at two states, there's North Carolina and there's Kentucky. Those are two states where the governor will be Democrat, but the state voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
What do you think's happening there?
Yeah, I can relate that back to covering Elliott County in Kentucky, because Andy Beshear, at the same time that Elliott County voted, that's 144 years for Democrats, then Donald Trump. Same time they voted for Donald Trump, they also voted for Andy Beshear.
The Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, a Democrat, has been reelected. This is a very significant win for Democrats. Beshear, who ran as a defender of abortion rights in a largely Republican Commonwealth, Kentucky, is defeating Republican Attorney General Daniel Cameron.
Now, some people will point at Beshear and say, that's the way to go. That's the way to win. But I think it's important to also realize that Beshear is losing those counties just at a slower pace. So he's being better than other Democrats on this. But to really start winning those back, I think it comes down to taking a clear stand for working people on an agenda that delivers, and holding the corporate bad actors accountable. Thankfully, that's going to be a lot easier to do because now you have this data center push going everywhere. It's an easy stand to take.
So I want to get to, you did this great piece with Bernie Sanders where you actually took him and you had to meet different Trump voters. But here's the thing that I can't understand. I totally get, hey, the Democrats have abandoned us.
Yeah.
But the thing that I don't get is like, but this guy?
Yeah.
Like, billionaire Scrooge McDuck, I'm only out for myself, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
That's the guy? Because if you think about what even he's doing, cutting Medicare, cutting Medicaid, how is that in interest of workers?
Yeah. And that's also something that people get very angry about. I run into Trump voters all the time who will tell me, like, it's not right to cut our Medicaid down here. They get very angry about these things, like disability and Medicaid, Social Security, things that people rely on. They know when those things get cut, and they're very angry about it, but you have to have somebody standing up on that. The other thing is, it goes back to the media takeover. We can sit here and look at Donald Trump and say, I can't believe you'd be voting for this guy, but you have to be in the media bubble that a lot of people are to realize they're just overwhelming it with culture war issues to keep people divided. And that's what you have to break through in order to make any kind of change. And I know you've spent a lot of time in the Fox media bubble. Have you like turned on Fox News and watched it lately?
I can't, bro.
Yeah,
no, I can't.
It's crazy.
No, but I want to focus on what you were talking about, which is there are these moments of unity that people aren't focusing on. And I want to focus on one moment from your Elliott County interviews that you were doing. This is a video where you're talking to a Trump voter about immigration. Let's take a look.
When it's people coming across the border versus, say, billionaires or something like that, who's got the most influence over the problems that you think we face as a country?
Millionaires.
Yeah.
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 Do you think you have more in common with a migrant from Mexico or Donald J. Trump?
Great question.
A migrant from Mexico.
Yeah.
A migrant from Mexico. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because we're out here working to survive to feed our family.
So she straight up sounds like Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
How common do you think this perspective is amongst the Trump voters?
Whoa. Who would have thought, eh? Some migrant from Mexico has the same interests as you, or at least similar interests to you, and Donald Trump doesn't have any of the same interests. So it's like there's some type of class divide going on there. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? That was an interesting line of questioning, I must admit. What are these people doing? I don't know why I find them suspicious. They are talking about the class war, though. They seem to be trying to cut through the culture wars to get to the class war. They seem to be trying to do that. I don't know why I'm so suspicious of this. I need to have more faith. But when I am optimistic, then I'm too innocent, apparently. It's hard to know.
You've interviewed in your
I see it all the time. And that was Nehemiah Stark behind the camera who asked that question, and it was key, but I see that all the time. Also in Elliott County, there's a Mexican restaurant in town, and it is 99% white in that county. People love the Mexican restaurant. One of the things I'll do is, I ask in that piece, what's the top issue for you? People will say the border. We're in Kentucky, thousands of miles away from the border. And that's only been a priority for like 2 years. But if you go and say, okay, the border is a problem, why don't we start by kicking out the guy who runs the Mexican restaurant in town? The answer you always get is no, not that guy. He's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about everybody else who's doing crime and fraud and all of this. But those are boogeymen that are made up by the media that are keeping those people voting in a way that serves the folks who own the media that's filling their head with lies.
Yeah, I mean, so this happens all the time. And I've had this conversation with people all the time as well. When I had to go do field pieces for The Daily Show, cover different conventions.
Is this guy delusional? What? It's like media made boogeymen? But like, no, let's not get rid of the Mexican man in our community. Let's get it in somebody else's community. That level of analysis was okay. Like, there's plenty of people who's just like, yeah, get rid of them. It's like, oh, but like, what about this guy? This guy's your neighbor. Yeah, but that guy's all right. But like all the other ones out there, the ones that I haven't met, and I've been told that they do bad things, they're the worst. The left pardoned a child rapist so he wouldn't get deported. The left, it's this left again, this amorphous left. The entire left got together and pardoned this child rapist. So close, so far away. All right, I gotta bounce. This is incredibly interesting though, Ravy, I must say. This is not what I was expecting it to be. Definitely not. Very, very interesting stuff. Might have to try and finish this tomorrow if we can. Good suggestion. Grand old suggestion. Yeah, grand old suggestion. All right, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today, interacting as always. Yeah, I do. I like it. It's good. Banzo Bandit, Ravy Baby Spandog, Saint Chi. Hey, no way. What's going on there? Han, Heidi the Sausage, Jingle Jangle Jam. Benaberry, hanging out again. Good to have you. Woozle in the house. You've also been hanging out for the afternoon session. Hobo Joe. Voltateur. Ah, man, can't go back that far. I think Blaz was in earlier too. Yes, Blaz, the meme king. 4AS, I think, was in earlier as well. Jag. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for interacting. If you were watching this after the fact, thank you very much. If you've been lurking today, thank you. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button on your way out. Do that. It'll be good for you. Here's an invitation to Discord before you go. Come and join the community there. And come and join us on Patreon as well. Here is a link to Patreon. Come and join up and become a free member so I can get you on a email list. If you can financially support, I love you forever. But like, become a free member. Get on that email list. It'll help a lot. All right. We'll be back tomorrow with some more. Until then, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on the morrow. Thank you.